Alright, welcome back, folks. It's day 54, as per the Duolingo tradition, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. Yesterday we finally did our inevitable review of our tentative talks, part 2. Took quite a long time. Total of a little over 8 hours. Cover pretty much a satisfactory amount of vocabulary from Duolingo, and then some. Talked about old and new things in the second period, the second tentative talk, 27 days. Reflect upon some of that stuff. And then we managed to squeeze in our first half of Unit 11's vocabulary. This is what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna do some total recall from here. It was a bit of a no like new patterns per se, no, largely vocabulary. So we can go over the vocabulary as per usual. Day 1, a vocabulary introduction. Stick to English while visualizing the kana and speaking the kana. Let's see here. Okay, so we got butaniku, ora, ima, to be free. Do I think it's okay to be monolingual? Absolutely. Whatever makes you happy is sufficient. Much like what Duolingo is doing in other tools and textbooks and technology, one can be sufficient and satisfied at the same time with the aid of technology. So you don't necessarily have to be promoted. That's not an excuse to not enjoy, you know, the prospect of learning a manual skill. But I believe technology and human innovation is sufficient to circumnavigate even the restrictions of being monolingual. So being free, ima, isho, together. Udon. Lots of more food items. Nama. Sakana. And this is a kanji that we'll learn today to write and whatnot. I can picture it in my head, but I'm not going to attempt to write it until I actually know how to write it. Mokuyobi. And we got one new predicate in the form of the volition. The plain form is probably tsukao, and volition was tsukamasho. Yeah, tsukamasho. To use. Tsukamasho. Which reminds me of other stuff like shobai, and shio. Yo, Indy. Hello, hello. And show you. Yasai. Super. They're around 20. I feel like right now the average is anywhere between 15 and 20 vocab per half of each unit. So where are we at? 3, 6, 8, 11, 11, 14. There definitely, we'll try to scrounge up a couple more. Tonkotsu. Tonkatsu. Sorry, tonkatsu. Tonkotsu is something else, but tonkatsu. I think this is good enough. Across 15? 15 is good. 7 minutes. Also, wanted to share a little experience, bring it in. Today, I'm sure Indy, did you manage to go on a walk sometime today? So today is the total eclipse for 2024, and when I was running for a walk, it was a very special experience, very exceptional experience while I was running. I was running at like right a bit after the total eclipse, and where I am is very, very close to the path of totality. So it was very interesting and fun to see all my neighbors and the neighborhood, random people coming out with their glasses to look at the total eclipse. It was kind of fun because one exceptional thing was I was on my like second lap, and I always wondered if it made people weird that I run the lap, multiple laps every single day. So while I was running near the end, sometimes I get like phlegm, get caught in the back of my throat because I have like respiratory problems in the springtime. So I was like coughing as I'm getting past this lap in this cul-de-sac, and there's these two guys that I pretty much see all from time to time because they like come out and come in and do like yard work and stuff. And this guy was asking me, he's like, hey, this guy needs a break, and he was like offering me the glasses so I could see the solar eclipse, but I just kept running, you know. I said no thanks and thank you kind of thing. And I hear off the distance as I'm running by, the one guy in that house knows exactly what I do because I've been running for getting close to like a year and a half now, every single day. And the guy said, oh, don't worry about him, he just wait at the last lap, he really kicks hard, right? And yeah, that's kind of what I do at the end, where right as I come around that corner where that guy was asking me if I wanted to take a break and look at the eclipse, that's usually when I kick. So near the, I don't know, the last eighth of the distance that I'm planning on run, I kick as hard as possible. And by kicking, I mean running kicking. So like the last sprint in the end, where I leave it all so I can jack up my heart rate to see what the maximum speed I can get at the end. It was kind of nice. I thought there was a lot of mixed feelings there. The guys have this both of the guys have this very characteristic twang to their voices that I don't usually hear very much anymore because I'm online the last like 54 days. It's often an incredibly international group of people that I listen to. They all have different accents, and there's this like kind of slightly nasally I've forgotten what it's like to hear my neighbors talk. So when I was running today, you can hear multiple neighbors like shouting across or talking at a distance in front of their houses because they're all looking at the eclipse, and I thought it was kind of nice. Like very, very characteristic. Like I don't even know how to do it right. It's like everything's very open. Like if I just talk like this and all my words are kind of like this, when you're holding your breath in a little bit, you know, that's kind of the voice. And it's I know perhaps some people might find it a little annoying, but I thought it was very homely because it's like that characteristic. You can sit down, these guys are just chill and they're happy, like they have sustainable lives. So I thought it was really, really kind that they would even stop me while it's one of those things like, usually if you're in a different, I know this might be a little bit of a generalization, but in the suburbs of the United States, when you get interrupted when you're doing something, that is something to be expected. So like, because it's a communal thing in isolation. So even though it may seem like to some people, I would say outside of this area, would find like, oh, but I'm doing my thing, why are you bothering me, kind of thing, right? I thought it was very kind that person kind of went out of their way to try to stop me while I was running. And then the other person only knew because I see that person all the time, like on and off outside, like helping with other people's yard work and whatnot. So it was very fun. I thought it was a great reminder, and it reminded me of a language thing that I watched yesterday. So I'm going to talk about that in a moment. You live in Texas, so you were in the path of totality. It was cool to see darkness during it was really interesting. So I don't usually like looking directly at the eclipse. I don't know, Indy, if you knew that in our lifetime there was multiple eclipses, right? I'm pretty sure it's because you're in your 30s, so you've lived through more than one eclipse already. And the last time it was much the same. I was in Maryland at the time, and I remember like it's that weird feeling like the place is lit, but it's always lit in a weird angle. Like everything got lit in a weird angle, if you know what I mean. So when you're outside and you're looking around, it's like it's still bright. It's like bright outside, but it's not bright outside. Like when it's not like the total eclipse, but when it starts going off, it's like everything seems like it's being lit at a different angle. So you get this like really weird vibe where there's a lot of light outside, but all the light is like curved and coming from different angles, so it feels like it's dim and lit at the same time. So that's kind of cool. I haven't ever ran during it, so it was pretty sweet. I remember in Maryland, I was walking outside and the whole place just shifts dim, right? Everyone had their like weird boxes, those like cardboard boxes to look at the eclipse indirectly, because that was a thing, the last eclipse that happened. I think it was a couple years ago. And this year it was definitely a different experience. Pretty cool. Now, the language thing I was thinking about, let's throw in a language thing. I realized that you might be thinking, oh yeah, Americans don't understand, you know how like don't understand the whole like implied subject thing, right? In Japanese. You know how, oh yeah, we need to use eyes. You know, one of the rules is subject predicate, right? Subject predicate is required. That's kind of your classic English 101. However, in that story I just said about what I said to that person, we use a phrase that uses I think the person mentioned this, technical jargon, but I'll explain it in a little bit. It's called situational. I think it's called situational eclipse. No, it's like ellipse or something. Ellipses, ellipse or eclipse. We'll call it eclipse because we were talking about solar eclipse. That's how I'm remembering it. Okay, so sorry linguists, but eclipse. It's probably ellipses. Situational ellipses or eclipse. And what this happened is, this is exactly what Japanese people do. In English, there's very common phrases that occur all the time, and I use it almost every single day in some capacity that does this. And it's the phrase "thank you." Some people say "bless you." I'm not around people who sneeze very often, but thank you. This is Japanese right here. This phrase. I don't know if it's ever I think it hadn't dawned on me that I could use this as an example, because for the longest time I'm like, oh yeah, so now learning Japanese make me appreciate thank you, because it's I thank you. That's actually the phrase. So just so you know, right? And the reason why it's called situational ellipses or ellipses probably, ellipsis, is that situationally, you know, it's implied that it's I. And other phrases do also very similar things, like need you. I know that this is a little less common. Or you can even do things like help me. And help me, all our commands, right? Our command stuff, you is implied situationally, because these phrases are used so commonly. And when they're used so commonly, you drop the subject. So there are quite a lot of instances where if you have a very imperative phrase, yeah, we assume different things. So it happens a lot. Only, much like Japanese, in my opinion, it feels like Japanese lean harder on the inferences, right? There are very specific phrases that if it's used commonly, we simplify it, or like English speakers simplify it much like Japanese. So if we were trying to get into it, yeah, you see that there are some phrases where we do assume the subject. So there's a that is slang though. It's not. Thank you is formal. Thank you is formal. Or thank you is acceptable. That's why I use thank you, because in writing, you wouldn't say I thank you most of the time. You wouldn't. Even in writing, if you try to read literature and stuff, usually it's not I thank you. So even in this case, it's not slang. In fact, I think this is more slang. That using I thank you is more habitually awkward than actually thank you. However, other phrases certainly, except for this, like help me. Like for example, help me, you help me. All the commands, a lot of our commands, interjection and stuff, it's not slang. In my opinion, these are they're far more formal. Like help me, it's you help me. Like it's not I help me, or she help me, or he help me. It's you help me. So, I mean, slang is slang, sure, I suppose. But help me out is what I thought. Interesting. Help me out. So that's dropping preposition. So yeah, if you drop the preposition, right? So help me out is the casual, in my opinion, because you're also ending in a preposition. It's kind of like a meet up, which duo use meet up. So instead of meet up, you drop the up and meet. Like let's meet, not let's meet up. Yes, sort of. Well, this is called this is what is this called? I don't know what this is called. We'll just call it, this is a verbal phrase, right? So I don't know which came first, but when you write something, you generally write it by avoiding ending up with a preposition. So let's meet up. Meet up, help me out, or help me out is more colloquial. It's more colloquial, in my opinion. As in, like, I don't say let's meet up. I say let's meet. I can help you, not I can help you out. So that's American, in my opinion. Adding a preposition to verb phrases is the slang. It's the colloquial. When I'm writing, I don't add these unless I'm using a dialogue. So if I try to use dialogue, it would be let's meet up. However, people meet, they don't meet up. Yeah, because in a question, you add the subject. Yeah, you add the subject, yes. So all our commands, right, Indy? All of the English commands use an inference of you, right? And if I can think of anything, whenever you think of a command that you need to do in Japanese, English and Japanese is aligned. You know what I mean? Like, what is like the te form, or like all their imperatives? All their imperatives line up with English's imperatives because English implies the subject. So I didn't think of that for quite some time because I haven't done the command form yet, like the imperative form. Like, you do this, you do that. And I'm curious when actually, you probably know, Indy, since you've done all the Duolingo courses, right? Do they do you help me, or do they say help me, or help them, or do this and do that in the translations? Or do they use you help me, you do this, you do that? Because honestly, most, if not all, is commonly inferred that when you do imperatives, it's so implied that you don't use the subject anymore. Like, you don't even, some people don't even remember that there's an I and a you in some of their phrases. So this is the closest thing that I thought was really interesting, that it's a great example to get you normalized to, oh yeah, this is kind of the feeling that Japanese, I can't say for sure, but I want to say help me for what I remember. From what I remember. Okay. Okay, you want to say, oh yeah, like yamate, right? Is that what that is? Oh, it's te to etsudate. Etsudate? Okay. Taskete. Oh yeah, taskete. Yeah, taskete. Oh, I didn't even know it's Oh, I didn't even know it was taskete. I thought it was taskade. Oh, tasukete? Yeah. So if you say that, right, there's no subject. If you know what I mean. There's no subject. So if you translate it, those are both help me, but different nuance. Okay. So if you read that, right, English and Japanese are aligned. There's no subject in it. However, if you've gotten so used to expecting a subject, then you're gonna place in a subject in a place where English don't typically have a subject anyways. It's implied so much that I don't think people remember that when you thank someone, when you say thank you, you're actually saying I thank you in the English, right? So it's kind of cool. I love this. It's a coincidence because yesterday I saw a YouTube short, and I obviously maybe my Pixel is listening to me or something, but yeah, it's an overlap. It's a great example of an overlap between English and Japanese. Oh wait, were you not taught that it means I thank you? Only one time, very early on, did I thought this was very weird. It was weird after I was taught it. As in, the first time I heard that someone wrote out, like in text, right? I thank you is a older English thing. Like imagine someone like bowing, right? In a movie or something, like in old school, like, I don't know, 30 or 40s, 1930s or 1940s English movie, right? They're like, they bow, it's like, I thank you. That's kind of my impression when I got it, right? And then you can hear it. If you say, I thank you, as you bow, you can imagine it being natural. But no one says, like, rarely anyone ever says that anymore. they say thank you. In fact, as long as I have learned English, as long as I have lived, I don't think I've ever encountered someone in person that ever said, I thank you. But that is the phrase. It is, I thank you. I see it in movies occasionally, like in a proper, maybe like a older British movie or a older, like old school, like colloquial English things. Yeah, your parents taught me that by saying stuff like, what do you say back? Thank you. Yeah, it's like, now what do we say? You know, the whole like parent thing, like, now what do we say? And then you say thank you, or, you know, like magic words, like, and stuff. But yeah, that's so funny. The things you learn, right? The things you learn. I totally forgot about this. It's to the point where I know it's I thank you. Please. 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 Help me is a good one. I think tasukete, right? Tasukete. And is a great example. Help me is good. It sounds so weird too when you say you help me. Like it's not even, it's so weird. Like it's supposed to say like, can you help me, or is it can you help me? That, or can anyone help me? Can she help me? Can he help me? But it all truncated down to help me. So you're removing every version of a subject, right? So you do the same in Japanese, only Japanese is applied to pretty much everything. which is hilarious. Like, how do you get an English person to feel okay about getting used to applying like inferring the subject? Well, just say thank you or help me, and it's good enough. Like, I don't think, I mean, if I had time, I would say, can you help me, right? And I wouldn't say, can you help me out? Because can you help me out is a colloquial. I'm a little suck up, sorry, Indy. I'm a little snobbish about this. I don't usually tell people, can you help me out here? And, oh, wait. can you help me out here is another tacked on colloquial. So can you help me out here? That's two prepositions on top of saying, can you help me? we have a lot of these. Cut it out. You know, cut it out as in like stop. Cut it out. Well, the word is stop. Cut it out. What are others? These are Americanisms. I want to say that I was taught this way in school. Yapathon world champion. Yapathon. What you call it? What else? There are tons of words like, oh, let's head out. You know, and when someone says let's head out, I replace head out with leave. Let's leave, as opposed to let's head out. These are Americanisms that I'm a little snobby about. However, I use them to sound colloquial. So when I hear a lot of people using phrases that ends with prepositions, I throw in prepositions in my language to make it feel comfortable. Yep, that's why those words seem weird in Japanese when I learned them. To go out, yeah, to go out. To go, you're going. To go. You may go with someone, right? Go with an object, as opposed to, oh, don't get me started on come with. Are you coming with? Like, what with what? I need a subject, please. Don't leave it hanging. But you're inferring the subject. You're inferring the object. Yeah, are you coming with? Are you going to? Like, it's so fun. And it's not it's not a consternation or an annoying thing. Whenever someone says that, I'm like, I know where I am. As in, like, these are the telltale signs of how you can adapt your English language to the person. So then I start using meet up, and like hanging prepositions in colloquial. It helps a lot to make you sound almost rustic, like, I don't know, the Kansai accent or something. It makes it very rustic sounding, and it makes you grounded quite a bit. And when I notice these things, I try my best not to sound really indirectly passive aggressive sometimes. For example, if I start dropping my prepositions in order to sound formal, then there's this like subconscious level of, man, this guy sounds like they're from the city, or like highly educated, and then it creates a boundary. So oftentimes I do actively remember to place my prepositions back into my spoken language to make it sound a little bit more relatable. But it does. Are you coming with is my, like, it's the phrase that really give it away. It's like, oh, where are you at? If someone just randomly asks me, where are you at? That is exactly like, are you coming with? Where are you at? So much fun. I think Japanese have reminded me of so many things that Americans do in speech that's not in writing. So much like me, probably. I don't know if Japanese people appreciate that when they learn, like other people learn their language, they're incredibly strict, like super strict. Like if you go up to a Japanese person, maybe like if I had the opportunity, I would want to ask the person, how do you feel about the strictness of your language being portrayed? Is that something that's very important to you, or is it less strict, a little bit looser, like you're loose with all your colloquialisms and whatnot? Because in English, holy heck, if Duo is doing the same like type of strict structure because they have to, like it's hard to grade and do things without strict structure, and then you can loosen up over time. In English, I want to say the whole meme of how, like, you know, outside there's this meme or impression that Americans are ruining the English language, the quote unquote colonial language. And the idea is, no, the writing hasn't depreciated at all. Generally speaking, writing itself does not include the colloquialisms of spoken American English. However, the vast majority of American English breaks lots and lots of rules. And you can kind of get this feeling, or at least in my opinion, my foray into Japanese have had the same feeling. Like, someone tells you like, oh, you know, native Japanese speakers don't say this anymore. It's like, it's too proper. You sound like a robot and you've learned from Duolingo or something, right? And in American English, it's like, yeah, I'm so curious, what does Duo say to ESL people? Because if I had to take a bet, I might actually enjoy what a Duolingo English person sounds like, as in someone who learned English from Duolingo, because I like that stuff. I actually break away from colloquialism most of the time because I like the sound of quote unquote proper English, but it's more like the rules of English and not the colloquialisms. I like being a little nerdy and nerd out to American English. Yeah, see, I just ended with a preposition there. Hey, Paul. If I understand you correctly, I don't think English is very strict. It's very loose and you can get away with leaving out. Yes, spoken English. Hello there. One S of the crack blocks, cracker box. Oh, on that subject, I've only ever had one person actually comment that my Japanese was uptight and I need to loosen up. Oh, interesting, Indy. I'm doing pretty well, Paul. How did the exam go yesterday? How did your 6-hour art exam go? You workhorse, you. Right now, we're having a little bit digression about contrasting English with Japanese. Yeah, for me, you talked exclusively in Mas. Okay, yeah. So, I really want to know, and here's the thing. Here's the double standard, Indy. So, a lot of individuals, get this, it's because native English speakers are in the minority now, and even more so, in my opinion. This is a buy Duolingo Super. I can't. We don't need Duolingo Super right now. Fun. So here's the thing, right? There's a double standard. There's a double standard for American English. Why are you typing random numbers? If you're gonna continue to spam, I'm gonna have to do. Okay. I have to read chat, so I would kindly ask you to stop spamming. Thanks. What you call it? There's a double standard in English where, first of all, English, right? English itself, the native English speak, is in the minority, right? We already established that. And then a subset, American English is a subset of that. So there's even more. Like if you combine British English speakers or colonial English speakers with the rest, the ESLs, right? It's even greater than American English. So what happens is it creates this double standard where the colonial and the rest of the ESL are gravitating towards formal English. So what happens is American English then is the minority. And because that minority, even the colloquialisms that are accepted as colloquial is considered stigmatized. And that's a weird feeling. And that is not what's happening with Japanese. I do not believe that proportionality. There's not enough any secondary language acquisition that can outnumber the pool of Japanese. And then therefore Japanese has your youth, right? Your youth versus your older. But in both cases, these peeps outnumber the rest ESL. And the thing about this is because of this double standard, or this weird double situation, it creates a double standard where the perception is that American English is the minority, as in it is the one that's doing it wrong. And it's ruining formal English, which is represented by colonials and the rest ESL. And remember that ESL accommodates for 60%. So anyone who has learned English, which ends up being formal English, you learn most of the systems, textbooks and stuff teaches formal English, as in colonial English. Japanese does not struggle with that. In fact, I would say I'm kind of surprised you managed to meet someone who would have a high frequency of saying, oh yeah, this person isn't learning, they're like, they sound like a robot and stuff. Like usually that's not the case if you are in the accurately reflected as the minority. In this case, American English is not the majority, it is the minority. If you even combine American English with British English, still the minority. So it's the impression that whoever is in ESL is collectively in ESL. So oftentimes when you have commentary online, it's the 60% versus the less than 3rd%. And even less so because usually the British colonial English is aligning with the out group, because everything that isn't American English is either colonial English or the rest of the world. And it creates this really interesting dichotomy, in my opinion. It's like a role reversal, where the ones that hold quote unquote native speak, it's actually the minority. And I always thought this was funny after basically binging on language things, any language things related to language, Japanese, English, what have you. It went normal, not very good. Oh, not very bad either. Okay. Wow, that was a roller coaster ride. Either the subject was in the art style of French artists. I'm not going to even I'll make an attempt. Virginie Morgan. Virginie Morgan, you have to imagine 3 different book covers for the 6 James Bond books. More interesting. It was cool, but trying to imagine James Bond in her style was a true challenge. Ooh. So you're lifting. Oh, that's interesting. Neat. Oh, it was okay? Okay. Yeah, because when I think of French name, especially names, I'm borrowing a lot of things from somewhere. I don't know if you know, Paul, but there is a highly influenced French place in the United States, and it's largely in Louisiana. And a lot of times there are like words in French, right? There are like words in French that populate food items and stuff. So occasionally the endings are like silent and weird, and that's where I got my attempt at the person's name. But I don't know. That's what I thought that was. Oh yeah, so it's a hack. I don't know. Should I consider doing something about that? There you go, guys. I solved the problem. That's the first one. Anyways, the reason wait, hold up. Let me sorry, I had a little like Twitch related issue. Paul, don't worry about it. What is it? Beignet. Yeah, like New Orleans, or New Orleans, right? New Orleans have like a bunch of French inspired things, and they have like French locations and whatnot. So just by coincidence, I'm like, oh, okay. We'll just apply some of those rules and butcher more French names. Oh, and have you watched Lupin? The Netflix series Lupin? About the thief? Paul? That's also an exposure that I have. That's probably the most French exposure I technically have. Anything that deals with Lupin. That sounds like sorry, I'm smiling because it's kind of like what I just did is kind of like someone walking up to me and saying, "Oh, I love Journey to the West," if they find out I'm Chinese. But that's the best I've got, Paul. I'm at your mercy. But my biggest exposure to French stuff is Lupin. Oh no, I didn't watch it yet, but some friends have recommended to me one day I will be watching it. It's kind of art related, sort of, in a very tangential way, but you know. The Netflix's Lupin is quite exceptional, and I got an opportunity to hear a lot of French. It's probably the most recent French program that I've listened to, Lupin. Anyways, well, I guess it's a win on your exam. I love doing things. I love taking a subject and applying a different style to it, but not necessarily a style in the terms of like period piece. I do enjoy taking something and doing different stylistic takes on it. Like for example, yeah, I could show you something. Hold up. Let me see if I can actually do this without doxing myself. So last year I wanted to use my Red Panda subject as all the prompts for Inktober. We talked about Inktober. So like here's an example. So I like ink paintings, right? but I wanted to do it in a style of something else. So I took many styles, and one of them is ink style. So I did this digitally, and the style that I was going for was inspired by Shin Godzilla, or Gojira, Shin Gojira. And you know, it's the classic like ink painting with, but I wanted it to make a red panda, right? My subject, much like your James Bond art thing, was the idea is you take the subject and you lift it into a style, right? And this was, I think, my second go at the style. So I took the style and I'm like, oh, I gotta imagine how do I make it look fuzzy or like ness with the ink style. So that's kind of an example of stuff. And I did this all last year in October. Like, for example, this was inspired off of comic books, like the Fourth Wall Break and stuff, or like comic strips, like web comics. So I did this one, or erase the prompt. Oh wait, remove. The prompt was remove. So basically, I saw a lot of those like people who do hyper realistic things, right? Where they use like a fourth wall break. So I did that too. So this was in one of the styles that I was inspired off of to do that. Even though I'm an amateur digital artist or hobbyist, I try every day to incorporate a different style to the drawing. And some of them hit, some of them don't, but this was my attempt to do like the weird fourth wall break thing that I saw was really interesting. So much like that, I think, and it's still using the same subject. My subject is always this character that I use. And that's kind of how I started doing artwork. Yeah, so there are a lot of other techniques and styles that people use for a lot. Like, for example, some people get really crazy with lighting effects, right? Lighting, outlining and stuff. So this was my attempt to do like lighting things. The prompt was called Dangerous. So I still use the same subject. And then I try to do an art study of all the techniques that people use. So this was to create glow, right? The central theme is glow, ominous, casting shadows, so that kind of thing. And it's always constantly the same subject, but messing around with techniques. Like, I saw a viral video, like a lot of viral videos doing spray paint art for planets and spheres. So I try to mimic those textures digitally. So all like the way the planets are in the back is using the same practical effects, but trying to create the digital counterpart on it, even though I'm an amateur, right? And then you have like things like, sorry, I'm going in a digression, but I really like art too, and it's involved in writing kanji. Like, for example, this is that sketch artist, the like noise thing, like how you create an image by using just lines, straight lines without any line work. This whole thing, this whole piece is done with lines. So I basically scribble back and forth. It's that style where you like run your hand rapidly around to create form. So this took me like 3 to 4 hours of constant just running my hands back and forth over and over again to create texture, because my subject is fuzzy. My subject is, you know, fluffy, right? It's a red panda. So you just take all the noise, and you can see that I'm not actually making any lines. It's technically a billion lines put together, right? Tons of lines. So there, I got rid of the whole like flat painting and stuff. Yeah, so that's kind of the stuff that I enjoy exploring, much like language.
It's very close to language, if that says anything. So my approach to learning how to do artwork is the same. It's a very similar approach to learning language. I try to find as much angles, as much differences and like similarities between them, and you evaluate the patterns. So how do I capture the essence of this person's style? Like, oh, hey, pointism. Pointism's interesting. Let's take pointism and try to capture the essence. So it's more like a collector of journeying through different experiences as opposed to mastering a specific style. And then after I collect all these styles, much like language, I create my own impression of the language or the style, or however I want to play the game, right? Things like that. And it's a lot of fun. If you're constantly exploring, it just doesn't feel mundane. Like, some people ask me, like, how do you study Japanese for 8 hours every single day and not get bored? It's largely because I'm not doing the same thing, technically. It may look on the surface that I'm doing the same thing every day, but I'm really not. I'm thinking about how to constantly keep it. There's going to be a core. There's going to be a core of things I do. However, that core is always incorporating something that's fresh to keep it from being mundane over time. Yeah, there's so much art movement that you can really on its yeah, it's endless. Art is endless, and so is language. When you learn language, learn another language. Speak a different, you know, make new noises. If you don't want to learn a new language, learn a new accent. Voice acting is an art, right? So if you're tired of sounding like a pep like me, a northeastern, unattractive American accent, learn a southern accent. It will greatly create flex and cause you to be more dynamic, right? So expression is fantastic when you're not bound by rules. It's in my opinion, the last frontier of human expression. It's creativity. So it's awesome. This conversation sounds kind of like what's explained in, yeah, Oshinoko. Yeah, they go really deep into what goes into acting and being an idol. Yeah, basically stuff in the entertainment industry. Indeed. It's less so like, have you seen Shirobako? Shirobako, the one, the anime series that deals with how anime is worked, like the slice of life of an animation artist. It's less about the mechanical dealings of it, but more about the appreciation and the sentimentalism, the creativity and the like the hardship and the feelings of it. So it's fantastic. So these are things that I absolutely enjoy. I know we all need to learn something, and learning the basics, right? The foundations and stuff is fantastic until it's no longer required. As in, once you learn it's super refreshing when you start a new skill, if you work up the barriers for it, right? Like if you overcome the barrier, you're gonna learn a lot of early things, early gains, like going to the gym for the first time. It's gonna feel exhilarating. You're gonna do it for a month or two, but then you need to keep it fresh. And once the core and foundations are acquired, how do you keep yourself motivated? And for me, if I'm a coach, if I'm your life coach, or you've trusted me to be your life coach in some way on the skill, my job is to find something to add to your routine and shuffle it as often as possible so that that person is intuitively acquiring new dynamics to their routine while they're doing their routine, so that it feels like it's always new. So and you're super obsessed with Osho no Ko. Yeah, so obsession is great though. Like passion, self-motivation is great. if they're running loose, like if you're doing something you don't want to do but you still need to do it kind of thing, finding little ways to make your creativity shine in the work you do is art. That's kind of why I love art. It's inexplicable. It's inexplicable other than feeling it out. Yeah, it's a lot of motivation at the beginning, and my way to keep it is to doing it is while doing other hobbies. Yeah. So if you can imbue your other hobbies but not turn your hobbies, I'm not saying turn like I discourage turning people's hobbies into jobs, but if you can take your hobbies and spice up whatever you need to do that is not the most fun, like say a job. Whenever I had to work or do something that I may or may not like, or it becomes gray, I bring all my breadth of hobbies into the job, but not bring my job to the hobbies. So if I'm learning Japanese, what am I going to do? I'm bringing my hobby of art. Like, I like drawing and stuff. So why is kanji so interesting? Wait till October. I've been brainstorming this since the beginning, maybe like since I started learning kanji. I have some fun things to try out in October this year. All my hobbies breathe life back into something that can be mundane or become mundane. When something becomes mundane, inspire yourself to bring your hobby into the otherwise mundane routine. Like right now. Yeah, we're gonna put kanji every day on in October. It's gonna be kanji. We're gonna morph kanji into everything. There's gonna be cyberpunk kanji. There's going to be like post-apocalyptic kanji. There's definitely gonna be like shorthand minimalistic kanji. There's probably gonna be pointism kanji. There's gonna be kanji everywhere. Throw in an ink painting. I've acquired quite a lot of different styles. I think the only style that I can't really do online are resource dependent. I can't like do a 3D render, like a live 3D render of a kanji. I might do a kanji animation. Oh, that would be so much fun. I could do a 2D kanji animation. You know, like create an effect where the kanji reveals itself. Like, for example, if fireworks, off the top of my head, if fireworks is the prompt, I would make the kanji the stroke order. So remind myself what the stroke order is for hanabi, and make it like use sparkler tech. So like the left kanji would be like a sparkler that trails out the strokes, and then I would blast it. I would like blast the second kanji if there's a second kanji and make it like explode, and it just sears onto the piece of paper. So it'd be like a fourth wall break with a sparkler happening, and you can probably do that graphic pretty easily, frame by frame. That's probably what I would do if we got hanabi or fireworks. It'd be so cool. I can't wait. And I get pumped up, but generally I don't want to draw every single day. It'll probably fatigue me because it's a hobby. So I always wait till October for all my ideas to come back around. You miss fireworks? Wait, what do you mean you miss fireworks? Do you not have fireworks in Texas? Indie? But it's really interesting in an art way, like you said, because I've seen a lot of Japanese fan and they're really interesting to deal with. Yeah, you bet I'm gonna draw a dragon. I'm probably gonna draw a dragon. And we're talking about an Eastern dragon, a noodle dragon of some sort. There's going to be noodle dragons in those kanji. Anyways, thanks for listening to my spiel, because it's all connected. I know it sounds so cliche, but it's all connected. You don't go get them to celebrate, and I don't go to fireworks shows anymore. They do happen. Me too, Indy. Me too. However, Indy, do you not live close enough to hear or see fireworks like from where you are? By coincidence, where I live, there's a firework display not like too far away. So from time to time, I will encounter fireworks or hear fireworks. And then there are neighbors here that also set off fireworks from time to time. I'm so sorry, but I have 3 hours of cultural. Good luck tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Paul. It's always a pleasure. You'll have more time to do Duolingo and stay here to talk later. Oh, you'll be on vacation. Ooh, Tuesday? Count on it. Count on it. I look forward. Good luck with your studies. Oh. We can talk about art all the time. Maybe we can integrate Japanese with art sometime. Like talk. Oh, we should collect like vocabulary for describing art. That would be amazing. Kirei. You're probably gonna get kirei eventually. You're gonna get adjectives soon, and a lot of the adjectives can be used cleverly to describe art. But take care, Paul. Thanks for stopping by again. There's a fireworks display at the army base close to me, but I don't hear them. Oh, I see. Take care and have a great stream. Thanks. Yeah, pleasure talking, Paul. Stay invigorated. Stay invigorated. All right, so I finally ended up in a league, Indy. I finally ended up in a league with farmers, man. So I'm gonna do some extra motivation now. This is extra motivation to me. I like people who shove me and push me. So we've got some peeps now. Yeah, I haven't dropped from first place ever. So it's kind of a fun little cute flex. I think this whole leaderboard thing is a very cute flex because I play for the long game most of the time. But yeah, so far 8 number ones, right? And I love that there are 2 people, that this person specifically that is gonna help me, inspire me to want to do even more than usual, for better or for worse. I like it. It's an extra moment. So this guy's like trail is pretty interesting. Obviously yesterday I did my review, so there was no time for yesterday, but we'll see who's more consistent. And this person, by the way, this person started exactly when I did. It's February 2024. So this person has a 55-day streak. I have a 54-day streak. So they started the day before me because I also started on February 2024. This person can only have a streak within the 50s if they started exactly the same day. And they're in the same league. So they placed in 8 times, right? I also placed 8 times at the top 8. So this person is nearly identical to me by 1 day. Isn't that awesome? That's so cool. Only my average score threshold is a lot higher, obviously. The thing that separates this person and me is, you know, double, right? But this person clearly likes Duolingo, and this person is exclusively Japanese using Chinese. Isn't that awesome? Look at that. This person's learning Japanese using Chinese. So that's different, but by coincidence, this person was Chinese. I'm sorry, I'm reading way into this, but this is awesome. This person started 1 day before me, placed in the top 3 all week, score like phenomenally consistent, and they're learning Japanese as well, but they happen to be Chinese. That's so cool. I'm sorry, I'm getting too excited. That makes me want to work through like 3 times as hard this week. We're gonna work even harder this week. is what I'm saying. Yeah, I when I see someone working very hard and I can't know if they're working passionately or anything like that, it invigorates me to do so as well. I don't usually work as hard as I need, like as I want. I typically only work as hard as I need to be. However, if someone else is working harder, just knowing that makes me want to work harder. There are always so many people learning Spanish. Yeah, Duolingo, Duo's flagship is Spanish. So, oh, and I finally got the meme, by the way. Indy, are you familiar with the meme? I didn't realize it was so good. I watched the Duolingo April Fool's ad, and it threw back the meme, and now I finally know what the meme is about Spanish. Like Spanish or Vanish. I actually think the song is great. I understood the song. It felt really great because Spanish or Vanish, all the Spanish that's in the song is like first year Spanish. So I loved it. It's kind of funny about like it's kind of dark. Like it had murder in it. It's like it can kill you if you don't do your like I don't tolerate stupid. Like, I thought it was funny. I thought the lyrics were fantastic. The Spanish lyrics was pretty funny. Anyways, I like Duolingo so much more now because they have a sense of humor too. Like the group, at least the PR group, has a sense of humor. The April Fool's video is fantastic. I didn't even know there was an April Fool's video. It was a Duo on Ice video. Oh, you didn't know the flagship language was Spanish? Yeah. The CEO is Guatemalan. Yeah. So they started with Spanish. That's the flagship. So the most developed course is Spanish. Yeah. And why like all the advertisements, like the early advertisements and stuff, they were largely Spanish, English, Spanish. So like it was appealing. The headquarters now is in the United States. So the CEO and the headquarters are in the United States. And that's where that whole English, Spanish thing. The person is of Guatemalan origin and they moved to the United States to probably acquire English and then do all of that. So, and then naturally English took second place and then now is probably first place because everyone else learns English as opposed to the other way around. But yeah, Spanish is probably the most developed, being the oldest. Not to say that it's a surefire thing because they have different groups working on different groups. Like when they present updates, like for example, I watched the TED Talk, the Duo press conference for 6 months ago for the Asian languages. So Chinese specifically, Chinese and Japanese. That's when they were talking about the kanji sections. So these sections, the integration of the kanji section. Hey, Danny. Hello. So the introduction. Thanks, Danny. So the kanji section was what they're doing, and they had a specific team, like a specific PR team of each sector. So like the Asian sector is probably different from so they have different sections. So naturally, even though the Spanish might be the flagship, it's not guaranteed if they have the most development, but it's a safe assumption. It's a safe presumption that is likely the most developed. Yeah. So we got to get into our lessons, do our kanji, not get D-ranked by my clone, my Chinese clone. Apparently, my Chinese clone's name is Neil. Apparently, Mr. Neil is exactly one off me, and apparently speaks Chinese. All right, so let's finally get into the lesson. Over an hour later. Okay, and we're gonna hop right into kanji after this because we're gonna have the 2x. So it looks like we only unlocked Mokuyobi, Tamako, and Sakana. Sakana and the reuse of and B. So the reuse of Yobi because of Mokuyobi. Do I use textbooks? Mina no Nihongo? No, I do not. I do not use that textbook. If that's the title of the textbook. Is it like everyday Japanese? Mina no Nihongo, everyone's Japanese. Everyday Japanese or everyone's Japanese. Yeah. Mina no Nihongo. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's Japanese, yeah. The only reason is Mina. We didn't get Mina yet in Duolingo, but Minasai and etc. It's very common phrase in anime. All right, let's get into it. I have not used a single textbook yet. I have not used a textbook yet. No textbooks. I don't think I'm going to need any textbooks. However, if someone is like super well versed in that, I might take up some advice from other people in the future. Just to explore what it's like to learn from a textbook. But I don't usually use textbooks anymore. I never watch anime or things like that. I think it's for children, so I don't watch. Okay. Controversial hot take, but understandable for those who do not watch anime. There are videos on YouTube that explore the Genki textbook. Yeah, Genki is a meme in itself for Japanese. Genki. Like, do you like Genki? Well, if you like being demoralized and never learn Japanese, start with Genki. Sorry, that's a Dogen. That's a Dogen skit. It's like, oh, you like Genki textbook? It's like, well, if you like to quit like in the first few weeks, by all means, start with the Genki textbook. I totally get the whole textbook thing. I usually don't start with textbooks. You love Dogen? Yeah. I just looked this up on Duolingo data, an app for course data, and Spanish has 7,400 lessons, 399 stories, 60,000 sentences, and 7,640 words. Yeah. Spanish is the flagship. It's the flagship. But it looks like cartoons, isn't Isn't it made for children? Is it controversial? I don't understand. It's controversial for anyone who enjoys art. Yeah. It is what you said is very controversial for anyone who has a creative aspect to their process. So, if you're one that cannot abstractly understand art expression at an older age, then it would be very controversial to those. I happen to be an art enthusiast, so it's very difficult to communicate the semblance of maturity that's required to appreciate animation beyond its linguistic context or its contextual context. Like, what I mean is, the subject matter can be abstracted from the expression of art, and vice versa, whatnot. So your feelings is contextualizing what drawing is. So if it looks like a cartoon, then it must be associated with some appeal to something. But writing itself, if you've taken out the medium of cartoons, the writing itself is much like language, can be incredibly sophisticated. And if you're into artwork, the expression of artwork can come in many forms. So an adult can create cartoons, and those cartoons is a form of expression. It's kind of like language and how you're using language. They're largely abstractly not objective. It's naturally subjective. So if you think cartoons are for kids or it looks like it's for kids, I respect that. Know that something subjective typically is controversial. What about Japanese? I'm actually kind of curious. But it seems that French has the most stuff. Oh, interesting. 8,300 words, 81. What about Jamie? What about English? So my thought is that the most proliferative courses are the most like secondary language acquisition languages. So I'm guessing French, English, and Spanish. Those are the top 3. And then maybe like since they're introducing Hindi, there's a chance Hindi might have a lot of stuff too. Japanese just happens to be an oddball because of the increase, but I think it generally means it also depends on what language the language is learned from. Those are all high because people learn them from English. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, as in like, no, actually I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying there. I actually think Duolingo picks the high, let's say French from Mandarin or from Japanese. Oh, it counts both. Are you saying that? Wait, I don't understand. The statistics is independent of what language you're learning from. The course itself features those things. Or are you talking about those numbers come from all the different languages? As in like French learning English, Spanish learning English are different lessons. There are more units for English to Spanish than Mandarin to Spanish. Oh, okay. So they're okay, that's not what I'm asking, but are the numbers counting all the lessons from all the languages? Because if it is, my comment still stands. Because you're missing my point, but I'll explain my point in a bit. So those numbers that you just gave us is all the lessons with all the combinations of languages. And they're specifically the number for that target language. So like, for example, French has a high target number because there are a lot of languages using that target language, as in English to French, Spanish to French, Japanese to French, right? The target language has those numbers because there are a lot of people. No, that's specifically, oh, English to those languages. Okay, fair enough. And that's not the comment that I'm going to make about that. So that's interesting. So those numbers are how many lessons are offered to the native speaker. So what are the numbers you gave me? Is it so French likes to learn has the most lessons available to them, and English has the most lessons available to them, probably like third, and Spanish has the most lessons available to Spanish speakers. Is that those numbers? Not quite what me and Indy were talking about, but that's fair enough. Indy and I are talking about the language itself, the target language itself, not the lessons available to the native speaker. But that's an interesting statistic though. So for example, you gave Spanish, so what we know now is Spanish and French. Well, actually, Indy is kind of talking about it. Indy is kind of talking about it. No. Indy is kind of talking about, because Indy was saying there's a lot of Spanish people, right? Indy? Or were you talking about a lot of people learning Spanish? Which one were you talking about? Were you talking about the target language being Spanish? Or the native language? The native language being Spanish? So that there is a little bit of a confusion, and I do get that because I forgot the target language being Spanish. Okay, I see. Yeah, so me and Indy are on the same page, as opposed to the other way around, like how many native lessons are there. So, okay, so basically you're telling me those are if you speak English. Okay, if you speak English, and then Spanish, it has all that stuff, but only if you choose to pick English as a, okay, yeah. The target, when native is English and target is, and you get all that. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's what we were looking for. So if you're a native English and the target is Spanish, and that second comment you meant was French, right? So French has more things for an English speaker than Spanish. That's cool, actually. Holy heck. I should tell Paul that. I'm kind of curious. Okay, I get it now. Nice. And my comment that I was making, I would never have guessed that, to be honest. So my comments, how I would decouple this is, if you look, I know the hustle culture, right? The internet hustle culture. Let's think about the internet hustle culture for a minute. I'm never going to get to these lessons, aren't I? So the internet hustle culture for a moment. Do you know, if you went to Google, what is the most highly recommended oh, so first of all, do you know what is the biggest population on Duolingo when it comes to the number of native speakers? It's actually English, because it's an American platform. So the people who choose, I'm pretty sure it's English. And what I mean by that is, you're not comparing English versus everyone else. You're comparing everyone else from their native available language. They would, if they don't have their available English, like for example, if Norwegian doesn't have a course, right? If Norwegian doesn't have a course for French, right? They would default to English. So when you're learning something, if your available tongue is not available, they would default to English to using the app. So what happens in time is, when you Google, if I know English, what is the lowest barrier for language acquisition? And I know this is not true, like varying and all that, but if you're a hobbyist and you want to get started, what are the 2 languages that are most recommended to an English person? And actually, it's more French. So queue it up, look for your tier lists, or like the categorical, like the body of organization. Yeah, it's these 2, but it's actually French. French slightly outpaces Spanish. It's not German, but it's French. So naturally, these 2, if the population, I would only add German there if you're looking for a language in terms of similarity. Yes. So when they talked about, you know, I know you're not supposed to take it with a grain of salt. So as a learner, you have to take these things with a grain of salt. I chose Japanese, right? I obviously didn't follow the advice because I wasn't looking for, I actually chose a category 5 language according to the officials. So category 5, it goes up in category. So category 5 is the lowest, is the hardest, or like the less desirable category if you're looking for ease, right? French is at the top of category 1, competing with Spanish, and I think German's actually category 2 because of grammatical dissonance overall. So French, that's probably why. Yeah, so that's probably why, is what I'm saying. So a lot of things would fit in the sense that Duo, we have to remember that Duo is a company, right? And it has to cater to the highest statistical frequency. So the highest statistical frequency would be where they develop and focus their priority. So I'm not kind of surprised, and I'm not saying this is the reason, because I don't actually know the reason. The idea is it fits very nicely from what I've heard or what I've read by the officials, those people who know more than I do. And for English, French and Spanish is at the top of category 1. And if we understand the user base, they don't usually offer, they're not able to offer native speakers courses in their native tongue, like every native speaker, right? So what happens is, if you don't have things like Norwegian, you have to default to English. So naturally, it's very highly likely that the biggest pool of people who are using Duolingo tends to default to English. If not, sometimes you have German and French people who say, well, I want to use English to learn the other language. So even those pools of people would filter to English. Not to say that English has the most developed lessons or the most appropriate, but it's Duolingo, it's a company, so they would go where the statistics tell them to go, right? And meanwhile, like, doing other projects, but that's probably why I would say I'm not surprised it's French. But that's really cool, and that's a lot of lessons. I don't know, I that sounds crazy. We're gonna hit Spanish though. Spanish is technically my second language, really, or my third language. I don't know what you call it. It's my second formal language outside of English, and I like Spanish quite a lot. So Spanish or vanish, guys. Spanish or vanish. Anyways, now I can finally get into get into the lesson. Thank you, Jamie. Like, it's fun. I love discussing this stuff. Remember, it's not the priority of learning Spanish. It's the priority of appreciating language learning, right? Much like art and stuff. I'm more than welcome to give up Japanese fluency to be able to talk to other people about language. Yeah, 100%. It's all supposed to be fun. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, technically I learned Spanish in high school, so that came before Japanese, but I'm further in Japanese now. Agreed. If I had to categorize how much Spanish I know, right now I'm very close. I'm very close to knowing more Japanese than I know Spanish now. And you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal. It's like, well, I spent 4 years in Spanish. So it's been a very long time. Although when I review it, you know, when we get to Spanish, which has all the lessons, I'm probably going to blitz through the Spanish lessons. Like early on, it's going to be like a really fast blitz through Spanish, because my foundations are probably still there. It requires some stimuli. But I did spend 4 years in Spanish, and I still hear people who use Spanish around me. So maybe Mandarin is gonna probably slap me in the face, for sure, because I'm gonna keep making mistakes, or not mistakes, but I'm gonna keep making weaving in and out of mixing up Cantonese with Fujonese while learning Mandarin. Understand that? Oh, you resonate with that, Hank? You took 4 years of Latin in high school, but that was over 30 years ago. Yeah, for me, Spanish was over 17 years ago. Yeah, Spanish is over 17 years ago. Yeah. So the only Spanish I know now is when they're swearing at me and asking me if I'm a virgin, and calling my mom names, and then calling me stupid because I have no skill. That's usually the Spanish I have. If you're curious, what context would that happen is if you play a video game and if it's a multiplayer game, lots of times Spanish people curse you out. Or like, hey, what's up? What's up, my friends? Like, do you have mom issues? That's the Spanish that I have. It's universal, guys. When you beat someone in a PvP game, even though like you weren't really, you just wanted to play the game, it happens. I mean, English is common day, so if they're not cursing your name and being upset about how their pride was hurt and all that in English, then they're probably doing it either in Spanish, in my opinion, in my region. So the regions that I play in, because I'm part of the NA region, right? It's either in Brazilian Portuguese, Spanish, weirdly enough, Italian, or French. Those are the 4 languages that I get yelled at all the time. If I'm ever playing like a live service game that's international, those are the 4 languages that I typically, if it's not English. So you kind of get used to it. You pick up all the patterns of the way people say things. There are pocket communities of Italians spoken in lots of Latin Americans. Oh, interesting. Latin American countries. So that's not too surprising. Oh, that explains a lot. Yeah, Jamie, that actually checks out because of time zone, right? Because I play in a very specific time zone as well. So it's like Western, it's usually Western hemisphere. And that makes sense. That definitely checks out. Yeah. Those are the languages that I get yelled at all the time. Yeah, same with French. And don't forget Canada, right? Canada is also part of the same region. So there's French Canadians as well. So you encounter a lot of people that badmouth you in French. I heard that Spanish and Japanese are very close in how they pronounce, so it's easier. That's what I heard too. And so far, statistically, most people agree with that. Yeah. The 5 simple vowels are very pleasant. And my 4 years of Spanish, the only time I felt that I was using my Spanish is because I'm learning Japanese. So this is the first time my Spanish is coming back to me. So what I mean is, I love the Spanish sound and the like the pronunciation side, and learning Japanese has reminded me of all the Spanish stuff. It's one thing that I brought up a couple times already, like the de, like, you know, de ru de do is a slightly simplified version of Spanish's R's, for example. So I've talked about this a couple times where it's almost natural because I learned Spanish and I like the tip thing going. And then the, you know, a e i o u, which is the order, the Spanish order, a e i o u, as opposed to, I'm still not used to the Japanese order, the a i u e o, right? A i u e o is still the same. A i u e o, right? And Spanish uses the same ones, and you built upon all that. Occasionally my Americanism slips in, though, because someone already pointed out that I say instead of sometimes, and that's where Jamie is going, where English has 19 vowel sounds, right? So and and e, and e, and gets back and forth, and then you have like the o and o and o and stuff. So I think Spanish, I definitely feel like leaning back into Spanish from Japanese is going to be interesting, very interesting. All right, now we really got to start doing lessons. Well, here's the thing about English vowel though. English vowels, I still think if you say like con instead of can, right? Con instead of can, you're still fine nowadays, because the vowel sounds have become so flexible. I know this is diminishing the whole English thing again. It's one of the things about English that I actually think would be so much more positive if it was embraced. So things like the and a, nah, just go with it. If you're saying can, or kun, that's fine. Just go with it. I don't know, you know, you're fine. Or like what is it? eBay instead of eBay. I mean, they probably still think that you're saying eBay. or like a kike instead of a cake. Ah, you're fine. You're fine. You can't do that. Pecan and pecan. Oh, pecan and bacon. Oh no, dude, bacon. I heard it once. Okay, I heard bacon instead of pecan. I've heard bacon once. Okay. I've heard bacon or pecan versus pecan. Oh no. You can do. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu. If you're gonna ask me, daijoubu. All right. Always. It's not. No. It's not sumimasen. It's daijoubu. Okay. At least from me, personally. I actually find it it's entertaining for me to find out how to say different things in different vowel sounds. It helps me practice my vowel sounds. But pecan and pecan are great ones. Or pecan or pecan or pecan, pecan, and then you have pecan, and pecan. It's fine. It sounds like it's not. I say pecan. Oh yeah, I don't say pecan or pecan. Oh my gosh, there's pecan too. Oh my gosh, dude. So ANs have contextualized eyes, so it can be pecan. I've heard pecan before too, and not puckin though. There's no puckin, but there's definitely pecan, as in in, and then the an becomes an in because it's contextualized in. Which, by the way, okay. One last thing. I love talking about these things. So you guys picked a really interesting one, right? Because if you pick up pecan, right? In Japanese, I don't know if you guys know, but in Japanese, this actually does something very similar with English. So in Japanese, there's a similar phenomenon with So that sound is dependent on the context of the syllable before it. And in English, that can happen. And not to the extent of Japanese, but can change to in on. So it can extend vowels. It can become instead of So it's very dependent. And in English, it actually sometimes changed the entire vowel. So the entire vowel actually changes. It can get nasalier too. So as well. Or actually, sorry, I read that out of context. Yeah, being online for so long has absolutely butchered the way I speak English, because it's just a mix of everywhere now. Yeah, it's pretty much a mix of everywhere. Also, fun fact, Portuguese from Portugal has 7 vowels, while Brazil has 12. Oh, that explains a lot, actually. I've heard Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese. I always say Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese, but a lot of people say Brazilian instead of Portuguese, and definitely can hear. You can hear distinctively all the new vowel sounds, like the other vowel sounds in Brazilian Portuguese. Boil and boil. Oof. Wait, what is boil? Oh, boil. Oh, in New Zealand. I mean, sorry, not New Zealand. New Orleans. Boil, boil, burl, hurl, like burl. Yeah, burl, as in hurl. Oh, harbor, yeah, harbor, harbor, like hard boil. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh my gosh, this is so good. I can talk about this for days. But here's the thing. So, remember that in English, right? The at any like this thing, it can change the vowel before it. So pecan, a lot of times, if you're talking about pecan, right? If you're talking about pecan, like this, it can also be pecan. And it's more like pecan, this pecan. And then there's pecan, of course. We have pecan, right? Pecan. But it can end up being pecan, which that happens a lot in things. What's another great example of ANs? ANs becoming INs. Oh man, I can't think of a good example. Pecan is a great example. So, yeah, I don't do these naturally, so it's a way harder for me to come up with examples. Like pen. Pen is a good one. Pen, because of diphthong, is because of diphthong. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a. It's the vowel before it can change. Pen as opposed to pen. Pen. Right. So pen as a pen. So any vowel that has like certain modifiers, they can end up being more natural to have like a slide. And I don't know how people do that. Pen is, or like pencil versus pencil versus pencil. Pencil. Like I can't do any of that naturally. It doesn't work for me. I don't know how to do that. Recently I learned that somewhere in the world, Gem and Jim, yes. Oh my gosh, heckin' Gem and Jim. Oh my goodness, it's because of this. It's the and right? And Japanese people do this too. Japanese people actually do this too, where the vowel before it can affect and when it's following and which is the same thing that I've noticed with uns. What's a good example? Like Kaishain, right? Kaishain is fine. Kaishain, office worker. But then you have like gyudon, right? Gyudon. So it's on as in the extension of o in front. So the thing that we just learned today, like gyudon. Yeah, tempura. So it becomes a So this is still an but is like as opposed to So it's never an and English does this too. Whenever there's like an M or an N somewhere, there's a flex in the the syllable before it. So you have lots of things like when there's a diphthong in English, it kind of stays the same. I think this is a good counter example to English, and English doesn't really have fixed rules for these things, but like chain, right? Chain, there's no other way because there's already a diphthong locked in my opinion. Chain, as opposed to, what's another way to say chain? So if you restrict, if you add more like diphthongs to it, chain, yeah. I don't think it's like chine. No, you can't get away with chine. If you lock it in, it's not too bad. So what's another lock-in? Chair. Chair. It can't be like char. Oh yeah, well actually it can't. Think about it, because it's an R. You can drop the R. Oh my gosh, I freaking... We need to do English sometime. We really need to do English sometime. I want to revisit English. Because it can be char. With a char. Char without like you're trying to chair. Yeah, you can do like cha by dropping the R. Oh man, that sounds weird too. Oh, okay. Anyways. Sorry. We'll talk about English in the future. I love this thing that learning Japanese is making me think of so many things right now. When I'm in a stream of Japanese people learning English, I've gotten better at just describing things phonetically. I love studying that sort of thing. Yeah. Man, it's so fascinating. You can say chair. Oh, cheer. Oh, cheer. Yeah, true, technically. Chair. Chair. As opposed to... Oh. I don't even... like some you can... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know what? Here, one last thing just to make it fun about Japanese, like it related to Japanese. If you want to get like, this is a fun thing. If you want to get someone like, I thought this was really funny. So this kana right here, this kana, right, is ka, right? Ka. And sometimes Americans would say ka, right? Or k. And then they also say ka, right? However, in British English, if you just tell them this kana is this word, then you get ka. But you won't get ka if you talk to an American. You would get car. Well, actually, I maybe Bostonian. You might get ka, or mid-Atlantic accent. You get ka. Yeah. So katakana, yeah, katakana or katakana. Yeah, I tried that. I tried to Americanize Japanese, and the two people that were listening said it was pretty much cursed because someone said that I say ka sometimes, like kusa, right? In kusa, like kusa instead of kusa. So I spent like 2 or 3 hours saying like, what happens if I change all the to because largely doesn't exist in Japanese, so you don't need to worry about right? So if you say katakana, man, there are some Japanese people who want to light me on fire right now. But katakana is katakana. Yeah, so kana, kana Kanta, Kante, 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 Kan, na, Kante, can, na, or K, can, te, can, na. I can't even do it. Sorry. Anyways, all right. We're really going to start now. We're definitely going to start now. I wrote in my notes that kana is ka. Yeah, kana. So katakana, hirakana. So if a lot of times na like requires that you drop, like you drop down. I don't know how to describe it because I'm not a linguist, but you drop your like volume in the back of your throat to get So if you keep it really neutral, you still get katakana. Even though if you tried to say the if you keep it less down and neutral, you still get hirakana and katakana, as opposed to katakana and hiragana. Katakana and hiragana. I think it sounds cool. I'm just saying. Just thought I'd say that. I think it's pretty cool. Go around and just change all your us to us and say, hey, your katakana is really good. How's my hiragana? Because Duolingo says it's a sharp like top, or hiragana. You missed one. You missed one. Is hiragana. It's almost like you had too many drinks. In my opinion, if you have too many drinks. If you have too many drinks in Japan, in Japanese, and you're a foreign language speaker and you happen to be a native English speaker, you're probably gonna say hiragana. Hiragana. Or you could even say hiragana. Hiragana. And then every Japanese person is gonna kick you out. All the Japanese people are gonna kick you out of their country. Hiragana. Yikes. Anyways. Okay, enough that. I'm sorry. Sumimasen. Nihonjin. No, wait. What is this? Sumimasen. Mina no Nihonjin? Nihonjin hito? No hito? No, I don't need no hito. Nihonjin works. Yeah, right? Sumimasen, mina no Nihonjin. All right. All right, let's actually do the lesson now. No more fooling. It's time to go back to the lesson. What kind of soy sauce is this? I so despise this phrase. All right. We have to talk about this phrasing. I know that's how you would get to to a close translation of what they're saying, but man, does this phrasing hurt my soul in English. What kind of soy sauce is this? This phrasing, like, so the interpretive, if you're interpreting this, right? If you're interpreting this, it's not going to help with your Japanese though. It's not going to help with your Japanese. Is this soy sauce? That's the colloquial. Is this soy sauce, as opposed to what kind of soy sauce? But the problem is it doesn't help with kind, right? It's trying to teach you don na, right? It's trying to teach you don na, as opposed to saying, is this soy sauce? So if you were like super interpreting English, the sentiment is is this soy sauce? Or you could say, you probably can just get away with what kind of soy sauce and then drop the is this, but that doesn't help you with this, right? Is this, because it's lost as well. So so many reasons why this phrasing is weird, and I think it's serviceable. I don't, hopefully Japanese, in my opinion, if a Japanese person see this phrase if a Japanese person see this phrase, I don't necessarily think that's what English people are trying. They're not going to hear this phrase if they teach this phrase to Japanese people, in my opinion. Not too much. So perhaps they don't. I was thinking of which versus what, but maybe that's just in English. Which kind of soy sauce is this? Oh, that's fair too. Which kind of soy sauce? There's a Japanese phrase for this, right? No. Or are they equivalent? Is dona equivalent to what and which? I think it is, isn't it? Oh my gosh, I just said isn't it again. Yaho. Oh, Yaho. Wait, Yahoo? Yahoo? Are you saying hello, Lotus? What are you doing? Do desu ka? Oh, you're just saying hello. It's Yahoo. Oh, that's actually really cute. Wait, do people actually use that phrase too often? Yahoo. I like it. It's very cute. Yeah, I think it's because it's translated like that. Okay, I see. Fair enough. My issue is this. Like the phrase of using a demonstrative in this context is awkward. It's awkward. So oftentimes demonstratives are moved to the front and say instead, but then I don't know what to do with kind. I don't know what kind. So I obviously I'm saying it sounds weird, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know how to express it in any other way. And what I mean by that is, in English, I don't ask questions in this format, and that's kind of weird, and it shows that I have a lack of understanding. It sounds okay. Like, what kind of soy sauce is this? Yeah, after a while it sounds similar. Oh, it's super casual. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty all right, Lotus. We kind of spiraled into an entire gigantic tangent and got zero. I'm starting our first lesson. This is literally our first prompt in 2 hours. Can't you just imagine how much fun we had in the last 2 hours if this was the case? How are you doing, Lotus? It's Monday, so I imagine you're working. Okay, let's do this anyways. What about what kind of mustard is this? What kind of mustard is this? I think it's normal coming from everyone else, Danny. I think it's normal coming from everyone else. I don't know if I ask the question like that. But I totally get it. Like, what I mean is, I would remove this. A lot of times. Like, so what kind of mustard? What kind of soy sauce? But I get it. When you're like asking, you want to ask a question and you're pointing to something, right? You're pointing something. Is this is probably what you would use, or is that, right? What is that? And what are those? So I totally get it. And I just don't often hear myself saying that. Maybe what is this kind of mustard? Oh, Oh, that's a good one. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's kind of weird too. I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. It's not weird. I'm weird. Yeah. Oh, I'm weird. Oh, and the reason why this is weird in Japanese is because you flip it. In Japanese, you have to flip it. It's one of the weird phrasings that you have to flip in Japanese. So,
これ
kore
は
wa
どんな
dona dona
醤油
shoyu
で
desu
か
ka? So you have to flip it. It's this is what kind what basically what you did. This is what kind soy sauce is it? Like sorry, this what kind soy sauce is it? That's how the phrasing goes. So you actually flip to this is equivalent to what kind of soy sauce is it, as opposed to what this English phrasing is suggesting is you're talking about the soy sauce is what this is. So you flip the order. And a lot of times you don't need to do that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah.
これはどんな醤油ですか?
And it trips me up all the time. Alright. A 3-hour meeting with the owner of your company. Were there bathroom breaks? I'm actually kind of curious. Are you like on good terms with your owner? Like, are you buddies with your owner? All I can imagine is a bunch of people sitting around and having a laugh and gag, and then being serious but still have like a laugh, you know, occasionally buddy, you know. Although that's kind of how lab meetings are back in my day. But is it tense? Is it tense? Oh, one last thing. What do you guys think? This is it's a rhetorical question. It's rhetorical, okay? Or it's rhetoric. Don't answer, or maybe you can chime and say something out into space, but I'm not looking for an answer for this. What do you guys think about the whole idea that emojis are now English, or strongly considered English punctuation? In my opinion. Okay? I'll let that steep. Just think about it. Think about what English punctuation is. And then think about what emoji is. Because the reason I ask is because Lotus uses emojis for punctuation. I'll let you guys stoop on that idea. It's an interesting relationship. I get to joke, but there's definitely a power relationship there. Oh, okay. Okay. So he gets to make more jokes than... Okay. Fair enough, Lotus. I think emojis are awesome for the English language, and we're desperately... Yeah. In case you're wondering, in English, there were punctuations. There were more punctuations than question marks and periods. I'll let you figure out what they are. Like, for example, I'll give you, there's one for suspicion or suspicious, and they just didn't caught on. So the punctuations, right? There were 2 or 3 experimental punctuations. They didn't catch on. So we generally, when it comes to emojis at the end of a sentence, like sus or the skull one, you know, I forgot what the skull one is, or sweating or nervousness, that it's operating in the same way we use question marks and periods. So gather your feelings. Gather your feelings. If everyone that is interpreted differently between, oh yeah, the ellipses. Yeah, the ellipses or ellipsis, however you want to pronounce it. I say ellipses, but ellipsis. Yeah, ellipsis. Oh, that's still not as solid as question marks and periods, but this one's get a lot of flack too. So now emojis are replacing punctuations. So in fact, it's to the point where people, since they don't put question marks and periods at the end of their sentences, they're getting supplanted now by emojis. So emojis are effectively taking place of the end punctuations of sentences. So in a way, the English language, at least online, the English language, I don't know about other languages, right? The English language is getting an extra level of punctuation at the end because there was an absent. So when someone thinks about things, they replace the question mark with an emoji, like a sus. It's more detailed than a question mark. Is it a sus? Is it a genuine curiosity? So that's kind of the fun evolution of, and remember, you might be thinking, well, that's not kind of a written language. It's like, it is a written language. A lot of times you guys are kanjiing. Get it? Conjuring. Sorry, I had to throw in a dad joke. I had that one in my pocket a little bit. So you are kanjiing your emojis. Because you are right. A lot of you are writing the emojis in Romaji, more or less. So a lot of people who like either tab completes or actually write Romaji, use Roman characters to kanjify your emojis. So it is effectively a language. Now, it's a written language. Not only is it pictorial, but it is also inputted as a language. And you're using English. Too many rabbit holes. Do you know emoji is a Japanese word? Yes. Yep. Except for the E part. Yeah. And guess what? More rabbit holes. So, moji, right? Moji is a Japanese word. And, you know, the origins of emoji uses A6 things, right? And A6 is predicated on English use first, right? And this E would naturally be the katakana equivalent of E. So it would still come up with E instead of emoji. So this is English still, but it's also Japanese. Like, there's so many things. Like, it just keeps going. It keeps going. We can't start this, or else I'm never going to finish. Oh, and for painting? Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh. And I know this from Duolingo. It's painting or like a picture. Oh my gosh. Heckin' picture for emoji. Oh no. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Like you can interpret this as or electronic, right? Or electronic, but electronic is more like den. Oh my gosh. Let's just stop. There's too many coincidences. It's fine. Like I don't. We're never. We're just gonna stop there. No more thinking. Everyone back in their closets. Everyone go back in their closets, so I can actually learn some Japanese today. Okay. これはどんな醤油ですか? What? Here we go. What kind of soy sauce is this? I'm gonna normalize this. I'm totally gonna normalize this. Right now, the thing that I keep normalizing is freaking isn't it. I keep saying isn't it so often now. And then I say it now, isn't it, more than I say is it. So usually I use the affirmative, right? But now I'm becoming, my English is becoming Japanified too. So when someone says something like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, isn't it? Like, usually I would say, oh, that's interesting. Or like, is it? Oh, is it? As opposed to isn't it. So now I've been using isn't it for way too much because I keep thinking desu ne, and every time I say desu ne in my head it comes out isn't it. Duolingo.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょう。
一緒 wait
一緒に
一緒にスーパーに
行き
行きましょう。Let's go to the supermarket together. I love these phrases. I think isho is one of my favorite words to this date. Now, obviously, usually my favorite words are the most recent verbs because they are the freshest and not most novel. But isho ni super ni ikimashou. Let's go to the supermarket together. Or do we say let's? We should. I'd say we should go to the supermarket together. Sorry.
一緒にスーパーに行きましょう。
We should go to the supermarket together. With an exclamation mark.
このソースを使いましょう。
このsauce. Every time I say sauce. Sorry, there's an inside joke about sauce. I know someone for a very long time, and they absolutely despise sauces. And every time I hear the word sausu, now I think about all our conversations, our 4+ years of conversations regarding about sauces. So, kono sauce o tsukurimashou. Oh no, tsukaimashou. This is the new one. Tsukaimashou, which is we should use this sauce.
一緒にレストランに行きましょう。
Okay. Although this unit is very, very low key, it's like super low key. The sentence structures aren't complex yet.
一緒にレストランに行きましょう。に行きましょう。
もっと醤油を使いましょう。
Moto. Oh, I forgot about moto. More. Today, yeah. Moto. moto. Shoyu. Shoyu. Oh. Tsukaimashou. Gotta get used to that. We should use more soy sauce. Okay.
今晩何を作りましょうか？
If they introduce the word butter, I'm totally gonna say more butter. Moto butter. Moto garlic. Wait, when are we gonna get the word garlic? Moto garlic. You know, moto garlic. Over and over again.
今晩何を作りましょうか？今晩何を作りましょう。
What should we make? This evening. What should we make this evening?
ソースを作りましょうか。
ソースを作りましょうか。作りましょうか。ソースを作りましょうか。Should we make sauce?
塩を使いましょう。
塩 salt
塩を使いましょう。
使いましょう。We should use salt. People, don't forget to salt your food. I know sodium intake is very, very hard these days. It's tough, but please, if you're cooking, don't forget to season your food. It'll breathe life. Why eat something and not enjoy it, right? If you have to eat already, try to enjoy. Moderation. Oh, I totally forgot the word though. Demo. Oh, I totally forgot about demo. Okay. That's another element. So we're up to like 17 or 18 vocabulary from yesterday. I missed 2. Demo and moto. So, sakana ga suki desu. Or demo, demo sakana ga suki desu. Okay, I also have a bone to pick with this phrasing. Usually I use interjections in the beginning to connect the previous thought. So usually in response, I would say, though I like fish. Right? And if you use though I like fish, which you can, by the way, in Duo, they use transitive phrases or like transitive words in both beginning and end. Because the reason why I say this, but I like fish, yeah. So you're saying, but I like fish, right? Or also. Well, you can like, because this is confusing, because in English, if you say though, you can accidentally say also. You know what I mean? Which I am interpreting demo, right? Demo in anime is referring to contradiction, right? Right? And then you get stuck with mo. Whoops, sorry, I said mu. So you get stuck with mo. Yeah. Well, so the thing here is, the expression here is also you get mo, but in English, when you say though, you get also and but. Right? And then you need the context of that to know if it's also but, right? However, if someone says, oh, also I like fish. And if the person is going to say, though I like fish, are they going to go for mo or are they going to go for demo? I think you're right about demo being a contradiction word. Yeah, so I agree with most of the feelings, especially in anime. When they start with demo, etc. And it often comes off as, yeah, as opposed to though. You almost, you know what's funny about though? Since we use this too much, or like we used to use this like in terms of English to be contradictory, this isn't even the phrase anymore. It's TBH. That's what most people use now. It's TBH. To be honest, I like fish. To be honest, you know, and the funny thing is, this is both but and also at the same time. So instead of having to the concern about whether it's also or but, it's TBH. Like, trust me, bro. It's you know, just trust me. It can be anything because of TBH. It's hilarious. Sorry. TBH is so overused like now. TBH is all over the place. Like, well, to be fair, and then it has permutations. Don't forget, there's no TBF. It's always to be fair, in my opinion. Well, most people say out to be fair, but even though they mean TBH. So they don't say TBH, like literally TBH in a conversation. They would use to be fair. I think this was taught before with something in front, but now Duolingo teaches like this. Oh, interesting. Does the meaning change? I like fish though. You know what this feels like? Why it feels weird? It feels like ending with a preposition. To me. It's like, there's more. When someone says, I like fish though. Though what? Is the first feeling I have. Like, I like fish though. Go on. What? Like, I need more. So oftentimes I have though in the front. That's why I said you were right about, yeah, like, it's weird. And you know why? I don't understand this. I don't quite understand this change, because if you place this in the front, right? If you place this in the front, it will help you remember the structure, if you know what I mean. So
demo.
You put demo in the front yeah, that's what the phrasing says to me, instead of it sounding like whining. I like fish though. Yeah, true. What'd you call it? If they left it in the front, it's easy to remember. It's also transferable because it's demo. Demo sakana. Sakana ga suki desu. Right? So weird. It's so weird. I'm sorry. I'm thinking too much. Let's keep going. In that very specific case, it feels more natural speaking Japanese than it is to read that sentence. I like fish though. Nah. I like demo. Demo in the front. We need a Q&A with someone on the dual Japanese script. I know, right? We need a Q&A. I wish they would do Q&A. You know, they have a representative or a community manager and they like do Q&A. Although there's a big asterisk. There are so many people that dislike Duolingo, like with a passion, and emotionally distraught people. I can see why they don't. If you know what I mean. I would never, like, while I like it, the idea, I fear for the person. Like, they would need a very special person, like a really exceptionally special person to handle that type of thing. Largely due to the increasingly, how I say, it's not malicious, but animosity. Is that the same thing? The growing animosity towards Duolingo, right? So I would love it, but anyways. I don't like meat, but I like fish. Wait, are you telling me that, or indeed, are you saying you don't like meat, but you like fish? Like literally, or though I like? Oh, are you giving me an example of though I like fish as opposed to but, like, though I like fish, but I like fish. So I don't like meat, though I like fish. Example sense. Okay. Yeah. Yep, exactly. It's a though, right? What though is doing is it's conditional, right? It's being used as a conditional. And I rarely ever hear people use this anymore, like using though as a conditional. Besides the word but, with 3 T's, big butts. I'm a fan of big butts, with 3 T's, not that butt, but butt. You know, butt. It's offering, it's more of a conjunction, is what I'm saying. They're using though as a conjunction, as opposed to... Yeah, see, I say as opposed to. weirdly enough. De da sore sore. Wait, I don't understand. Why are you saying sore with the dot dot dot? What does that mean? Oh, I can't think of how to say however right now. Sore. Oh, is that? I believe it was taught with however. Oh, okay. However, so sore is it's sore something. Oh. Isn't it just sorewa? Oh, however is Kedo. Kedo? Kedo. Oh, yes. Yes, kedo. Yes. I've heard that. And shigashi? Oh, shigashi. I've not familiar. So that's how something else? I don't understand. And sore something. Okay, okay. Are you Gashi is however. Okay. Gashi does also work at the beginning of the sentence. Okay, so shigashi works as a transitional word. So things like I like fish, right? However, shikashi, I don't eat meat. I know. I'm just using the things from this unit. I know how that sounds. Just don't at me with context right now, okay? So it's using it's a transition word, right? At the beginning. Fair enough. And I think of though the same way. So demo. I think of it as a transition word. That deals with contradiction. So contradiction transitional word. Which I use a lot. For sure. For example is a great transitional phrase. For example, fortunately, I enjoy this. Coincidentally, this is fantastic. However, this might spark some interest. I use transitional words a lot to create flow, right? In English, if you want an indicator, if you are looking for an indicator who is exceptional, in my opinion, for me, when I hear someone have great flow to their conversations, one of the things is using transitional words. Transitional words as they're creating new ideas. For example, in this instance, however, fortunately, wow, that is fascinating for the very following reasons. There are a lot of transitional phrases in English, and it keeps the flow going. And then you can direct the flow backwards and forward. Like, all right, let's bring it back to the beginning. Before we get too far ahead, let's review what we are saying, right? Before we get back, that's a transitional phrase. That's a long prepositional phrase, right? So lots of great things like that. Anyways, and Duo, we already know that Duo doesn't do long conversations, so we're exploring what happens if it's in a long conversation. Like if demo is used in a longer conversation. It's one of the weaknesses or the lacking of design, right? They don't use long conversations. Not yet, anyways, for up to this point. So, good talk, guys. Excellent.
一緒に
レストランに行きましょう。Although Lily is very unenthusiastic. Lily is incredibly unenthusiastic. What kind of fish is this?
これ
これ
は
は
魚。
魚. I'm probably not going to forget this phrase from now on because I talked about it so much with you guys. これは魚ですか? Wait. If I even remember what the rest of the phrase is. Wait. Oh, dona. I forgot dona.
どんな
Dona. これはどんな魚ですか? Alright. Alright, we're doing kanji. Let's go. I don't want to get demoted. I'm just kidding. Alright. Let's go. Mokuyobi. Mokuyobi, sorry. Mokuyobi. I said maku. Mokuyobi.
木曜日。木曜日。
Okay. Tree.
木曜日。
It's tree day, right? Tree day.
木曜日
It's also the right hand kanji
Mokuyobi.
of yasumimasu or yasumi
木曜日
technically.
木曜日木曜日
You can find this stroke pattern in a lot of places
Mokuyobi.
actually. It's a very common stroke
Mokuyobi.
pattern so far.
木曜日。
Whoops.
木曜日
木曜日
Kanji time. All right. You have to do 2 mokuyobis and then we get tamako.
木曜日。
Okay. Hush everyone. I'm doing my kanji. I don't need storage locker thoughts, okay? While I'm enjoying my kanji.
木曜日。木曜日。
I didn't get tree
木
yet.
曜日
It's kind of weird, but I didn't get
木
tree
曜
yet.
日木曜日木曜日木曜日
All right.
Get more with Super Duolingo. Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Hey, it's a new advertisement. Sorry, I haven't seen that ad before.
卵。
Tamago.
卵。
Oh my gosh, this one's cursed. Why? Why is Tamago so trolly?
卵
What the heck? Dude. Tamago is so
Tamago.
trolly. What the? What is this?
卵
Oh my gosh, that's so
Tamago.
cursed. I thought it looked cursed, but now it actually is cursed.
卵卵
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Oh my gosh. It's so cursed.
卵
What is this?
卵。
卵
It's so cursed.
卵
Oh my gosh, it's one that okay.
卵
Oh my gosh. It looks cool at AF. It's so cursed. Come on. What is that? I don't mean that it doesn't look cool. I'm talking about I'm talking about the writing is so cursed.
卵。土曜日。金。木曜。木曜。
Don't at me, Blue. You take that.
卵。金曜日。
Haha. Oops.
母。
Why did I click on that? 月曜日。Whoops.
月曜日、木曜木曜日、木曜
Don't what I mean.
卵、木
You
曜
know
日、
what I mean. What'd you say?
木曜日、木曜日
日
曜日、
曜日。
土曜日、木曜日、卵、
卵。
卵、卵、本、日曜日、卵、土曜日、木曜日。
Dang it. I didn't say it in time. I'm doing something different with that. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm doing steady cadence and clicking on them, and I'm saying them in synchrony to see if I can pick up anything. That's interesting.
木曜日、卵、金曜日、母、木曜日、日、
Tamago. Pause it though. Tamago has an alternative spelling. I hate you. Get out of there.
Yasumi.
I'm kidding. Oh,
木曜日、
wait, why did they... Oh, they did connect it. They connected Yasumi to Mokuyobi.
木、
So they did
Yo,
account for
the-
that. I like this. Yeah. So they accounted,
やす、
yeah, Yasumi
Ni.
with Mokuyobi because
Yasumi.
of because of the right hand piece of the
木曜
kanji.
日、木曜日、
Nice.
Yasumimasu.
Yasumimasu. I think Duolingo is really good at this stuff. Duolingo is very good at this stuff, where they constantly reuse and pay attention to the elements that may be overlapped or confused.
木曜日、900、
Their new changes to the kanji section
買います。
is overall a win in my opinion.
話しま、
Hanashimasu.
木曜日、
休みます。木、休みます。
4つ。
4つ、
4つ。
木曜日。休み、
Oops. 500。2つ。
2つ、
休みます。
木曜日。4つ、休み、200、2つ、
木曜日。
Alright.
木曜、
木曜日。
木曜日、
木曜日。
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 木曜日、木曜日、
木曜日、
木曜日。
卵、
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 卵。
卵。
卵、
Oops.
卵。
卵
It's kind of turned a little.
金曜木曜
木曜日
木曜日
木曜日木曜日
木曜日
木曜日
木曜日木曜日
木曜日
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
It's a little too high.
Get more with Super Dual.
All right, I saw that. Okay, you need to calm down.
卵
Not yet. I saw it once. Okay.
卵
Okay.
卵
卵
卵
卵
Oh, that sucked.
卵
卵
卵
Okay. I think we're almost at the end of 15
木曜
minutes.
木曜日
木曜日
木曜日木曜日
Imagine learning tree indirectly.
木曜日
木曜日
木曜日木曜日
木曜日
水
Oh, that's so weird.
木曜日
Oh, okay. This is different. What the heck?
木曜
Huh.
水
How is Mizu
水
related to Mokuyobi?
木曜日
Interesting.
木曜
I guess it kinda.
千200
200
木曜日水
水
母
haha.
木曜日
Interesting.
水
So they related
水
Mizu with. I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. From a distance.
水
Mizu
700
700.
木曜日
私
私
卵
卵
卵
水
900木曜日父
Oops.
父水7
Interesting.
木曜日
卵
Okay.
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
卵
Hmm. It's not
卵
extended far enough. Hmm. My incline is still too high. Okay.
月曜
Getsuyobi and Mokuyobi.
木曜
Yeah. Gotta get used to that too. Sure.
木曜日
Mokuyobi. Ah. Getsuyobi.
月曜日
Doyobi.
金曜日
Kinyobi.
日曜日
Nichiyobi. There are 5 that we have now.
木曜
月曜日
Oh, I'm like, what? Okay. Yo.
月
Getsu.
曜日
Bi.
木曜日
Getsuyobi.
月曜日日曜日
Nichiyobi.
木曜日
Mokuyobi.
土曜日
Doyobi. Sorry.
金曜
Kinyobi. Alright, that's the end of 15. End of 15 minutes. Okay. Now we're gonna have new vocab. Right? You really like are those the forgotten ones? I'm so involved in the Tokyo accent that I almost couldn't understand you because some words I only have one way. Since I'm studying and listening to, I know it as mo mokyobi. Yeah, mokyo. Yeah, mokyobi. Yeah, as in m the ku is cut off. Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying mokuyobi because it's not because of the Tokyo, the Kanto accent, but moku. I said this is something I shared yesterday. Moku is mushroom. Moku is mushroom in Fujianese. So I'm saying mokuyobi in that way. Not. I would probably say in a Kanto accent, probably mokyobi. Yeah, mokyobi. Mokyobi for sure. And this is why I'm focusing on. No one says Mokyobi. Yeah, I would say that. Same, and it looked like you can one trip. Oh, you're talking about the still thing. Haji stuff looks awesome. Understandable when it makes the word flow better. Yeah, Mokyobi. I would probably have a tendency to say Mokyobi. Much like Asakusa, right? Asakusa, Yaksa. Lots of whenever you're talking about family, right? Family. Whenever you're talking about family, it's always with family. So kazokto. Right? Kazokto. Kazokto. Because the particle is actually grouped in terms of like pitch accent. So kazokto. The only difference now is when I say moku, I'm actually saying mushroom. Moku. It's literally moku. Like you can't mess it up. If you go up to my parents and say moku, they're gonna think mushroom. Like, even if you mess up the accent, the pitch accent, moku, they're still gonna think mushroom. I don't think there's anything else that it can mean at the moment. So I think of it as mushroom day. I haven't doyobi, to me sounds like doing day, right? Doing day, because I do a lot of things on Saturdays. I don't know about nichiyobi. And then we have we already been introduced to water day, which I don't have water day yet, and fire day. All you guys already introduced fire day and water day to me, right? And kinyobi, you could someone who said it, I think it was yesterday, Victor said kinyobi is best day, is his payday, and all I can think about is you're keen, right? If you're keen, I don't know if you ever heard this phrase. It's a colloquialism of English that doesn't belong to the United States anymore, or like any, like, Americans don't say this too much. When you're keen, you look forward to. And I know I have a look forward to, right? You look forward, or you're interested or excited or intrigued. You're keen. So kinyobi. Friday is pretty good. Friday is nice. So it could be keen. Kinyobi. That's the story that I've produced in my head anyways, because of Victor yesterday. So when I think about it, it's kinyobi. What is it? It's Friday. What's a American idiom that uses kinyobi's aspect? TGIF. TGIF. Kinyobi. Can't forget it anymore. Thank God it's Friday. Kinyobi. Anyways, Keen Day. That's how weird my mind works. Anyways, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, we're only in 9th place right now. That feels so cool. Sorry. I know XP is not anyone's game here, but I love, even if they're not, if you're, you know, there's all these counter arguments, but if you focus on XP, you're not really learning a language. That's fair, but people are having fun, right? That's kind of what I see. I do have soup here. Hold up. Speaking of Americanized soups, or like industrialized soups, Italian wedding soup. I'm sure whoever's Italian, I'm sorry. It's obviously not necessarily Italian, but I really enjoy it. Because we already had discussions about Americanized Chinese food or Westernized Chinese food. A lot of times because of the pragmatism. But Italian wedding soup is also a concoction as well. Don't get me started on kimchi, spicy mayo kimchi tater tots. Don't get me started on that. That stuff is amazing. Sorry to the Koreans out there, I suppose. If you're talking about fusion. Okay. All right. Let's look at discuss classes. All right.
広い教室
Kyo Oh no, Kyoshichu. I don't like this. I don't like she and t. She and t and g. She and g and she and t next to each other. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
教室
Kyoshichu. You know what this reminds me of? The whole like shichu. Shichu. At the end, it's kind of like if you listen to an English speaker, right? If you listen to English speaker, can you say tasks, right? Tasks and desks. That's what this reminds me of. It's the Japanese version of the sh. So it's kind of like it's using the little like delicate nature of, I don't even know what that's called, like the tsutsu over again. So like tasks and desks, I don't know, basks, I don't know, I don't know other words, but this is what this reminds me of, and it still occurs in some way, to some extent, in a related form in English, but most people like colloquially it would be just tasks, yes, and it removes this, the kus. So this is a different variant of it. I don't know, just a thought. Hiroi, let me hear this.
教室
Kyoshichu. Okay. Kyoshichu. So hiroi kyoshichu. Okay, sure. A spacious classroom.
教室
Kyoshichu. I'll probably exaggerate it a little bit to get used to the shichu. Kyoshichu. It's more like shichu. Kyoshichu. there's so much aspiration, but I'm trying to keep my like mouth neutral, right? Most of the time, very efficient and super mouth neutral and aspirate less. Kyoschu. Okay, let's see.
教室
Yeah, kyoschu.
英語の教室は1階ですか？
英語の教室は1階ですか? Oh, hey, they brought back floors. 1階. Good thing I reviewed, right? I probably still remember. Is the class is Eigo is the is the English class on the first floor.
楽しい授業。
Jugyo. Yeah, Jugyo.
授業。
I like how class is also one of the class, but not the location, but the class itself. Not like the conceptual class versus the literal class, because class is also yeah. Good old English. And I don't think it's a Japanese, like I don't ever see it as like a Japanese thing, because we're translating, so it's an English thing. That class is ambiguous, both in terms of figurative and literal. To me, it's pretty clear what this is supposed to be expressing, but since we're working on translation in this mindset, it's ambiguous when you use the word class, and that's an English thing. So I do like it. Duolingo just taught me my granddaughter is a socialist. Wait, what? Wait, what context is that? Is that still describing family members or something? What is that? My granddaughter is a socialist? How does that... It's teaching me the word for socialism? Oh. Is it like political? Like what I mean is the topic how to discuss politics or something? What is the topic? What is the theme to bring up socialism? Because I haven't... The topic is express ideas. Oh, okay. I suppose. That's a little sus. Expressing ideas. I get it. Political views. Fair enough. Oh, or political ideologies. Fair enough. I guess. That's so funny. I can't wait till we get more complex. Like, I'm gonna learn my Japanese is gonna, my Duolingo progress is probably gonna slow to a crawl when they start talking about slightly more complex vocabulary. It's gonna slow to a crawl because there's gonna be something to talk about all the time. You can't say much about like cute, and well, you can say quite a lot about cute, but it's gonna get more complex soon, and I'm gonna have to put a timer on myself or something. So, Tanoshi Jugyo. Yeah, Jugyo. A fun class. Sure.
英語の先生は誰ですか?
Eigo no sensei, English teacher, was Dare desu ka?
誰?
Ooh, oh, this is a new one. This is technically a new one. Neither of these are actually new words, but Dare is now being used as an object. Originally, dare was being used as a topic. Like dare to, like with whom? Dare to. Okay. So I see. So wa dare desu ka? Fair enough. Who is the English teacher? And obviously I'm not talking about the translation, because the translation comes off differently in terms of like how I'm defining structure in Japanese. I'm not using the terms properly either. Probably a linguistic person probably have a lot to say. It's largely how I'm sorting the ideas in my head. I'm distinguishing between where dare was before and where it is now.
中国語の先生は誰ですか？中国語の先生は誰ですか？中国語の先生は誰ですか？
Yeah, so for me, like just to reiterate something I summarized yesterday, the only thing I heard in this sentence was Chugokugo, and then I had a random, like a millisecond thought about, oh no, they're gonna make me say Chugokugo again. A millisecond. So then this was dropped, and then I picked up sensei. And then this was dropped because I was still thinking, and I picked up dare. And this was dropped. So then immediately when I thought about it, it's like this can only be a no. This can only be a wa, and they're probably asking a question. So I need deska. And that's how I figured out the sentence on one run. So the reason why I'm doing this, and I'm not really super focusing on capturing everything, is because I know enough about sentence structures, I know enough about context, and I know that if I'm not sure if it was a question, I would listen to it again. However, there's a high chance that in this context, the way it's structured, it has probably a question. So most of the time when I'm reading, or when I'm listening now, I've become kind of lazy in a way, or comfortable, but I'm also deliberately trying to not have to be hyper focused on like catching particles, catching like the things that come up very often. And now I'm largely just gathering the keywords. That's what I'm doing now, actively, as opposed to what I used to do, where I try to listen for each word from left to right, you know, like in visually trying to visualize the things from left to right. And it's been quite an experience. I probably will go back to practicing the other way, where I try to listen to all the stuff as carefully as I can. But for now, in the last couple of days, I've been keyword searching and then seeing if I can fill in the sentences without having to look at the word blank and all that stuff, right? So, and ultimately, because I'm doing this, the last 3 or 4 days when I'm doing my lessons, they're going faster, because that's largely how that happens. You're taking shortcuts and then relying on your habits, the habits and intuition with how the sentence is structured. I kind of sort of try to summarize that yesterday, of the things that I'm doing differently in my head that's not apparent when I'm still doing these Duolingo lessons. So I'm now, when I'm watching anime and interviews and stuff, I'm only keyword searching, and then I'm filling in all the rest. So because the only time that I require to hear all the particles and stuff is if I'm looking for a specific nuance that's the center of their sentences. Like if they were really focusing on like, oh, I'm at this place, then I would search for a particle indicator or something that can help me on that, like how they're emphasizing it if I miss those. But right now I'm practicing core keyword searching and then building on top of that. If I have enough time, I'll go look for the particles and whatnot to confirm. And when I'm watching anime and interviews, That's what's allowing me to keep up with all the context. So now I can listen at a very higher frequency, and I'm getting, instead of getting stuck and being stuck in thinking about 20% of whatever that person said, I'm collectively understanding 60 to 70% of what they're saying. And it's off not understanding some sentences, understanding other sentences, and having enough time to connect all the other sentences to the sentences that I've missed. So even if you miss a whole sentence in an entire conversation, you can still catch the rest and fill in the rest of the sentences from before. And that's kind of the whole like conversation thing. When you're thinking about talking to someone, you're actively doing this all the time in your native language, right? I lost track of my thought. How can I get back on track in the conversation? That kind of thing. So that's what I'm doing here most of the time.
田中先生はとても優しいです。
Okay. Did you say the whole name? See, now I have to go back and see if they said the whole name. Sometimes they throw in the whole name. Okay. Ooh, wait. Oh, this is actually slightly different. They used it differently. Tanaka sensei wa totemo yasashii desu. Everything's familiar except for Tanaka sensei, because I didn't hear the particle, right? Or the honorific, sorry. I didn't hear the honorific or the particle. So it would be this. I could be wrong, but you won't say the full name if you're using sensei. Yeah. That's why I noticed it. Indy. So the moment I said, oh wait, I'm listening for the full name, right? I'm listening for the full name. I'm like, where's the honorific? Where's the particle? But immediately I'm like, something's wrong. So I look at it and it says Tanaka sensei. So it has to be interpreted some different way, if you know what I mean. So I've gotten to the point where now I listen for specifics. But if they're not right, then they have to be something else. And I love that. It's making it so much easier. Like I no longer it's to the point where I'm so comfortable in knowing that if it's not the thing I know, then I can work around it. It's pretty I think it's so gratifying. Like the moment I said like, well, that sounds a little weird, and then immediately you can point out where the thing changed. And I think that's one of the nice things about Duolingo design. If you're observant, right? It does require hard work. And what I mean is it takes up a lot of time. It's not the most efficient way. But if you are so good, if you get practiced at patterns, Duolingo moves slow when it comes to swapping up their patterns. So they constantly switch like maybe one thing at most, if not two things. So to make it feel a little less repetitious, you got to become more efficient at it. And to me, it's kind of fun. It's definitely not how I learn outside of Duolingo. I don't use this strategy too often. It moves too slowly, right? The bottom up. I like bottom up. However, this is like really snail's pace. It's changing one small minor thing at the same time. But it's pretty cool. And I like this. Tanaka sensei. Tanaka sensei wa totemo yasashii desu. Yeah, nice.
田中先生の教室は遠いですね。田中先生は
I heard 遠いですね。Probably live or class?
教室
Yeah. Class, probably.
は遠いですねの
Yep. See, you just fill it in. You don't really need to think about it. It's like, wait a minute. So Tanaka sensei must be their class. So yes. and I heard too far, so it has to be desu ne, usually. Sometimes you could say desu ka, but usually it's desu ne, to evoke that statement that they're trying to make. So that would be the statement.
田中先生の教室は遠いですね。
I'm deliberately making myself I'm distributing my focus in a different way now, so that I'm making it so that I'm not doing the same task anymore. I'm not trying to remember every single word. I'm remembering just the words that I need for the time being.
山口先生の教室はどこですか？
Okay. Okay. Oops. Right. And doko desu ka is basically one thing, much like how Duo does it. Doko desu ka, all the word phrases are now one chunk. So if I heard doko ka, I already know what's in between, right? But anyways, I think this is right. Yeah. Although I'm still having trouble with the new vocabulary, obviously. So, kyoshichu. Kyoshichu. Let me see.
教室
Kyoshichu. Okay.
韓国語の先生は誰ですか？
Okay. What do we have? Nakayama sensei. Nakayama sensei. Do Tanaka sensei desu. Okay. Those are the two that teaches. Those are the two teachers, or the two professors for Korean professors.
スペイン語の授業はどうですか？
We got Spain. Spain. Wait, Spain. Wait. Whoa.
スペイン語
Spangle. It kind of reminds me of Spanglish and Japanglish. Spangle. Instead of Spanisugo. You know, like to get the Spanish part. Spanishgo. Right? They just went with Spangle. Kind of like Japanglish. Japanglish. Okay. Alright. Spangle. So we got Spain. Let's take a look at Spain. Spain kind of looks cool. Katakana, really. Supa. No, supe. Supe. Hmm.
スペイン語
Spain. Oh, because of the AE diphthong. The diphthong. So it drops down. Spangle. Okay. Spangle no Jukyo wa dou desu ka? How? Oh, wait. Oh yeah. How about? Whoa. Wait. What? Oh, how is? Okay, fine. How is the Spanish class? And of course, in this case, it's how is the Spanish language class? However, yes, I agree. English colloquialisms, at least for Americans, would use Spanish class as opposed to saying how is the Spanish language class, which technically, if we were being super literate, right, like super literal about translation, it would be how is the Spanish language class. And that came up already because if you say Spanish teacher, it's ambiguous, so it's either Spanish language teacher, or then you default to Spanish teacher, which often implies a lot of times the subject. However, from time to time, it can imply that the person is Spanish, as in of nationality. Anyways. Spangle.
スペイン語
Spangle. I gotta get the
スペイン語
angle. Spangle. 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 No. Kind of reminds me of the word spangle. Like the Star Spangled Banner. Spangle. Spangle no Jukyo. Jukyo. Oh,
授業
Jukyo. Sorry, Jukyo. Jukyo wa totemo something desu ne. Can we get an adjective? What adjectives do we get? Sweet?
青い
Sorry, this is an internet joke, right? Sweet. Very sweet, isn't it? Our Spanish class is very sweet, isn't it? Not that type of sweet. Actually, now. Oh, sorry. Aoi, sorry, but wait, that still works. Sorry, that's blue. I was thinking of sweet, as in amai. I didn't look close enough. But if you do sweet, can you use sweet like that, or is it something else? Actually, this too. Spanish class is blue, isn't it? It's also blue, isn't it? Blue can also mean something too. But sorry, I didn't look at it. Wouldn't it be cool? Oh, you're right. So you just switch to kakoi? Alright, that's fair enough. You're right. Heckin' indie. The other sense of blue is, oh, hoodoo. It's usually sweet flavored. Okay. What about a voodoo? Voodoo. Oh, wait. As in voodoo mean blue? Voodoo as in like blues, like gloomy or like emotional or solemn or something. Or music. So this. Oh, really? Cool. So Japanese does have that. So they don't have like sweet or gnarly or something like that. I like yeah. What is that? Ka ba yabai? Yabai? Yabai for the other sense of sweet. Yabai. When can I use that? For sweet. Oh wait, it's not bai. It's oh yeah, it is. Yeah, bai. No. What else can we say?
楽しい
Fair enough. What is this? Koi? I mean, technically, you can say that too. And then...
具合が悪い
Wait, how do you interpret this? How do you interpret this? What would this say? Like feeling sick, right? This is the phrase for feeling sick. How would you interpret this? Like what does that actually say? Because this is a whole phrase and I'm not quite sure how to break this down. Because you have the ga, right? Warui. So warui ga like guai ga warui desu ne. So is this like Spanish class is also feeling sick, isn't it? Is that how this is also feeling sick, isn't it? Is that what this says? The classroom isn't feeling so good. Oh, okay. The Spanish classroom. I see.
授業
The Spanish class is not feeling so good. Okay, isn't it? Okay, fair enough. That's how you translate it? Okay. Sorry, class is not classroom? Oh yeah.
授業
The other one is classroom, yeah. And I think that's an English thing still, Lotus. I still think you can say classroom and class, kind of, interchangeably. I feel like figurative and literal English is kind of a messy proposition. What are we using?
楽しい
And you said, yabai has like 500 definitions. One of them was like, holy crap, that was awesome. Are you serious? Yabai. Did you guys watch the clip? Oh wait, who gave me the clip? Someone else gave me the clip of the comedian. The comedian who talked about the word this. I'll let you fill it in. And it was a shtick about how complicated this word is in English. The funny thing is, I don't actually use this word in English. So, but I know every context of this person. This person's a foreign like, so English is there. I think English is their second. So when he came to the continental United States, I suppose, the bit was that this word in American English is heckin' rough. So like, for example, it could mean good, as in this, right? Sorry, kids. As in this, it can reverse modify this word, right? But then if you're a this, right, has a different meaning, right? Kind of a negative one, right? If you're thinking about all the things, I think the dude went over 20 usages that contradict each other, or alternative uses of this word, and it has been used as a suffix, prefix, noun, verb, object. I'm not sure if it a demonstrative. I can't think of an example in which it was used as a preposition yet. This is why English is hard. I don't know, because yeah, pretty much. Like even words that I don't use. Like, I don't use this word very often. I usually use like butthead with 3 T's. This is how I spell butthead, by the way. So, fight me, okay? This is how you spell butthead. So instead of saying, you know, this, I say butthead. So now, then you have to explain to a person who's learning English that these two are equivalent. Or are they? Well, to a Japanese person, you would have to explain that this is more polite than this. This is less polite. Because we have to remember that in the scope of the Japanese language, you have to understand euphemisms. Euphemisms for politeness versus directness, right? So after I've learned all of these like polite speak and all that stuff, in one of the nuances of English, you have to explain in reverse with the nuances I've learned in Japanese. When you call someone a butthead, it's very similar to this word. However, butthead is a euphemism. It can be endearing. Although in English, the problem is contextually, words themselves can become endearing with enough context. So I don't know where I get that in Japanese yet. I haven't reached a level of comprehension in Japanese where a rude thing can be an endearing thing, right? Because in English that happens so much. Oh, quit being a butthead versus like, yo, you're a really big butthead right now. You know, like, I don't know where Japanese, if that kind of usage is common in Japanese. It's incredibly common in English. Which, the reason why I'm thinking about that is because of this. Like, dude, that's sweet. You know, that's sweet. And then Lotus just said it means a lot of things. So I imagine Japanese people like have done this with some of their words where it's so regularly used that it's mutated a ton of the times. It's like if you look up, yeah, yaru, it has tons of usage like that. Yeah. So I imagine eventually I hope to get some of this feeling, right? Like I want to get yabai commonly means it's bad. I see. Yeah, so I hope to maybe get to a point where I can appreciate some of these things about the Japanese language. Because I absolutely know that in English, you would have to conceptualize these things at some point. If people's goal is to become fluent and you want to talk to a vast majority of, in my opinion, a vast majority of Americans or other English speakers, you have to understand this seemingly non-formal, right? This textbook muted concept of like a bending of words. The words keep getting bent and it generationally changes over time, the word bending. I've heard that Japanese usually doesn't have jokes, so it's a simple language. Yeah, what my impressions are, and I don't want to use the word simple per se because people might get the wrong idea about a simple language. I feel like it's an explicit language. Japanese language is very explicit, right? And what I mean by that is the rules and usage of them are very explicit. And because of that, I think most Japanese jokes are situational. They rely on situational jokes. And it's very, because of the explicit nature, puns are a great thing, right? It's using that becomes the joke part of things. In English, those word puns are less impactful because it's normalized, in my opinion. This is my little slight hot take on why one of the motivations on why Asians are very receptive to puns. I'm no exception, by the way. I absolutely love puns. However, there's less excitement, I'm going to say, around English puns, because English words commonly get misused, or like not misused in the sense that they're used incorrectly or correctly. It's that words are incredibly flexible. So the average pun, you got to go deep. You got to go deep to get the average pun to be interesting. Meanwhile, when you have such an explicit language, in my opinion, and this goes with Chinese as well, when you do puns, it's more like sophisticated entertainment, if you know what I mean, because it requires a lot to get puns to work. Puns don't usually happen. Meanwhile, in English, you're gonna say like things like, "Well, that was saucy." Like, what do you mean saucy? I'm talking about this sentence, obviously. Oh no, I mean, I'm talking about this dish. It's very saucy, you know? It kicks you in the butt a little. You know, it's got spiced up. It's a bit saucy. What is that? It's a pun on saucy. Saucy can imply sassiness, right? Or it could literally say, oh, it's very wet or something. Or maybe it's very flavorful. So then you deliberately misdirect. Are you talking about food? Or are you talking about an attitude? That kind of thing. And it happens a lot. And that's where most, that's like low ball, like it's a high frequency occurrence for stuff. So it's not as interesting. And what are puns now? It's like, dude, what's like Zoomer humor, right? If it doesn't make sense. You know, like nowadays, since you're so focused on like what is humorous about the English language when things don't make sense, oftentimes, because English is confoundingly confusing, so it makes fun of itself. It's funny when things don't make sense. Try doing that to an audience of Asians, or Asians in general. Like, I know this is a bold statement. Maybe I'm gonna say try doing this to an audience of Japanese people, or maybe Chinese people, and give humor that doesn't make sense. It's like celebrating how confusing the language you use is. So most of the time when you use English, you're using English to make it not make sense, because English is confounding. It's so... The funny truth about English is that when you try to make it sound serious, it comes off as very quaint and rustic. So you might as well make it not make sense, and it's hilarious, because if you're using English, most things are kind of hard to understand and has no idea. Like, did I get the joke? Sometimes I think I got the joke, but I have no idea if I got the joke. And it's not even the sense of nuance. Like, what I mean is my English so bad that I don't get the joke? For me, I like jokes when it smacks me over the head, and puns do that, right? When a pun happens, it kind of like smacks me over the head so much. Nuanced English jokes, I just don't get it sometimes. I love making cat puns when I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, right? All right. We're gonna get back to our. I'm being serial right now. I'm being serial. Okay. Right meow. We're gonna get back to our lessons. Or cereal. You know, it comes out. That's how it works. Like, wait a minute, I don't get it. That yeah, because English, you just toss everything around, right? You feel me? Do you feel me? Wait. If you say, do you feel me, does it mean the same in Japanese? How do you say, do you feel me? In the same capturing, do you know what I mean? Okay. I can't express that, right? Do you know what I mean? It's probably what Japanese people would use, right? I don't think it has the same context. Yeah, so they probably say like, do you know what I mean? They phrase it immediately on, do you know what I mean? I know what you mean. Yeah, no, I know. I was... Indy, that was the joke. Indy, please. That was the joke. I was making a lewd pun. I was making a lewd pun for Japanese perspective. Yeah, do you know what you mean? Yeah, you have to be literal, very explicitly literal to a Japanese person. Yeah. And I think that's just that's a cultural difference, as opposed to, like, I'm not saying their language doesn't do that. I'm asking if a Japanese person would express that, right? And that's kind of the whole excessive use of figurative language. And excessive, not in a bad or good way. English tends to be more liberating when it comes to the figurative and literal use back and forth, but Japanese is very strict. Like they want to be serious about their jokes. They want to be explicit about their jokes. So when they make puns, they're very, it's almost like British humor actually. Like they're very on the nose, like the straw man funny guy thing, you know, the dynamic duo thing. You put it through straight, it's contrast with something silly, and you know that the funny guy is the funny guy, and you know the straight guy is the straight guy, like the direct guy kind of thing. Not the, what did that person just say? I don't get it, but it's pretty funny. You know? I'm definitely too serious when people try to make jokes. Now I'm gonna calm down. Calm down. Yeah. You got that right. Anyways. Good talk. Good talk, guys. Good talk. I hope in another 30 days I will get a clearer answer to all of these things myself. Like I would have a better take. So I'm expressing these opinions now because I'm very curious what it's going to be like in another month or 2 months or 3 months or a year. If I have these thoughts again, like how would I interpret it differently after I am exposed more? Anyways. Seki?
には
Nagoya.
Nagoya?
It's still very weird to see something about names. I just expect them to be in kanji, if not in katakana. Like what I mean is proper nouns, and I like pause on it. I'm like, Nagoya, what the heck does that mean? And then when I say it, I'm like, oh, it's a name. If you know what I mean. Like something about the way names are. Oh, and you expect them to be capitalized? That's funny. That's actually really funny. Is there a version of capitalization in Japanese? Like what I mean is, has there been like a new trend modernization to dictate where the beginning of a sentence is? Outside of just writing? If you know what I mean. I don't know if you know what I mean. Kind of like the end of a question, you know, the end of a question has a question mark or a period. Have they modernized, like, have they decided, oh, hey, we want to do something to make the beginning of an idea or a sentence or a clause be far more noticeable than simply the predicates and the particles and stuff that are already there. When I watch Japanese people learn English, it doesn't... oh, they don't expect them to capitalize anything. Okay, fair enough. I don't capitalize anything either. Real talk. Real talk. I write in all caps. Right? So, I don't capitalize anything either. I mean, yesterday some of the peeps watched me for 8 hours writing a whole screen full of capital letters. So I don't know what to tell you. However, in writing, sometimes when I'm writing like answers and stuff, I actually make it larger. So I do the kanji thing where my first letter is double the size. It's double the height. Not double the width, but double the height. So I only change the height. It's exactly half. My dad does that too. I think it's a side effect of the educational system teaching writing systems out of the critical window for boys. Are you telling me that I have a developmental issue? No, I'm just kidding. Hey. I also write in cursive. The only time I incorporate lowercase is when I have to use lowercase. However, when I'm writing cursive, it's habitually cursive. So Yeah, it's both lowercase and capital. And then you have the weird ones where, you know, the highly educated people. Oh, writing lowercase and uppercase. That's so funny. Yeah, so it's not like I don't know how to write lowercase, right? To me, I like the look of lowercase and uppercase. However, in cursive, I write both. It's habitually both. But then when you get to higher education, like a weirdness, you get hybrids. I'm sure you've seen this before, where like you have like, I can't even do it on command. Something like this. Like this, where, let me write it larger. So like this. So like the A and the V ends up being semi cursive. So you have people who hybridly write cursive every once in a while, and it's not even like, it gets a little it gets a little hairy. Like for example, Harry. Right? The H, like the H is there. They don't want to make the H, but they'll write the rest in cursive. Yeah, that would be, you know, and where do I see this type of thing? I actually see this type of thing in doctors writing a lot. I think the most common one that I see a lot is the A's and the I's. The A's and the I's. So it'd be something like this. Like Harry. So the A and the I is linked together. Or like the A's and T's. At. I looked at a lot of writing in my life, so like a lot of handwriting in my life so far. Maybe a little bit more than some people. Yeah, so you don't do this, right? And then obviously if you look at my handwriting, it's gonna be this. The more I think about it, the more I like the digital age in a way. None of this is ever shown. So the reason why this is important is because remember that we have to, as part of Japanese, you have to write kanji. Or it's like a thing, right? Like kanji, right? Kana. It's a thing. And a lot of people talk about why do maybe like English people struggle with some certain things like writing, for example. It's largely because the English language is, once again, incredibly nebulous. It's nebulous in its reinforcement of writing, right? Like what I just did cannot fly with kanji and kana. I don't think it's that flexible. I mean, my kanji is pretty bad, but there's only so much tolerance kana and kanji can have. Even though the characters, there are only few characters that can be mistaken for each other when it comes to kana, right? Like, or like katakana has a few that comes right out, right? Like this. I can't even do it in the right proportions at the moment. Right? So these moments do occur. However, in English, it's like, yeah, well, yeah, you still have the soul, the soul and right, the soul and right, the soul and So there's those. It didn't take me long to adapt to it, but largely it's not because of English. So a lot of times I would say it makes sense that there are some struggles when it comes to writing. However, before I started doing Japanese, I spent a lot of time looking at imagery, like image, so like drawing and stuff. And drawing helps a lot. Being able to draw, since I stare at a lot of things, like visually, and seeing juxtaposing between things, it, in my opinion, probably aided in the idea that I don't find writing kanji as unwelcoming or as overwhelming. Because pictorially, you have to pixel peep all the time when you're thinking about online drawings. You used to type like a degen online, but it just feels weird, so I cleaned it up. I see. It sounds like you did a bit of soul searching there.
授業
Jugyo
ドーナツ
Donatsu.
スペイン語の先生は誰ですか？
Hey. I mentioned this yesterday. If you're wondering why I don't use words like this, right? And the also flexible word like this, right? Or phrase like this, or this, fine. It's probably that same feeling. And it happened around when I was 6 to 7 years old. So I already had that. I had a very similar episode when I was very young. And various places. Another one happened at 13. Another one happened at 20. Another period happened at 28. No, not 28. It's like 25. And then one more recently at 20. Oh, it was like 28, 29. When I feel this whole idea of degen. So what happens here is all these different periods led me to, for me, I have at least 6 or 7 different Englishes that I use. And that's largely why I'm not, in my opinion, makes me feel I'm not uncomfortable with talking out of sync, or worried about developing pronunciation habits or diction or problems like that. It's largely because I spend most of my time redefining language, even in one language. When do I use these 6? Well, 1, conservative. 2, liberal. 3, stranger. 4, casual. 5, city. 6, country. And 7, teaching. And the other language that I'm working on now in terms of like situations, the reason why I chose these is because there's enough separation between these that there's a lot of non-mutual overlaps. And the other one is coaching. There are words that I exclusively use in these things that don't occur in the other situations. I could throw in streaming, I suppose. Although streaming overlaps a lot with... streaming is more overlapping with casual and stranger. So it's kind of a combination of these two. And I do separate them in my head. I do separate the specific words that I need in these situations. And then when it comes to like, it's been a while, but I don't use things like boss. Polite speak, right? The classical Japanese polite speak would be number 10, boss. Yeah, teaching and coaching, no, because teaching can be detached. Detached and implicit. Explicit. So there's a heavier emphasis on using language that is detached and explicit. Coaching is involved in compassion. You use words that elicits compassion and implicit things. Like, yo, you're doing really fantastic. How do you feel right now? Do you feel good? Awesome. How well are you performing right now? What are the metrics that you're using? Did you get any good grades right now? What are your weaknesses and strengths? In coaching, you would say, are you feeling bad about this or are you feeling good about this? If you're feeling good, let me know how you get more of it. Like things like, it becomes more about the implicit nature of getting that person to feel great about the direction they're going. As a teacher, you are instructionally obligated to at least offer context, right? Explaining something in a manner that they're coming to you and expecting teaching. So it oftentimes come off as a little bit less coaching, but more teaching. Coaching a lot of times is being there. Teaching, you can be away. So you can express something like, if you're having problems, please consult me at the earliest availability, versus coaching, like, oh, I got your back. Like, do you need me to come there and watch you do the thing, right? Like, do whatever you're practicing. As opposed to teachers, like, if you finish this assignment, let me know how it turns out. As opposed to coaching is like, hey, I got some time. I'll hang out. Let's get this done together. So even it's not necessarily like vocabulary as well. It's like the tone and the mood changes a lot. I think that's a difference in opinion than cause. Those sound like exactly what a teacher should be like to me. That's fair. That's fair. Right? In the end of the day, if I determine that you need more coaching than teaching, then I will be coaching you. Because remember that the perspective is different. It's not your perspective that I'm talking about. It's my perspective. These are the categorizations based on my perspective. So when you tell me I need to teach you, and I find out that I need to coach you, I will use my coaching voice, my coaching vocabulary. It's one of the things that is effective in saying, I don't know if you watch this guy at all, but sometimes Dr. K comes up, maybe even Dr. Mike, but I don't think Dr. Mike talked about these things. But oftentimes they get asked this conversation like, what is a good therapist? I'm not a therapist, by the way. I just want to be people's friends, right? And the question is, well, a good therapist or a good friend or family or person is that they continue to develop skills. And what happens is when someone approaches them, they pick the skill most appropriate and ignore the rest, as opposed to the other way around. So yes, I agree with you that if you think it's teaching, I have to be able to recognize that your teaching is my coaching, and then avoid the predilection of assuming where, like, you tell me, oh, you need to teach me this, and I immediately assume you mean the same thing I do and regurgitate everything to you without even knowing what you need. So that's kind of the idea. So the perspective is, I absolutely agree with you. You probably think it's teaching. And the reason why I describe what coaching is and teaching is that if there was a miscommunication, you would know that I'm coaching you in order to teach you, right? So I'm coaching you for you to find teaching. So most of these the separation between all the different types of English is I'm trying to experiment with as many ways to speak to someone as possible. So there are obviously skills I don't have. How do you talk to someone less than 15 years old? On average, consistently. What do you do when you have to talk to someone younger than 15 years old? I have no idea. Occasionally I've met some people between the age of, I'm out of my element. So I struggle, I stutter, and I try to educate myself as much as I can in order to speak in that way. And that's kind of, it's so much fun. I think it's so much fun. It makes you care about observing the way other people talk, speak, their body language, right? Their nonverbal communications, their insecurities. And that's kind of the same thing as learning a language, in my opinion. You can learn so much about just your own language. If you, I think earlier Hugh asked me, is it okay to be monolingual? And my first response is, we have technology, and human innovation can bridge the semantics of language quite a bit. And there's plenty of things to explore about human condition and human nature, even being monolingual, right? So in a way, language has endless possibilities because of its subjective nature, right? You're always aiming for a language that tries to capture as much of the human condition as possible. Generally speaking, and I'm only talking about spoken English, right? Those are the categorizations of spoken English. We haven't talked about written English, how written English changes, because I type a lot. Texting, I know you guys probably can relate to this. There is at least, everyone has at least 2 or 3 different forms of texting to people. You are, in my opinion, you are automatically, intuitively doing that. You have at least an analytical texting style and a casual texting style. Like, do you feel me, bro? How's it going? Like, yo, what's up? And then you have when you swap over to technical speak, right? When you're having an argument or a discussion, that's at least 2 styles of writing. And then we have to talk about like body language, right? Body language. There's so many other things. And when I'm speaking to coaching, for me, slower. Breathe. Lower volume sometimes. If you're coaching someone through something, you have a higher focus on breath, like pace. And I'm not saying you always slow down or breathe or lower. You have to figure these things out. In teaching, in my opinion, consistency. So instead of being more dynamic with your volume, your breath and stuff, you're not trying to elicit emotional upheaval. You don't want to disturb the emotions. Coaching tends to deal with a lot of hyping and calming. Teaching, oftentimes when people talk about it, they're talking about consistency. Kind of more like Japanese, really. Consistency. And things like that. So I actually do switch between these. Like a lot of times I actively switch between coaching and teaching quite a lot. And then there's public speaking, right? But public speaking is divided into like conservative, liberal stuff. Things that you have to account for in terms of vocabulary and whatnot. As I got older, I've discarded some of those differences in texting style. That's fair. I really do sound different when I'm texting. So like, for example, let me read something. I usually sound like this to myself when I'm texting. Like, here's an example. I was writing like thoughts to myself, right? I would say something like, wow, facts, right? It's a digression that I talk about, like, and I don't sound like this when I'm spoken. Sometimes I could, but I don't usually use this language when I'm trying to be like, I don't know, profound or something. While facts take many superfluous terms such as data, stats, and evidence, they are certainly immutable in totality. Totality being the key word here. Factual omniscience is debatably improbable even for the human collective, let alone an individual. Awareness of this reality breeds humility and due diligence on the interpretation of what limited factors we have as a collective. Facts don't lie, but they are rarely comprehensive, and an interpretation of them can be inaccurate. I do not sound like that when I'm speaking. What I'm thinking is that. So I'm speaking through a filter. I actively sound like this in my head. So a lot of times, I'm sure you probably know all the English words, but it's probably very convoluted, esoteric, and verbose. It's not that incomprehensible in a written format because the person has time to like read over it and all that stuff, right? So that's kind of one of the things that as a kid I was terrible at. Like I was so socially awkward, not adjusted. So everything that comes out of my mouth seems so esoteric and excessive and verbose. Like it's practically superfluous in all of its nature, right? So it's kind of one of those things that I've come to understand that I wasn't very popular and I wasn't fitting in, not just because I was different, but also because I was different, I thought it was acceptable to not need styles and expressions that allow me to be relatable. And now I do both. I tried to do both anyway. Although I still sideline other types of vocabulary and expression. I'm not a hype lord, right? I don't say boom, headshot, or I don't know, whatever kids do these days. I don't do that. So clearly that's a style that I don't express very often. Otherwise, you know, we wouldn't be having these discussions anymore. I'd be like, I don't know, some person that's calling out headshots every 10 minutes or something on CSGO or something. So would you say it's better that you have a bunch? I do. And those bunches of styles are made specifically to cater around situations that I came up with most frequently in my life. The stuff that are infrequent, like it's good to know what I don't know, right? Sometimes it's very beneficial to know what you don't know. So much like my examples, I have trouble talking to kids who are younger than the age of 15. Quite a lot. I'm very inaccurate because I don't have that situation come up too often. Businessmen. Let's just get it out there. When someone talks about like, oh yeah, but that's not cost effective. It's like, well, the risk rewards about that is I can't do that. That's out of my league. Like not even if they were speaking casual speak, like, well, if this costs more and this costs more, do you get it? And I'm like, well, okay. Not really. Like, and we're not talking about like CEO things. We're talking about people who talk about cost in many different ways. I detract from it, as in I listen most of the time. I don't particularly have a strong style that will make someone very comfortable with business talk with me. I'm not really refined. Yeah, they speak of efficiency, and you know what happened, right? Japanese language, I mean, you can still apply business senses, right? Business senses to how you learn Japanese. I basically make people mad, right? That means that I have a limited style, and those people, they could have the style to meet me instead, but a lot of times, often, it comes up enough about efficiency that I know that I'm not prone to this. So it's a really, my mindset is the idea that it is very beneficial for an individual, in my opinion, that they focus a lot on knowing things that they don't know as well as the things that they do know. So while I have a bunch of styles per se, I know that there are far more ways to speak. And I tend to make sure that if I'm in those situations, I have like a default way of expression that makes me seem agreeable without being offensive. Usually though, these situations, it occurs enough that these situations are rough. Now that we're learning language, I realize that it's very difficult. I'm having trouble not simplifying things. And what I mean by simplifying things, no, not in the sense of simplifying, but I'm having trouble re-expressing in like direct terms, or like basically how Japanese feels right now. Like I can't say, wow, I'm disinterested. How do I say that in Japanese? I'm actually actively trying to say that in Japanese. I don't like, how do I say that in a different way in Japanese? Because I don't have the vocabulary for it yet. And if I keep saying I don't have the vocabulary as an excuse, then I'm not going to end up being very great at Japanese, right? So naturally, I've been getting a little more used to it. In the last 50 days, I've been getting a little bit more used to saying, just say Genki, butthead. You know, like in situation, not that particular situation, but just feel fine with saying Genki. That's it. Stop trying to add more to something you can't express yet. That's kind of rough. Yeah, you have to be okay with being simple. And you see, I don't even like the word simple, right? You probably heard me a bunch of times saying, oh, I don't want to use the word simplification, but more like an alternative expression. And this is a bad area. I would consider myself as an inappropriate speaker for simple. For a lot of people, simple is great. So when someone approaches me and say, oh, just give it to me simply, right? Just give it to me to my face and simply, right? And I'm like, okay, I just don't know how to express it in a manner. So all the things I listed aren't necessarily simple. And that's kind of the things that I can see myself being weak in. So, like Turnus said to me, we're foreigners, we aren't going to win any grammar awards or anything like that. Yeah, but are we winning? Here's a fun little take. Are we winning any grammar awards in English? I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb that I would not win any grammar awards in English. It might sound like I care, like I know a lot of grammar stuff, but man, I almost feel like the more native you become, the less grammar you know as an English speaker. I'm not speaking for Japanese people, but for English, I don't think we're winning any grammar awards in English. I truly want to meet someone who is an English professional, though. I know I have a parasocial relationship with a lot of other well-spoken, well-written people. I'm not even sure if they want to. Anyways, thanks for listening. Thanks for listening, Indy. It's interesting. I don't think most people think this way, in my opinion. I think they do it automatically though. So what I'm saying is, I'm not showing that I'm special. I'm showing that I'm actively categorizing this, but you can see it in other people. So when you focus on the things like this, you can tell when someone is angry, even though they say they're not. You can, my main focus of doing all of these things is to create empathy overall in the way people express themselves. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like method acting, if you know what I mean. I think it's more like method acting. If I had to generalize something, it's like method acting. So, in order to be very effective or efficacious in your communication, one has to have some level of method ability in order to use that as a bridge to communicate with that person. So the last thing you want to do is tell that person you don't care and then expect to have a discussion about the things. Eventually though, that bridge allows me to use my preferred default voice. What is my preferred default voice? Well, unfortunately, a lot of times my default voice is not the voice that most people hear. That's usually reserved, obviously, for the level of friendship, right? Friendship, family members, and whatnot. There are things that still stay. I can't obviously control my I wouldn't mask my emotions. So if I appear happy, then that's probably the most genuine thing you're gonna have. I typically have no excuse for hiding happiness or hiding enthusiasm. I do hide my language. And what I mean by hide, I do use my language in a sense that you have to place me in the environment in order to hear my other languages, and it's all part of me. So there's a very specific amount of vocabulary and language and diction that is almost inconceivably appropriate for streams. So like, for example, I don't express strong opinions. Do I have strong opinions? I do. Right? So it's one of those things. Do you know someone personally, or do you have a parasocial relationship with them, or even a distant relationship with them? Because you can't possibly expect me to share strong opinions on a public forum. Like streaming, YouTube, it's very inappropriate to express incredibly strong opinions. You may be able to share and discuss some of those things. However, using incredibly strong language, well, I don't own the platform. Yeah, I was gonna say, I believe that's more intelligence. Yeah, there's a time and place. Yeah, an appropriateness, and it can be a cultural dissonance, right? Because someone that I don't know if you were there, I feel Lotus was there. Someone, as a part of my review yesterday, was the idea that a lot of times people talk about the subjunctive as being disingenuous, right? Well, oftentimes the subjunctive doesn't necessarily mean it's being clouded or shady. It's being more appropriate. As in, you can try to hint and suggest at things. There's a art to that. Hinting and suggesting things without blatantly trying to gaslight people and encountering and drawing. Being direct is one thing. One can be tactful in how direct they are. So oftentimes that person literally came out and said, I think whoever is very agreeable is hiding something. They are motivated to hide something. And I, respectfully understand their perspective. However, that's also insinuating that I am hiding something by being compassionate or being appropriate. That's often the opposite a lot of times when people focus on appropriate times and place is legitimately doing the opposite. They are focused on making sure that they understand what the other person needs, not the other way around. And I think to me, that is essential, much like you said about coaching and teaching, that both coaching and teaching does have quite an element of making sure what the other person needs. What makes a coach, a teacher, a therapist, a service provider exceptional, in my opinion, is the breadth of the experience of that person, and they can continuously adapt to what the person needs, the person that they're talking to, as opposed to the other way around, where if you go into like a, I don't know, a teacher's classroom, right? And the first thing the teacher says is, okay, I want you guys to do all these things because I know this is the best for you. Do it. This is it. No complaining, no whining. This is how you be successful. I'm not that type of teacher. So it works for other people. My element of teaching requires that I know that person. That's why I'm not teaching classrooms full of 1,000 students or 500 students. I can't really do that. It's inappropriate. My approach is inappropriate. That sort of teacher would never work, in my opinion. I know how you feel. Would never work in that, but because of the pragmatism of like 500, 1,000 students, when teachers have to standardize their thing, they choose the most efficacious approach, if you know what I mean. Like the one-size-fits-all thing, the efficacy, because the pragmatism is you're talking about business now, where my approach cannot be expanded to hundreds of students or hundreds to thousands of students. It would take too long. It would be almost impractical. So oftentimes they look for the maximum efficaciousness or efficacy of the teaching experience. And that's when you have outliers, right? It might work for most students. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for all students. And I'm the guy who focuses on the fringe, the lower population versus the bigger, because there are plenty of people who are exceptional at that. Uphold the status quo, right? What is the best way to learn Japanese? If you catch me saying that, then I'm lying about how I teach people. I cannot earnestly, in full confidence, ever tell anyone that the best way is the way, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. There's an appropriate way to do things, not the best way to do things. And it's not good enough for millions of users like Duolingo, right? You get critics because Duolingo has to statistically or somehow have a methodology to cater to billions of people, or not billions, maybe they're at the hundreds of millions at this point, or possibly tens of millions. They might have tens of millions of users, and it's impractical to use a stylized teaching method like myself. So I have no reservations in recommending Duolingo for the appropriate person. There's a video from Takashi from Japan that asks a bunch of teachers what's the best way to learn Japanese is, and all their answers are different. Yeah, I understand that maybe he framed the video like that, but it's very telling that there's no one perfect way. Yes, and I hope that's the message Takashi from Japan, he's really focused on dispelling conformity. I don't know if you know, like he has this way of encouraging, see, this exists in Japan, and this Japan is still Japan. So I think the way that frame it goes with his brand, right? He's trying to demonstrate that teachers teach differently in Japan, instead of the misconception a lot of times, or potential misconception that every teacher in Japanese is about conformity, right? So I think that's pretty on brand. I really like what that guy does. He tries to elevate that. And for me, I'm kind of in his, like, I've got his back. I enjoy that type of thing, the whole idea of appropriateness. Meanwhile, though, I think I've been around teachers long enough to understand that if you know what to do and what to teach, it makes your life, I know, however selfish that may sound, teachers are underpaid. So being able to know what you could do to get a paycheck is often not the extra yards that you want to go to get diminished return on payment, right? So my approach is impractical when it comes to the welfare of how much people are being paid, what they have to account for. So there's a lot of pragmatism that doesn't work. Like take the Chinese government, for instance. Their educational system is incredibly strict, right? It's not to be about appropriateness. You filter into the system, not the system is adapting to you, right? So, and it still works. There are a lot of things that work. And it's so relevant. How does the internet work nowadays? What do people do? They try to tell you the best way to do things. It's always the best way. My way is the best way. And I will not, don't ever, if you catch me doing that, then you have to call me out on it, because I do not insist that anything I say is the best way. I try to use as many different ways as possible, and the idea is the person who is watching or learning or whatever they're doing get to choose how it works, because I expect that I resonate with people who are largely mentally, I would say mentally, classically about 25 years or older. It's a little bit of a discussion point when it's between 18 to 25 years old. And any younger than that, right? I start to get worried, because the way I talk about things is possibly not appropriate. And hence why all my content is marked for a mature audience and up. Because I can't rely on the idea that if I go any younger, I can't, like, I don't know if the things I'm expressing can be misinterpreted. Usually I say older than 25 because at some point these people will likely have self-identities. So they will be able to challenge me, as in, oh, this guy says a bit of nonsense. Like, all right, well, I kind of like this part. I don't like this part, so that's pretty interesting. This part is garbage. You can understand that. You can understand things that are appropriate for you. Much like how you described what is coaching to you and what is teaching to you. And that's kind of where I draw the line. The whole, like, perfect way, most efficient way. Oh, all these experts say this way. Yeah, I get it. At least now, you probably already, I feel like this is a little presumptuous of me, but Indy, you probably already got the impression that whenever someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, the #1 source of this is this, and that is that, and my response would be like, wow, that's a bold claim. I am aware of all these comments. However, I respectfully decline taking that advice. Perhaps it's an interesting idea for next time. That's speech, right? That's part of the speech. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm projecting something that isn't, like, that idea is good. Probably. Not right now. Probably. Anyways. Thanks for sharing your candidness with that. Yeah, people don't like to hear not right now. Yeah, so I wouldn't use not right now as like, oh, so my idea usually is to soften it, like, oh, I know what you're talking about. You know, it's not you, it's not you, it's me, that kind of thing. I tend to put a little bit more effort into it so that I really am genuinely saying I would love to do everything. I would love to do everything if I could. I'm just not that good. Right? And then when someone says, oh yeah, someone yesterday said, I could learn this really, really fast in 3 months split because of X, Y, and Z. And my first comment was, well, that's kind of bold because I don't know if I fit the average. It might take me like 6 months or a year. I won't know. So the idea is often, it's not you, it's me, right? However, if you say it's not you, it's me, that's kind of the same as agree to disagree, or everyone has their own opinions, or it depends. I stop right there. If I tell myself that you're talking to me and you're sharing something to me, if I say it depends and ends the situation, that's me not putting in enough effort, in my opinion. You can do, I'm not saying other people need to do this. For me, I feel degenerate, you know, that degen online feeling, when if someone asks me and I have the mic, you've come to my channel and I have the mic, the least I can do to show respect for someone who has spared some time in the crazy scape of the internet hustle culture is to provide more than it depends, agree to disagree, everyone's entitled to their opinions, freedom of speech, we come from different cultures. That's what they all say. There are a lot of phrases that end in English that's a way to end a discussion without really trying to get to know the other person. And here, if I don't want to get to try to know you, to me, it's illogical to stream. For me, my purpose of streaming is to get other people's input. I'm not a clout chaser. Lots of people are very successful and they build a career over clout chasing. They're trying to show how good they are at things, how wonderful their life is, telling other people what works for them. I don't sell any of that stuff. So the only thing I sell is my time. So if you're gonna talk to me, I hope you're ready to sit here for 4 hours, or at some point tell me to stop because you have to go to bed. That's probably when I'll stop. As no amount of time is worthless in my opinion. At least I try not to. If someone leaves right away, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind that at all. Or that weird guy that was talking about buying Super Duolingo and stuff. I don't know what that was about. That was kind of weird. I know when stranger danger is happening. Anyways. Yeah. So always feel free to share something and derail the situation. Right? Always welcome. Alright. I've totally forgotten what I'm doing in this lesson. Spain. Yes. Spaingo no sensei. Spaingo no sensei. Oh, that feels so wrong saying Spain.
Spaingo.
Spaingo no sensei wa dare desu ka? Oh, who's the Tanaka sensei desu.
今日はスペイン語の授業があります。
今日はスペイン
今日はスペイン語の授業があります。
スペイン語の Do you think it sounds different?
スペイン語
I guess
のスペイン語
the I'm truncating the right? スペイン語の授業
授業
Oh, why would you do that? 授業があります。Okay. I have Spanish class today. Who's the Chinese teacher?
中国語は誰？
Got it.
先生のですか？
中国語の先生は誰ですか? When is the Spanish class? いつ?
いつ
Oh, wait.
いついつ
No, stop.
スペイン語
スペイン語の
授業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm going to get Yu-Gi-Oh mixed up with the literal classroom. I don't even know what the literal classroom is anymore. Oh, it's C2, something like that. I see the kana, but I'm having trouble with the sh. Oh, kyo, it's kyo. Okay, kyo sh. Yeah, I'm having problems with the sh again. Kyo sh. Okay, and then okay, Jugyo. Jugyo.
授業
And I gotta stop saying Ju, like as in like 10. Like Jugyo. I'm holding it for 2 more because of saying Ju so long. Jugyo. Okay. So Spain go no Jugyo はいつですか? Okay. Yamada. Oh, hey. Oh my god, Yamada. Oh, it's a D? Da? Oh, I get it. Yamada. So this is taking Hanaka and so Ta, Da, and Yamada. Well, we're about to find out what that means too. He. Mokuyobi. That's such a good point. Mokyobi. Hey, Victor. Mokyobi. That's such a good point. Indeed. Mokyobi. Tamago. Sakana. And Yamada. Wait. Are we talking about Yamada as in the name Yamada? Like, or is this a word? We'll see. Oh, the name? Oh, okay.
Yamada. 今週の宿題
It's probably the name, yeah. I'm like, dude, Yamada is such a common name. And I used to say Yamada. But I'm not so sure anymore because of pitch accent. On.
今週
Why is this a new word again? Konshu no Skudai. Okay. I can see why this is new. It's because it's having the possessive now. So here, every time with like Konshu, Daishu, Maishu and stuff, it was in general. It was in general as opposed to using it as a possessive. In contrast to like Tsuki, right? Tsuki. Next is stop, or next is day, next is object. Tsuki no. So I guess that's why this is new. If I have to guess. So this week's homework, right?
今週はとても忙しいです。今週
I heard「
今週はとても忙しいです」はとても
I didn't hear it properly.
忙しいです。
Yeah, see, now they're showing in a situation in which it's not possessive, right? Konchu wa, this is the typical one that they shown. So they showed one immediately after that isn't using the possessive. Konchu wa totemo isogashi desu. It needs to be clear. Something last and this are different for a noun. Sometimes last and this are different for a noun. Last and this. Wait, are you talking about the previous prompt? I don't think it has to clarify anything, but that's not the way Duo works. However, what are you talking about sometimes last and this? Like yesterday, today, and tomorrow are different? Yeah, they are. Where was... I don't see how what your comment is, how relevant that is. Are you talking about like this week? And last week? You're talking about when I say Raishu, Onshu, and Maishu? That's not yesterday, today, or tomorrow. And then they are different. We didn't get yesterday yet. But kyo and ashita, sure. But it's not just those things. It's not this, just this. It's this week. Yeah, but it's a new vocab because it's for this week. No, it's been introduced as this week. And they introduced this and the text of week. So, no, it doesn't need to be clarified. And I don't think it's a new vocab in that sense because it has been used as this week already, is what I'm saying. And the text here is different. Is talking about the day and talking about a day's a day's thing. I will see. I think that's not what I'm talking about. I think I have already seen it. But all right, I'll let you go with your bold claims, but I'm saying that I have already seen it. But hey, we'll see, I suppose.
今週の宿題は大変ですね。
Your comment is not referring to this, in my opinion. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are different. Absolutely. I just don't see how it's relevant to what they're doing here. And then sometimes last and this are different for noun. It is. Last and this is definitely different for noun. They even did the things with like koko, kore, like the kodo, do are also different in where they are as well. And they don't have to clarify anything because that's not what Duo does. So you don't understand possessive at all? I mean, I don't understand possessives beyond the patterns that are being shown. Probably. I'm trying to think of an example where I would mix them up in construction. I think the one it'll have to come up. I can't really think. I haven't done this long enough to come up with examples right off the bat. I think the one that's most that I notice that I have a problem with is saying this, expressing this. I think that's the first time I'm like, I see. It comes out, you know, it's interpreted as this. And I'm not even sure how it would work if you say this. As opposed to tomorrow. So like with my limited Japanese, I would say itsu no hi. Itsu no hi. As opposed to ashita. And they could topic graphic, like they could end up still being a topic. Or you can talk about it in the time frame, as in ni or a wa, if you're talking about it in general. Talking about the day as opposed to what time. So I don't even know if you can do this. Like, instead of expressing the next day as literally the next day, you use ashita instead. Konshu no skudai. Konshu no skudai wa tenhai. No, yeah. Taihen, sorry. Taihen stuff. Taihen desu ne. Tsuki no Nichi? I don't know what Tsuki no Nichi is. Oh yeah, Tsuki. Oh yeah, Tsuki no... Oh, Nichi? I don't know what Nichi is. I was doing this because of the only things I know. So this. This is what I was doing. It's adapting something I know. Two things that I know. I know Tsuki. I know kind of this. And then... Oh, is it pronounced Nichi? When it's like this? Because this was introduced as he. Oh, it's pronounced Nichi here. In this case. Okay. Say yes again if that was the case. Maybe it could be he. Yeah, so I'm adapting Yasumi. I'm adapting this. I'm adapting this. Yasumi no hi, for days of rest or days off. So then I figured maybe if I can say break days, right? Break, yasumi, I can put in tsuki. It's not saying that I know you can do this. That's taking patterns that I know from Duo and saying maybe I can do tsuki no hi. Tsuki no hi, and this is introduced as hi. So yasumi no hi. And to express the next day, which is different from tomorrow. Even though really it isn't. Oh, I would like to ask both of you, I guess, Victor and Indy. Have you found a time in which you would use the next day versus tomorrow? Like exclusion. Yeah. Did you ever notice if you would use the next day or tomorrow? I have some exceptions. You think of comedy? Yeah. You nailed it, Indy. You think of comedy. According to Google, is Jino Nichi. Oh, interesting. So do you think that's an error? Huh. Victor, do you think that's an error? Or is it specifically Tsuki no Nichi? Or Ji no Nichi? Oh, Ji no Nichi. Oh, Ji no Nichi. Interesting. Oh. So for the next day is Ji no Nichi? I could get behind that actually. That sounds pretty cool. So, it's the multiple readings in Japanese. Okay. Got it. This stuff is cool. When I type it in, it's Tsuki no hi. Okay, Tsuki no hi. Yeah, that's... There you go. So the next day, right? The next day... I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe this, but the next day has a narrative perspective. Tomorrow has a first-person perspective. A lot of times, if you know what I mean. So like when if you're hearing something, when you're talking, a lot of times when you hear a narrative, they would say, tomorrow I do something, as a like if you're narrating from omniscient point of view. But if the narrator is talking about something else that's happening that's not to them, they would say, the next day Sarah walked up the house, as opposed to tomorrow Sarah walked up the house. It's more tomorrow I walked up the house. That kind of thing. If I was trying to like be a narrator in the third person omniscient, I would say the next day over tomorrow. Like the next day Sarah went walking around the park. Tomorrow I went walking around the park. The next day she did it. Yeah. It's something about like this is more of a serious tone. I feel like it has a little bit more of a serious tone. And I agree with you. A slow progression. Oh, tomorrow she will do it. You're right. Indy, I'm feeling you. I definitely am feeling you on that one. The whole like tomorrow is like almost anticipatory versus definitive. It's almost like future perfect versus future like a different, like two different future perfects. Like the one like she will do conditional future perfect versus like future perfect. Like the next day she did this. Then tomorrow she will do this. It's oh man, that's so deep. Sorry. Sorry. All right. We're leaving. Forget it. It doesn't matter, or it does matter. It matters to me a lot. Thanks, Indy. I think we are on the same wavelength about the next day she did it, and tomorrow she will do it. So good. Victor, listen. Is it really refinement? Or is it just being messy? Victor, embrace the chaos. Victor, embrace the chaos. Throw in another idea that doesn't flow with our ideas. Victor, do not let the echo chamber in the group think shy you away. Have any of you ever used the next day in conversation? I don't think I've ever used the next day in conversation. I have used the next day when I read things out loud. I think I've often only used tomorrow when I'm speaking to someone. When I'm reading like a passage in a book, I would probably see the next day. Maybe when you're retelling a story. Oh, true. If you're retelling a story, true. The next day I walked home, right? Like the next day I walked home, or I returned home, or the final day I walked home. Anyways, that's good. That's good. 今週の宿題は大変ですね。Is it though? This week's homework is tough, isn't it? ですね。
山田先生はとても面白いです。
And the very next day, you gave it away. Yes, the very next day. That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, and the very next day, you can emphasize more. Can you say very tomorrow? No, you can't. Wait, now that I think about it, you can't modify tomorrow. Or does anyone modify tomorrow? Like add an adverb to tomorrow? It would feel weird, right? Yeah, you can't modify it. You can't add anything to it. Like the new tomorrow, the nice tomorrow, the close tomorrow. I don't know. Like I don't think you can add any details to it. It feels less fancy, less customizable. You can't do what Victor just did and say the very next day. Like, you know, the very next day. The glorious. Early tomorrow. Oh my gosh, early tomorrow. I think Victor, you've got me beat. Early tomorrow is good. Dang. Ah. You can still do early next day and late next day. Interesting. Early tomorrow. Dang it. That's good. Late tomorrow. Alright, well done. And you said you weren't refined, Victor. Give me a break. You're sandbagging.
Yamada.
Yep. Yamada is another name. Correct. Let's see. Professor Yamada, what is it? Totemo omoshiroi desu. Okay. Yes. How do you feel about omoshiroi? Victor, what do you think about omoshiroi? Because omoshiroi comes up so much in everything. And I actually say it in this way. And not in what is translated here. When I say Yamada sensei wa totemo omoshiroi desu. It's interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting, which can be funny. It's interesting. It means both in Duolingo. So Duolingo use it, flex back and forth between funny, interesting, and even fun, which not to be confused with tanoshi, right? Tanoshi. And fun, not in the sense of tanoshi. I think tanoshi is more like fun. Fun is more like interesting fun. My fun. My fun. My rice. My fun. Or my fun. The my fun. What is my fun? It's a dish, right? My fun. It's that sticky rice. The sticky rice stuff. My fun. Anyways, what'd you call it? I use fun and interesting like omoshiroi. I don't use fun and interesting like tanoshi. I think that's also why they translate it. Yeah. And the reason why I say that is because, is it a coincidence that I'm Asian? Do you use fun and interesting in that way? I don't think most things are fun if they're not interesting. So for me, interesting things are fun, but not all fun things are interesting. So most of the time when I say it's interesting, it's likely it's also fun. A lot of times when things are fun, people find interesting. So I would say Professor Yamada is very Yamada is very interesting.
山田先生は中国語の先生です。
Although I don't know if Tanoshi can be used to describe somebody. I imagine Tanoshi has to be describing something inanimate or some sort of activity or concept, and that's why Duolingo only uses Tanoshi to describe something that's not a person, and then they use omoshiroi as the one for like fun and funny. Intriguing is a better word. Yes, if you're talking to someone who has a more elevated vocabulary, yeah. I would use intriguing if this person is disseminating a complex topic in very heavy language. And then I would use word interesting if it's someone who is not. Agreed. Agreed. Because you're describing something like an interesting book, right? Okay. Yeah. An intriguing book. But that doesn't say that it's a fun book, but it piques your interest. Indeed. Indeed. Way to use the word piqued. Piqued and interest are like two lovebirds. I love that phrase. Piques one's interest. Piqued one's interest. Yeah. Interesting things are not necessarily fun. However, interestingly enough, or intriguingly enough, oftentimes when you're lowering the barrier, like if you're talking about someone who's a lot younger, perhaps, or inconsistent, or a bit more youthful, they tend to find fun a prerequisite for being interesting. And how to this is purely speaking from anecdotal experience. I would say the vast majority that I've encountered, maybe 30 or 40 individuals over my brief stint as a streamer, fun is a prerequisite for interest. So I can kind of see what they mean by funny and interesting being lumped together. For me, omoshiroi, it captures that essence of being interesting, but not necessarily fun. Yet. It can be fun. It could be fun. And often it does lead to fun for me. If something captures my interest, it's kind of insignificant if it's fun at first. For me. So, as opposed to, it must be fun to be interesting, I find things that they must be interesting in order to be fun. Yeah, I think Tanoshi is like the fun you're thinking of. Yeah, that fun. Exactly. Interestingly enough.
山田先生は中国語の先生です。山田
Yamada no
No.
Yamada sensei no Chugoku oh my gosh, I don't know anymore. Wait, why are there two senseis?
先生
Yamada sensei no sensei. Oh, you can actually say that though. Wait,
山田先生は中国語の先生です。
Yamada's Professor Yamada's professor. I mean, you can do that, right? Wait, how would you express this? Would you express it this way? My professor's professor?
先生
Or is there another like redundant thing that you're using both senseis? No. Am I?
山田先生は中国語の先生です。
Oh yeah, I am.
先生
Oh, I am. Wait. Wait.
山田先生は中国語の先生です。
Oh,
No.
right.
は山田先生は中国語の先生です。
I stopped paying attention to the rest of the sentence.
です。
So you can probably do Yamada's sensei no sensei, right? Because it's his sensei. Or does the Japanese people have like some very specific use case where like if you use the same two words next to each other, you can substitute for another word to make it sound less redundant. Like for example, earlier on I heard something like you know how they say like ramen no ramen ya no ramen ya no ramen wa oishii, you know, oishii ramen desu. Oh, you only say that if you didn't know Yamada Sensei's name. Oh, okay. Like this, you know, ramen ya no ramen wa oishii ramen desu. I swear it was something like this, where you had ramen show up multiple times. Maybe they got rid of this. So maybe you get rid of this and it's implied that the thing that's delicious is the ramen. But you know, it could be delicious ramen that comes from ramen. Oh yeah, and then you can do totemo and just throw it in. I do this in my head to practice all the words. So like, what can I add to this phrase right here to make it more interesting, right? You could say something like, and you say, Yamada sensei wa... Okay, we'll go with Chugokugo no sensei wa Oh no, is that a run-on? Can you do run-ons like wa Tokyo sushin desu? Can you do that? Or do you need a day? Or do you need a double thing for Yamada sensei? I was trying to say like, oh, you probably need a conjunction. Oh, I would need ka. Oh, I have to change the first one to a ka. Okay, ka. Then you use the second wa. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that makes sense.
山田先生は中国語の先生です。
Okay, fair enough.
ダニエルさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？
Yeah, since it's not the intended topic, the whole thing is, oh, yes. Yeah. So you turn Yamada, you turn Yamada sensei into, okay, I see. Yeah, it's referring to the whole, the whole. Got it. Fair enough. What did you say? Danieru-san, Yamada sensei no. Gonna take me a while to get this. Jukyo. And you're probably saying Jugyo.
ダニエルさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？
Jugyo wa dou desu ka? I also heard Dogen have to respond to the whole nyo, right? The nyo, or the nya, the gn, the nyo. And the long story short is, if you stick with g, it's fine. However, he occasionally does the nasalization because, I don't know, it sounds nice and people still use nasalization. So in a way, can confirm, right? In some way. So Danieru-san, Yamada sensei no Jukyo wa dou desu ka? 本当に天杯で、大変です。Sorry, I keep saying 天杯。本当に大変です。with the ellipses.
日本語の先生はスミス先生で。
スミス。Smith? Okay. I guess they're introducing three new names. At least 3 new names. This time they combined them. They have Yamada, Sumisu. Yeah, I don't agree with that name. Yeah, Sumisu is not going to. That's not gonna work. But we're gonna learn it. There's a third name. There's gotta be a third name. When they introduce names, it comes in 3s. Usually it comes in like 3 katakanas and 3 hirakanas, but could have just used John. That's so good. Although they're using
Smith.
last names, but yeah, John Smith. Fair enough. They could use Doe. That would be very confusing though. If they use Doe. John Doe. Doe would be so confusing. Like Doe. So like Doe. Doe for Doe. John Doe. That's so funny. Anyway, Sumisu. Okay, Sumisu. Why does that sound so familiar? Why does it sound like another word? Sumisu. Sumisu. It kind of reminds me of semester. Sumisu. Oh, wait. Oh, I know. It reminds me of Sumimasen. Never mind. It's fine. Sumisu. Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, it does remind me of Smith, actually. But not in Smith.
スミス
As in blacksmith. Sumisu. As in blacksmith. What's the Japanese word for blacksmith? Like if they use it in a fantasy, you know, like a fantasy anime, right? Fantasy anime. Isn't it Sumisu? Pretty sure, right? They refer to them as Sumisu? Smiths? And not in the sense of the name Smith, but like I was watching a Western fantasy anime, so I'm pretty sure I might have heard Sumisu in some way. 日本語の先生はスミス先生です。Makes sense because metals might not be native to Japan. Oh, yeah, the metal names. Yeah. Or metals in general, yeah. That's gonna be a deep cut. I don't actually know what type of trades that Japan had in terms of metals and like craftsmen and stuff. There is swordsmith. I don't know what they call swordsmith in Japanese. Probably like kai something, like something kai, like bokai or tosai, like tosai or something. Actually, they do have kanji for iron and silver. Oh, okay, well, there you go. But that's from Mandarin, so I had to research. Oh, Mandarin. I don't even know how to say iron or silver. I only know how to say gold, and not in Mandarin. Ging is gold. I don't know what silver is. I have no idea what silver is, and I don't have no idea what. I think I know how to say steel. Tiet is steel. I know how to say iron. Tetsu? Oh, Tetsu. Oh, that's iron? Oh, Tetsu. Silver is Ging. Okay. Ging. Do you know Ginkaku and Kinkaku brothers? No, probably not off the top of my head, Victor. Are you telling me like Ging is, so that's a silver and gold brothers or something? Oh, Naruto. Oh, wait. Naruto. Wait. Ginkaku? Which one were they? Ginkaku and... Wait, are you asking me, do I play... You mean Shogi? Indy? Do I play Shogi? There's a long story behind if I play Shogi. I'm gonna say yes and no. But Shogi is because it's a mini game in Like a Dragon Gaiden, or Like a Dragon series. You have to play Shogi for completion. So, also, by the way, Indy, have you seen the anime series March of the Lions or Gatsu no Raion? Hey, I can say that now. Gatsu no Raion. Yeah, March of the Lions. It's about Shogi. It's a espresso depresso thing about someone who's very good at something. Oh, that one is great. It's about how it's so relevant now. It's so relevant to how you're being good with a lot of things, like you're being good at something, but it's very hard for you to survive on being good with that one thing. And then all the yeah, March comes in like a line. Yeah, sorry, March comes in a line. Yeah, Gatsu something no Raion something. Yeah, I forgot the words in between, like all the other words, but it has Gatsu in it and Raion. The brothers at Kuruma 8 and Spada. Oh, I had no idea that's what they were called. Is that how you remember? Is that how you were going to try to remember if they're gold and silver? Or like the metals? It's a really great show. Hopefully it doesn't make you depressed. That show revolves around the synopsis of someone who's very passionate and care and specialize in something, which is shogi, by the way, shogi, and how this person is inept and unable to appreciate everything else around them, but ultimately just, you know how anime works. It ends up having a very kosher, like wholesome message. It doesn't deal necessarily with a death, so that's always nice, but it does have that solemnness where life kind of passes you by kind of deal, and like trying to savor the moment, right? Live in a moment, be appreciative of everything around you kind of thing. It's also why Frien, right? Frien is a very trendy anime now. It's oftentimes about, you can do a lot of things. You can be an immortal being with all the knowledge in the world, but if you can't appreciate the moments parts of your life, they end up becoming meaningless, and you become detached from all the good things that moment comes. That's what that show is about. But the main character is good at shogi. So, oh no, you know this in the first minute. Indy, what I said wasn't even spoiler. It's the first minute. It's the first minute of the anime. It's in the trailers. It's the trailer for the anime. It's just the first minute of the show. You can fill in the blanks all you want. You know it. It's really great though. I think right now anime like that, to me, can be a tough wake-up call, but also can be very therapeutic for especially the target audience, the younger to old, like younger adults. Because I honestly think so many times people are their head is stuck so far into the future, and then they've just lost track of the present. So these shows typically show conditions where even if you made it and you're so far into the future, like if you're literally in the future, then you no longer can appreciate the present, right? So things like that hollows out one's life. And I do that all the time. Like Victor never tells me how cool he is because, I don't know, Victor do be victoring things. Whenever I ask someone like, hey, tell me something interesting tomorrow. Don't forget to tell me something about your exam tomorrow, once you're done with it and stuff. And it comes by, it's like, it wasn't that interesting. It's a little column A and a column B, and like, oh, okay. Well, hopefully you like that you did it or something. That kind of thing. These moments are made to be cherished. Oftentimes it can be unfeeling when you ask someone, why do in the first place if you think it's going to be mediocre? That kind of thing. And then the backlash would be something like, well, I had to. Right? Well, I had to. And I'm like, And from now on, I don't say that anymore. I try not to say that. It's not appropriate for the time anymore. When you tell someone like, oh, if you hate it so much, why did you do it? That's very unfilling. That's an incredibly unfilling and detached way of saying things. Oftentimes, it's far more revealing and useful if you have that person describe, why did you think it was so terrible? And is there anything that you can do to change those circumstances in the future? Yeah, they didn't make a silly mistake in thinking. Yeah. My supervisor put in her 2 weeks notice Friday. Ooh. How long have you been working with the supervisor? Does that mean you have to find and work with another supervisor in the future? They have to build up a new... That's kind of exciting at the same time, but also possibly bittersweet if you don't like the supervisor. Or like, if you don't like the supervisor, then perhaps it's exciting for a new change. However, if you do like the supervisor, then that's a little dissatisfying. And then you could be a mixed... How do you feel about it, Victor? I've been working with her for 15 months. Okay. Is that long for you or is that short for you? Or like, how do you feel about 15 months? I don't actually know. But man, to me, that doesn't seem like a very long time for a supervisor. Is that person moving up or down? It's always that it was boring or stressful. Yeah, indeed. Honestly, looking for a new job? Oh, okay. I see. Wait, are you looking for a new job? Moving up? Perhaps? This phrase is kind of weird. Yeah, I get this job for experience. I got this job for experience, sort of, but not really. Okay, fair enough. I see. So you're at least getting the job done, getting the experience, notch a good, maybe a sufficient rec letter, and then maybe make a vertical movement. I'm being very presumptuous, but I feel like you're a proactive person, quite a proactive person, considering how you hold yourself. So I imagine you're looking for something spicier in the near future. Oh, you do like the company and the environment. Does your company allow lateral movement? But the pay is pretty low. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh. Big butts. Oh no, big butts.
No.
Oh. 3.5% raise. How much extra responsibility do you get for 3.5% raise? That seems a little bit insignificant given the current climate of income and inflation. That's almost a cost of living raise if I had to be reasonable in this economy. Blank no sensei. What type?
Umi.
Beach sensei, guys. Or sea sensei, ocean sensei. Ofuro bath sensei. Okay. Sorry.
Sushi ya.
Sushi ya.
英語
Okay, ego no sensei wa Smith sensei. Smith sensei. Desu ka?
スミス先生の授業はどうですか？
Yeah, I'm sure that the raise that give everyone, yeah, it looks like a pay bump, but an increase in responsibility. That's, I feel you. I definitely understand. That's very unimpressive. If you're getting a raise in responsibility when it kind of even seems like it's almost negligible to the cost of living raise. Diminished returns for increased responsibility. Okay. Smith sensei. Smith sensei no jukyo wa dou desu ka? Totemo anoshii desu. Okay. Good for you.
授業がたくさんあります。
I picked up the job fastest of everyone in my group. I brought new knowledge, all that for 3.5%. Understandable. Understandable. So you like the peeps, but not so much the whatever your executives are doing that are determining the pay. So you like the people around you that you immediately work with, but not necessarily the people that are determining your pay. Are they one and the same? Probably not, right? Jukyo ga, what the heck is all that? Oh. Wait, what is all this?
あります。たくさん。
Taksan. Taksan. Oh. Taksan arimasu. Interesting. And you don't have... Oh, this
た
kind
く
of
さん。
does that other thing.
たくさん。
A lot of. Taksan. Taksan. Takusan. Or taksan. Oh no. Oh no, the sun? Oh, that's gonna throw me off. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't mess that up. Taksan arimasu. I guess the position helps. Yeah, I like the people and benefit packages are good, but the money is tight. Yeah. Huh. Fair enough, Victor. Fair enough. Is it large? Is money tight for you in general? If that's not too personal to ask. Like, I imagine you're motivated to look for a new job because of how tight the money is. And company money is tight, sir. Okay. Yeah, more money is good. I did read the recent... I know this might not be relevant to you and in terms of the macro, the micro, but the macro data that came out was pretty auspicious. Then it was higher than expected in terms of employment and job availability. You've seen postings paying $2 more at the bottom of the salary range. Only $2 more? That seems so insignificant. Isn't it? Desu. I swear I'm not doing isn't it on purpose. It comes out so often.
たくさん
We have a lot of classes. Kyōshitsu. Yeah, kyōshitsu. Kyōshitsu is classroom. Yes. That's 6K a year. Yeah, but I can get like $3 more. I'm confident I will not be bottom range. Nice. Well, I wish you the best with that. Here's a random question. Is there any way you can leverage your ability to speak or read multiple languages? Obviously, I have to make it a little bit relevant because you strike me as someone who's at least multilingually competent. Can you ever leverage that kind of thing? The prevailing thought is that multilingualness is terrible. As in, what I mean is, business wise, like pragmatic wise, when it comes to things like employment and stuff, it's very, very low tier. So I'm always curious if I can find or bump into someone who has beaten the odds, so to speak. There's a low percentage return on investment when it comes to language learning or motivations to learn language, at least from the generalized statistics, especially in the United States, obviously being an English speaking country. Nope, they want a Spanish speaker. That checks out. Yeah, that checks out quite a lot. Yeah. Your language is not nearly good enough. I know what you mean. I feel like you're being very serious about this, but then the moment I consider how serious you are about the standards you hold yourself to, probably, I think about the requirements for English, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I definitely been around individuals who perhaps may, this is anecdotal, of course, but boy, do I feel like sometimes standards for language might be relative to the bottom line when it comes to company work, right? And if the bottom line is the native language that's being spoken, which is the English, right? Which is English. Sometimes I feel like if you knew all this stuff already, I think you can probably nip it in the bud and get that Spanish online. Do you know any Spanish?
Takusan.
Okay, takusan. Okay. A lot. You know a little? What is the competency requirements for Spanish speaking? I'm actually kind of curious. 3 years in high school. I see. Do you have to demonstrate it? Or is it just more like, I have 3 years in high school, I'll make do, and they just trust you on making do? 3 years of high school. Yeah, I can see that. 3 years in high school, starting from like 10th. For myself personally. taksan skudai ga arimasu.
宿題
Skudai ga arimasu. I'm going to chime in here. The point of recruiting a Spanish speaker wouldn't be to have a conversation in Spanish. It's to service someone that speaks that language. Yep. Just knowing how to get customers is all they need. Yep. That's it. Yep. Someone recently told me, I think they were Brazilian, and they know Portuguese, they're working on Spanish, and they know English. So English, Brazilian, Portuguese, and they're learning Spanish, right? And they're at an age where they have to decide what they can settle on by using that type of thing. And oftentimes when I think about companies, there's a lot of company openings. It's not like my caution here is that it's often dealing with customer representation conversations towards the other end. And if you have like the motivation and the things to deal with that, it's a great play. It's so high in demand that you can probably climb pretty fast if you know how to communicate in different languages. Although then again, right, it's a very thankless job and you're typically dealing with the person talking to you in that. Although you probably get away with asking for a lot if you, though that's the particular type of situation I think is incredibly in high demand when it comes to that. I was trying to think of other examples of being able to use or leverage other languages, but I haven't really met anyone who has ever leveraged that other than like knowing a diplomat or something, you know, a diplomat or an ambassador, a diplomat of some sort, like an ambassador or intelligence officer or something like that. Crazy things like that. They're not crazy in the sense of a bad thing. Very high pressure situations and probably very confidential. You wouldn't find such people online, if you know what I mean. Perhaps retired, but not necessarily on active. Imagine bumping into an intelligence officer on a Twitch stream. I would be very shook. I would be very worried. Usually it's some sort of customer rep or something. Getsuyobi wa. Oh, can I actually say it that way? Hold up. Oh, you can do futatsu. Okay.
授業
Jugyo
2つ
natsu
が
ga arimasu.
あります。
Dude, in no way. This should be new. They don't even highlight that this is a new concept. You know what I mean? Like, this is actually a new concept. Like, the only time I've learned two things is in the process of ordering something. So in this case, they're really pushing the envelope here. They would highlight like potentially very minor differences, but this one is definitely new. Using two things or a counter for things to describe it. And I think it's this way.
2つ
Oh, I guess they're doing it because there was the other phrase that was used here, a lot, right? I'm pretty sure this is the structure, if I have to infer from the previous example. So, getsuyobi wa Jikyo, Jugyo ga 2つあります. If I'm inferring from the previous pattern, this should be fine. Yes. Yeah, so you put it... I get it. So technically not a new concept because the last concept, a lot, should have given me that heads up. So this is what I mean by implicit learning, right? Duo doesn't explain any of these things. So if you're observant enough, you usually can catch these things. Because now you're building on a foundation. So if something's out of whack, you gotta see if it can be interchangeable, right? So the last observation was a lot is a similar modifier expression as stuff. And then you know from ordering that there's a particle that talks about the object, and usually the quantity situation follows, right? So that's kind of, even though they didn't explain any of these things, right?
明日
明日、いや、明日は、授業が
2つ
2つ
ありま
ありますす。Okay. Interesting.
何曜日
Non-yobi. And now we know what this means, even though they won't explain what this, like how this works, but non-yobi works. Okay. Right. Nice. Okay. Yamada. Sakana. Nanyobi. Mokuyobi. Tamago. I keep saying tomago. Tamago. Nanyobi.
何曜日
優しいテスト
Esto?
テスト
You telling me there
テス
isn't?
ト
I feel like there's got to be a word for this, right? They've got to have had a Japanese word for it. It couldn't have been testo. There's a Japanese native word too? Okay, I was about to say. Like, heck no, it can't be just testo, right? Ain't no way. This concept is not unique. Here's a word for exam, but I believe they want to put this up there. Yeah, okay.
テスト
Testo. I can get behind testo. I'm naturally curious about the concept of tests from a Japanese perspective, like what that sound like. Yasashi testo. Okay. An easy test.
質問はありますか?
質問 Okay, 質問 Man, they're really leaning in on this. 質 So like it's 教室 right? 教室 and then now 質問 I also don't like Yasashi. Yeah, I don't like Yasashi either. Yeah. Since this is talking about difficulty and not looks. Yeah. Unless that's actually the implied. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Different than the room one. But yeah, finally that's the multiple. There's multiple in this unit. Yeah. It's not the same, but what I mean is the sound. The ts, like tasks and desks. Do you guys ever say, like, I'm curious, Lotus, do you ever hear yourself saying tasks, desks? It's one of those like really fine-tuned sounds, and also reminds me of that fine-tuned sound. I think people kind of avoid it in English, the little Tisks, right? Tisk. Do you say tis, or do you say tisk? Yeah, definitely. Even in your southern draw. Oh my gosh, Lotus, please. You have southern draw. I love southern draw. Now, I need a voice sample. Like Indy lives in Texas. So both of you have a different southern draw, probably. Right? Indy, do you have a southern draw? You probably have a southern draw too. What the heck? I'm the only northerner here. What the heck? Why can't I have a southern draw? I'm gonna work on my southern draw. You watch me. The only way I can simplify southern draw. Okay, don't at me, okay? You don't believe you have an accent, but people claim I do? I see. Okay. Watch how a northerner like me, a pep, right? A pep like me summarizes some of the things I hear about southern draw. Okay? It's not that great. It's not that detailed, okay? When you have A's, like the letter A's, like A sounds, try to extend them to this, okay? When you have E's, try to extend them to this, okay? And when I mean by extending them, you glide in and you soft out. Okay? And then you throw in a yaw. This is southern dialect though. It's not actually southern draw, because you guys are referring to southern draw. Yaw ain't. That's southern dialect. So we're gonna eliminate this, right? So like for example, have, right? Ain't a word. so that's all I got. So whenever I hear something, I'm hearing the vowels. The vowels are what I'm hearing. And then drop G's. But this is a normal thing for most Americans, but it's incredibly accentuated in, like, you know, it's far more accentuated in South, like going. And then you can even simplify that. You can say gonna. So like gonna. So I'm trying to think of an example of a I got it. I got it. So like this. Okay, I got one. I have a dog. That's all I got. I'm done. I'm terrible. I know. I'm terrible with southern accents, but all I got is I have a dog. There it is. That's the extent of my understanding of southern draw. I hear you trying. Yeah, I have a dog. So I mostly focus on the gliding in and softening out, and then taking vowels and then drawing them out, and then just slow down. Instead of say I have a dog, I have a dog. I have a dog. And that's all I got. So if I slow down and change all my vowels and then continue to force gliding, remove certain endings, that's as close as I can get to understanding how to add some southern accent to my English. I'm 10 years in withdrawal from the accent, so mine's pretty slight at this point. Funny to hear you break it down though. This is fun, don't you think? I'm not gonna say isn't it. Don't you dare. I'm not saying isn't it, okay? It's fun. Yes, ne? Right? Ne? 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 It's fun though. I like it. I like it. You gotta say ain't it? No, I'm gonna say in it. In it? In it? Now that's a whole different story. That's like we're moving across the pond, but that's fine. In it? Dogs. Dogs in it. Like, so many people are gonna. I just feel like if this was I'm gonna look back on this and there are gonna be if anyone sees this stuff, I feel like I don't mean to laugh at it. I love it. I love that people use in it and dogs, peeing, and yins and y'alls. Like I like that stuff. That stuff is great. It's kind of funny that Lotus is like losing the southern drawl, and I'm like actively trying to figure out how to get a southern drawl. That's the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Wink wink, nudge nudge. Big butt.
質問
質問はありますか? Oh, and you know what? Here's another question. Do you think Japanese people find American Japanese accent annoying, desirable, mysterious? Like, does that filter into the whole idea of foreigners, like being intrigued with foreigners? Because for me, when someone comes to me and they speak in a different English accent, it makes me very, very attractive and piqued by where they're from or like how they speak. It baffles me, and I find that incredibly electric. Incredibly electric. I'm trying to get rid of it because I'm trying to learn Japanese. Makes you exotic, but that would vary person to person. Yeah, I think it makes it exotic. I think it's primarily confusing. Hard to get second order opinion after that. Yeah, fair enough. I know I'm not speaking for anyone, maybe no one, but I personally love that life is confusing. Sorry, not sorry. I think that ultimately means there's more to life than what meets my expectations. I don't know if that's a euphemism or a coping strategy. You can have your own interpretations of what I'm saying, but I am generally incredibly piqued as long as I still have things that confuse me. If things fit into my scape of expectations and constantly pander to me, my life becomes colorless. The color fades away from my life, much like the office workers of Japanese culture. Life becomes a grind when things aren't confusing or interesting to try to discover. In my opinion, personally, this is my opinion. When I got very used to doing the same thing over and over again, and everything kind of meets my expectations, like, oh, it's another day, another result, and that result was not so great, and occasionally you're waiting for that delayed pleasure of something happening. So you spent like 5 years waiting for that delayed pleasure of, I finally did it. It took me 6 years, but I did it. And then you go back to another 6 to 7 years of colorless lifespan. I know how I feel. I know it sounds a little hyperbolic, but there's a very short distance between falling into that pattern of acceptance to feeling comfortable with, I don't know, being confused. I like when I'm out of my element. It makes life incredibly colorful. Now, with that said, if you have a job and you need a steady income, right, and incomes have to be consistent, quality has to be consistent, I totally understand that. This is coming from a very, very privileged position, I suppose. Nevertheless, that's what made me very enthusiastic about science. Ironically, if you're thinking about what I just said here, it's not I was very interested and colored by my science. That is slow as heck. Glaciers move faster than one's own personal research. However, being in science mean you're almost perpetually confused and asking questions due to your colleagues and your community around you. But that's what was electric about being in the scientific field. Everyone had something to say about something, but when they talk about their own research, they're trying to make it exciting for other people, not the other way around. Oftentimes, talking about your own research, spend years cultivating it, and there are very talented and rare individuals that can ultimately stay fresh and enthusiastic about the pace in which their own personal research presents itself. If you're super lucky, your research might be moving a lot faster. But to me, science was brilliant, largely because it always feels like I need to learn more things. Primarily confusing things. I don't know what it feels like ever, and I don't think I will ever know, to grow up in a country in which even the language itself might be so leading to expectation. I find you guys incredibly interesting. Omoshiroi, right? Very interesting, largely because your expressions are incredibly different. Like the way the words you choose, like I like that Indy just said, makes you exotic. That's a word that I have not used in a while. And then Lotus said primarily confusing. And then you get, and hard to get a second order opinion. That's nice. That's nice. Those forms of expression is often why I personally think it's very refreshing, in my opinion, to speak a language where the vast majority of people are not native English speakers. And even when you're talking to other native English speakers, it's vastly confusing, disorienting, misunderstanding. I'm not celebrating the idea that it's hard to get words across. I'm celebrating the idea that it's wonderful to have discussion over the confusion. Did that sound weird? I don't know. It's not conducive to business though, you know, it's not conducive to doing work and whatnot. However, if you're just chilling and just chatting, sharing a bowl, you know, sharing a cup, hitting up the local pub if you guys are drinkers. I'm not sure if you guys are drinkers. I usually use like classic Americana idioms that can resonate with Europeans as well, being the time zone that we have. You know, hitting the pub, not really the pub, but the bar, or chilling at a restaurant, eating meals, shooting ideas. It's very colorful. It's very colorful.
質問
Stimo. I have... Oh, what? Okay. Do you have any questions? You hear me? Do you have any questions, folks? 質問はありますか? 質問はありますか? That's a really good question. I like it. A very good question is asking if there are questions. Yamada sensei. 質問があります. I have a question. Oh, okay. Gonna be real to you. I'm starting to feel a little nostalgic. I know this sounds weird, possibly. When someone says I have a question, like in a classroom, I get excited. I love exploring questions with people. maybe perhaps not so much like in a advisory, like a explicit manner, but more like a discussion manner. So when the older you get, right? I love when people say, I have a question. Like, well, go right ahead. And then oftentimes the younger they get, it's more like, I have a question, but it might be stupid. Or they would go and preface and say, I think it's a stupid question, but I have one. I'm like, no stupid questions. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. I would love to talk Duolingo about this difference. Stumon and Mondai. Oh, is Mondai the same thing? And can you put it in the same place? Stumon in the dictionary is inquiry. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they're inquiring. What is Mondai? Is that a question? Huh. Mondai is more like a problem. Oh, I have a problem, and as opposed to an inquiry. Oh, okay. Mondai is problem on a test. I see. Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, huh. That would be a great question. That would be a great question.
明日は早く起きます。
明日は早く. Hey, 早く.
早く。
早く. This is when I first saw hayai, right? Hayai, I was thinking of hayaku. But hayaku in this case is modifying the predicate. Hayaku. Wait, is hayai a so is that a modification of they're both related? Is this a conjugation? Yeah, okay. This is the first time that it's conjugated. Yes. So hayai and hayaku are conjugations of each other. Yeah, they already introduced hayai. This is the first time I've seen hayaku. And I was thinking hayaku because of anime. So I imagine this, it's a conjugation. This is usually the li form, like doing something like somethingly, like beautifully. You can probably do like kireiku or something. Kireiku? No. How do you do the kirei then? Like, oh no, can you even convert kirei? I was thinking like beautifully, but maybe that's pretty still. Or how can you do, what other words do I have? What other words can I do? I don't have slow. Well? No, I don't have well. You choose the one that you can't? Oh, I chose the non-adjective. Oh yeah, my bad. Oh, so you can't do anything with non-adjective. Wait, doesn't that mean I can just use the na and not conjugate it? Don't you just stick the na in there? As in, like, it just says kirei na, or just kirei ogimasu. Like, you don't conjugate it at all. You just add the na, right? Yeah, kirei na. Kirei na. Ana? Oh no, wait. Oh, I'm talking about like in this way. Can you do it in this way with na adjectives? Oh, you can't? Oh, you can't? Okay. Never mind then. Then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So it's a non-adjective. Non-adjective, you just can't do it. It's fine. We already did non-adjectives in Duolingo. So the thing about kirei na hana, it's already in Duolingo. So that's not the use. I don't have any other words that I can use this way yet. I'm trying to think of a word or like an adjective or something that can turn into the li form. Oh, toi. Oh, toi. Oh, wait. How does toi work? Oh, how does that in bar? How does that convert? Like, what does that mean when you convert it? Like, oku? How does it work then? In interpretation. So, like, you're doing it far away? Wait, aoi works? Aoi? I'm having trouble imagining what it means if you do it this way. If you make it into a li. Yeah, that's why li isn't good actually. Oh, I see. So what does bluing something do? Chika? Gaku ni is closest. Oh, okay. I see, closest and farthest. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. So gaku ni. Okay, got it. So you're doing it at the farthest, at the closest. Okay, you're doing it in the respect of being modified. Like how you're doing it is the respective location of where you're doing, like in what manner you're doing it. The closest or the farthest. I get it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Interesting. I look forward to that. Now we're just gonna have to shove Lotus into the closet because he knows too much. Can't even grace me with southern drawl. What the heck? Ashita wa hayaku okimasu. No. Hayaku no. Wait, is that how you do hayaku? Oh, the closest part. Oh, okay. So, so Chikaku no Owen? Maybe Chikaku no ni Koen? Chikaku ni Koen? Or no Koen? Wait. Chikaku no Koen. Oh, or the nearest park. Okay. I look forward to it. That's all I can say. Tomorrow. Wait. I'm going to wake up early tomorrow.
早く
I see.
早く
I see. Double interpretation there. I think Duo will do a better job than you. I've called Indy out for this before. And I'm gonna call both of you out, even though, yeah, you guys can go back in the storage closet if you want. That just sounds like an excuse for not trying. A diffusion of responsibility, guys. No, I'm just kidding. It's perfectly all right. They want this in the front. That's fine. Tomorrow I'm going to wake up early. 明日は早く
起きます。
起きます。授業があります。Okay. Sure. Class.
今日は早く家に帰りますか？
今日は早く家に帰りますか? Oh, hey. Oh, that is another way to say it, huh? 家に帰りますか? Oh, okay. Are you... I see. Are you returning home early? Or, yeah, are you returning home early today? Sure. Yes, Hayai, yes. Hayai was available when we talked about time and transit. How long a trip takes. So when they introduced how long trips takes, they used like 30 minutes is fast, isn't it? Or this train is fast. This takes a certain amount of time. Is that fast? Kind of thing. So Hayai, they did introduce that. And when I first saw Hayai, I thought of Hayaku. Hayaku. And now we have Hayaku. These lessons change your definition of Hayai? Yeah. Hayai. Yeah, me too. Definitely changed the definition of Hayai.
授業は何曜日ですか?
授業は何曜日ですか? What day is the class? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
何曜日?
中国語のテストは何曜日ですか?
Did they teach me Osoi? Is Osoi long? No, that's not long, is it? No, they didn't teach me Osoi. I don't remember Osoi. If it's not long, then... Oh, late or slow? No, they did not. No. No. Yeah. Nagai is the word I was thinking of. Yeah. But I didn't know if it had anything to do with another expression of long or like slow, like another way to express slow. Omoshiroi is... Why are you saying omoshiroi? Interesting. Why don't omoshiroi me? Yeah, Nagai. I know. Nagai is the only way to express the opposite of Hayai, if you know what I mean. So I think they chose Nagai to try to offset that slow and late was not being introduced. Because you know what I mean, right? In the duo tends to pair up antonyms a lot. And the reason why I thought of nagai is because it's the only element that I can think of that would imply that something is taking a long time or is very slow. So they introduce nagai at the same time they introduce hayai. Yeah, when I learned these, they were all paired up. Oh, I see. Did I learn hikoi? No. Hikui? No. No hikui either. Yeah, Toi and Chikai were paired up. Yeah, Toi and Chikai were paired up. And then Osoi and Nagai. Oh, Hikui. Oh, Hikui is short? Or something? I have another word for short. If you mean Hikui Takai. Oh, Takai is expensive and tall, right? Wait, are you telling me are you telling me Takai also means something else? Oh, short. Oh, means low. Oh, okay. Because I do have the word for short to counter with long, but it's not in the same unit. It's in the last unit. Yeah, I know Takai means high or tall because they introduced both those. They described a Yama. They described a Yama mountains as tall. I do have a short word though. I don't remember it right now. Lotus probably knows. I'm gonna say nah something. But they introduced it in a as describing it as oh no, yeah, never mind. Mijikai. Yeah, Mijikai. Mijikai is the word that I was given for short. So I'm guessing Mijikai and Takai are paired, right? In the sense that one is long and the other one is short in that regards. They described the trip or break as short. So Mijikai. Like Erebi ga Hikui desu. Low. Okay, I see. Yeah, so I only have Mijikai in a different place, and then Hayai was paired with Nagai.
中国語のテストは何曜日ですか？中国語の
I heard testo.
テストは何曜日
ですか？
ですか？中国語のテストは何曜日ですか？
Okay. I only heard nanyobi testo and 中国語。
中国語のテストは何曜日ですか？
Okay.
明日授業が5つあります。
5つ? Wait, are you serious?
5つ。
5つ. What is up with all the tutus here? I want to tutu slap Lotus into the closet because Lotus is the one that mentioned the tutus. I want to virtual slap you into the closet. What's up with all the tutus? Ashita. Actually, that doesn't make sense either. Wait, this? Ashita. Well, let me see. Ashita jukyo ga 5つ arimasu.
5つ。
5つ 5? I think he might have too much power slapping me. Itsutsu. Oh.
5つ
Wait, that's 5? Itsutsu?
5つ
I'm so confused. So you're telling me after yotsu, it's itsutsu?
5つ
No wonder they didn't introduce 5. What?
5つ
Why? Why? Oh. Yeah, 5 things. Yeah, multiple readings. Yeah. I'll show you multiple readings. I have 5. Well, I knew it was a counter, so please guys. Please guys. Don't you guys have to refrain from stating the obvious. Before you go back in the closet, okay? You gotta refrain from stating the obvious. That's not why I was being overly dramatic, okay? I know it's a counter. The answer was rhetorical. I have 5 classes tomorrow. Okay.
もの
Mono
何曜日
Nanyobi. Oops.
何曜日
I don't know why I clicked on Monday. It's just at the bottom. I was reading. Donatsu.
ドーナツ
Shichimon.
質問
Chimon. Okay. Shimon. Getsuyobi.
月曜日
Right. Mijikae means brief or short. It's not an antonym for Takai though. Interesting. What is Takai then? Then Takai is being used differently. In my units, Takai is being used as long, as in not brief. Oh, sorry, wait. Why are we talking about Takai? Oh, I'm talking about Hayai. No, not Hayai. Wait. Indy, you're confusing me because I didn't say it was an antonym for Takai. I said it was an antonym for Michigai. No, not Michigai. Nagai. Not Takai, Nagai. Which is what Lotus said. Is being introduced as the... I'm saying Nagai was introduced in the transit one. And Nagai is not being introduced with Michikai in another unit. That's the opposite. Yeah, Takai is just tall and expensive. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I didn't get short yet. I'm like reading your words and I'm like, wait a minute. Am I saying the right thing? Oh, heckin' Indy. You're confusing me and I'm doing like itsutsu. Come on. Where are we going here?
今週
Honshu testo
テスト
が
5つ
5つ
あります
あります。Okay. Oh, now it's next week?
来週
Naishu
テスト
testo
が
5
5つ
つ Wait,
5つ
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 5つ His mouth 5つ
あります。
You need to study these. What are those things? Wait, what are those things? Is that supposed to be an emoji?
面白い授業
Oh no, why is this different? Omoshiroi. Why is omoshiroi being highlighted here?
面白い
Oh, I guess it's finally being used as interesting. Oh, it's an embarrassed face.
面白い
Dude, so it's finally being used as interesting. Okay. Omoshiroi. How many meanings, how many nuances of uses of omoshiroi is there in the dictionary, in the Jisho? Can someone give me a check on omoshiroi? Jukyo. Jukyo. Omoshiroi Jukyo. Interesting, fascinating, intriguing, enthralling. Interesting, enthralling. But no funny? Funny fun? Oh yeah, and funny fun. Man. Huh. I was kinda hoping more than just that. It feels like when people say omoshiroi, when they're like every once in a while in certain contexts, I feel like it's exuding even more than just those. Like almost like a surprise as well. Like omoshiroi. Like surprising. Like almost like, how unexpected. If you know what I mean. Sometimes. It kind of has that sinister also, how unexpected, but in an interesting way, right? Like unexpected. Smisu. I don't understand. Victor, please explain. Moshiroi, shiroi. Amusing, funny, comical? As what? Comical? L from... Oh, L from Note. Oh, yes, from Death Note. Yeah. True. Enjoyable, fun, entertaining, pleasant, agreeable, good, satisfactory, favorable, desirable, encouraging. Yes, that is what I'm looking for. All those things. When I watch anime and someone just drops omoshiroi, it's pretty much all those extra things. Like entertaining, like entertaining. Yeah, that's desirable, like it's so many things in my opinion. I think it's a really big catch-all for preponderance. So in the future, guys, if I say omoshiroi as a response, it means I have no idea what you're talking about, but it's all these things and you have no idea what I mean. I guess you could start with daijobu too. I don't know. You know, like when someone tells you like, wow, your face is ugly. Genki desu. You know, do your standard. It's like, hey, you know, you're really stupid. Genki desu. Anyway, sorry. That's an English joke, I suppose. It's more of an American thing, maybe. I don't know if Japanese people do it that way. But a lot of times, you know how like you're falling down and you're like screwing up and everything's going wrong, and then you just say it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know if Japanese people do that. Like, it might be a cultural thing, right? If it's not fine, maybe they don't say it's fine. But oftentimes, I kind of feel like it translates pretty well. Like, your hair is on fire. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu. Like, hey, your house is on fire. Genki desu. What does that mean? Let's see. Got the... I don't know what that means. Okay, Daiji... Oh, Daijoubu. Oh, that's Daijoubu? Oh, man. Hold up. Daijoubu. So, are we talking about... This one's suspicious. Maybe something like this. And then... Oh no, I'm gonna need Google Translate for this, Victor. Hold up. I do like my Chinese words thrown in there. Hold up. I'm terrible with reading singing. Oh, that's hilarious. It actually translates to the... Oh, yeah, it does. It translates to the same characters.
大丈夫.
大丈夫. 大丈夫. 大丈夫. Does that doesn't mean the same thing, does it? 那人大丈夫. Narin? Oh no. No one. It's... Wait. I hold up. That kind of sounds like first person. Narin. Yeah. Narin. Wait.
男人大丈夫.
Narin. Yeah. Narin. Narin 大丈夫. Narin 大丈夫. Why does that not sound like the same thing? It almost sounds like people. Why does it sound like person? Nobody... a person is a person? Is what I'm thinking it says? What does it actually even say? I don't even... It just sounds like man is man, or like man comes up so many times in it, or something. How would I express it in this case, right? Daijoubu. Daijoubu. It's more like be big, masculine man. Yeah, I thought it had something to do with being a man. That's what it sounds like. Daijoubu, it's kind of funny because if you're being a man, right? Yeah, pay the dinner bills, be generous. Fair enough. Oh, Narin. Oh, yeah, Narin. Yeah, Narin Daijoubu. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's an idiom actually. So Daijoubu, Daijoubu in this case would be like 没关系, 没关系. Not a problem or something. 没关系, 没关系. Mo die. Mo die. I don't know how to do the e. Mo die. Maybe it's something like this. Mo die. No problem. Not a problem. So in that case, daijoubu. Right. Oh, is it? Does it mean it's fine? I don't know if it means fine. I kind of see it as like, oh, it's not a problem. Right, not a problem. Mo daye, as in no problem. No problem. Although you could just say it's fine. Seria, maybe like you're welcome. Anyways, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Just talking about other languages. How did I get one wrong? Oh, I accidentally tapped the pairing. That's right. Smisu sensei. Smisu sensei no. What is that? What is that supposed to be? Blank wa itsumo omoshiroi desu ne. We have
授業
homework. I mean, not homework, class. Is this really a class though? This really isn't a class. What else do you have? Kaidan. Oh, this is definitely a stairs. Definitely. This is the professor's stairs right here. What's this? Teishoku? Meal set? Fuji-san. What are you doing here, Fuji-san? I totally forgot about Fuji-san, actually. In my yesterday's review, I totally forgot about Fuji-san. How could I have forgotten that? Alright, this is good enough. Fine.
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか?
Smisu sensei Smisu sensei no jikyo wa omoshiroi desu ka? Yeah, Teisetsu was all yeah, freaking Teisetsu. Heckin' Teisetsu. Oh, Teishoku. Sorry, Teishoku. I don't know why I say Teisetsu. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Teishoku. Teishoku. Sorry. I paused for a moment. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. Teishoku. Teishoku. Professor Smith's class is interesting. That's a kind way to say. Oh, it's a question.
授業は何時に終わりますか?
Shh. I need to focus now. Again, hearts. I got so complacent with super. I need to be a little bit more vigorous now.
授業は何時に終わりますか?
Owarimasu. This isn't sit, is it?
終わります.
Oh no. Owarimasu. Oh, sawarimasu is sit. Sawarimasu. End. Owarimasu. End. Ends. Interesting. I was gonna make a pun about I'll show you an end, or I'll end you. That would be a pun though. What? I'm kind of surprised they don't continue the trend of teaching you antonyms together. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of falling apart. A bit. What time does this class end? Wait. What time does class end? Stop it! There's no kono.
"学校は毎日何時に終わりますか?"
I heard something that was unfamiliar to my... Oh.
学校は 学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？毎日何時に？か学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？
Oh, there's a knee in there already.
終わります。か
I was like looking for the knee. I didn't know where to find the knee. You don't know Waru, but you do know Tashi? Hold up. I do know Suwaru. I do know Suwaru. But I don't. What is Tatsu? Tatsu. Wait, what's Tatsu? I do know Suwaru though. You read my sentences complete. Oh, you know. Oh, but you don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, what is Tatsu? Oh, I read your sentence backwards. Weirdly enough. Dragon? Oh, okay. Wait. I don't understand how they're related. Oh, it's to stand. Interesting. Yeah, no. Yeah, no standing. That's right. Yeah, to stand up. There's no standing. Yeah. Got the sit, but no stand.
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？
Does it also mean dragon?
今日授業は早く終わります。
Oh, multiple readings? Question mark? Does Tatsu also mean dragon? The only Tatsu I know is the shortened abbreviation for the spinning kick in Street Fighter. I'm pretty sure it's called a Tatsu. For short, but it's like Tatsu something something. There are other syllables to it, but wait, why? Okay, so you know why they don't teach me it? Okay, what about the stand up, the Tatsu? Does it mean like 8 billion other things? Is that why? Kyo, Jukyo wa 早く終わります. Okay. Oh, that's a great phrase. Class ends early today. Okay. 今日授業は早く終わります。Okay, 終わります。Okay. Well, okay. Yeah. Class ends early today. I can get behind that.
今週テストが6つあります。
6つ。Okay. 6つ。
6つ。
6. 6つ. Fair enough. 6つ. I guess they're not going straight to the kanji. Interesting enough. 6つ. For even 5つ. Konshu, of course, because duo do it that way. I don't know why you don't learn Haji. Hajimeru and Owaru though. Is that quickly, like to do something quickly or something, and then to do something slowly. I don't know. I'm guessing now. To step up. Oh no, wait. Hajimeru kind of reminds me of like. Oh, begin and end. Oh. Oh. Begin and end. Okay, so. Oh, right, right. So the opposite of. Okay, okay. Owaru and. Okay. Hajime. Okay. Hajimeru. To start. Don't know. And don't know. Konchu. It's that other person's name, right? No. It's Testo. Oh, yeah, Testo. Oh, okay. Konchu Testo. What? Wait. What? No. I have yikes. I have 6 tests this week. I can't get behind that. No sir. No sir. I can't get behind. I have 6 tests this week. No sir. Not anymore. That's a young person's game. No sir. Oh, that's very unfortunate that they chose the black shirt for this character, or this like image. It's a black blends in with the black. Kyo wa something ga mutsu arimasu. So this seems fun. Jugyo? Wait. Yeah.
Jugyo?
What else we have? Jihanki. Okay, Jihanki. Keychain. Oh my gosh, Keychain. It's been a while, Keychain. Shumatsu.
テストは火曜日です。
Kayobi desu. Oh, hey. We have Tuesday.
火曜日。
Kayobi.
火曜日。
Okay. Kayobi. Okay. Hooray. The test is on Tuesday. Really now? No, wait. Really? Huh. I don't know how I feel about this one. This is probably what they're looking for. But I don't think I feel comfortable with this one. Maybe it's not what they're looking for? I think it's what they're looking for. Yeah. But I don't know how I feel about that one. The test is on Tuesday. I guess you can imply it that it means on Tuesday. But the test is Tuesday, it's fine. Technically, it's only just showing the equivalence, right? The test and Tuesday are of equivalence. So the test is Tuesday. Although there's a little extra interpretation there on Tuesday. Fair enough. Fair enough. How often do people say the test is on Tuesday? Or the test is Tuesday. I'm pretty sure they colloquially you drop the on as well. The test is Tuesday. The test is Wednesday. In fact, it's Tuesday. It's Monday. Like, if you want to go super colloquially, right? Even if you say the other way, it would not use an inferred preposition either. Oh no. That one's a little weird. Ashita testo, probably testo.
テスト
Testo ga testo ga 6つあります。What else we have? Jazzu. Doresu. Dress. And then tennis. Or no. Yeah, tennis. Tennisu.
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？山田先生の
I heard something on
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？授業は火曜日ですか？
interesting.
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？
Okay. Professor Yamada's classes are Tuesday. Our Professor Yamada's classes Tuesday. On Tuesday.
ナオミさんに聞きましょうか。
Kikimashouka. It's new because kikimas has not been conjugated into the volitional form until now. That's why it's highlighted as new. Naomi-san ni yasumi ni kikimashouka. Really? Interesting.
聞きましょうか。
Interesting. Oh, it's also new because the meaning changed. I actually thought it was more should we listen to Naomi, but yeah, is it should we listen to Naomi? That's what I was thinking.
聞きましょう
But,
か。
like, should we pay attention to Naomi or something? But
聞きましょう
this says, should we ask? Huh. Interesting. And then I almost, yeah, I was thinking, should we listen to Naomi, right? But, okay. Huh.
ケンさん、スペイン語の授業は何曜日ですか？
You don't know what ass would be, though? Yeah. I just realized what I said. Indy, if you are trying to trap me into saying something inappropriate, that's I just kidding. I don't know what. I just noticed what I just said because you know how English speakers drop the KS, right? The KS all the time, like the different K's at the end, and I just realized, oh no, I should have said, I don't know what ask would be though. I don't know what ask would be though, okay? Ask. Guys, ask. This is what happens when you don't articulate and enunciate your words. Ken-san. Yes, American English speakers are ruining the English language. Hot take. Let there be fire. Kensan. Spaingo no Jukyo wa nanyobi desu ka? Danielu-san ni kikimashou ka? Wait. Okay, what day does Spanish class? What day is the Spanish class? Daniel. We should ask Daniel. Interesting. Should we ask Daniel? Sorry. Should we ask Daniel? Wait, we should ask Daniel. Should we ask Daniel? Oh my gosh, that's... Oh no. Okay. Yobi. Wait, go so Kayobi. Oh, it's just Kayobi. Oh, it's not even Kayobi. I actually thought it was Kayobi from the first listen. It's Kayobi. Nice. Okay.
Kayobi.
Kayobi. The other sentence is, should we buy more soy sauce? So I don't know. Should we buy? True. True.
Kayobi.
Kayobi. So Kayobi. I thought I slightly heard a Kayobi, but Kayobi. Kayobi.
Kayobi.
Okay.
Tamago.
Nanyobi.
Kayobi.
Yamada.
Mokuyobi.
ダニエルさん、中国語の授業は何曜日ですか?
Freaking Lily. Danielu-san. 中国語の授業は何曜日ですか? ナオミさんに聞きましょうか? Okay.
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか?
Oh, you know what about the ask thing? The ask thing? Couldn't you say like Hanashimashouka? Indy? Couldn't you say like Naomi-san ni hanashimashouka? Like, should we talk to Hana? Or like Naomi? Like, Naomi-san ni hanashimashouka? Yeah, it's speak or talk, but technically it would have the essence of asking, if you know what I mean. Like, to an English speaker, or at least I feel like when you're saying you're asking something, it's more like speaking to them, right? So in general, I feel like the essence is a little bit better, but I don't know what the other word means. Yeah, let's talk with Ken about it. Exactly. So hanashimashouka is what I would probably say, but this one, maybe it does mean ask, to inquire. I don't know, because I know hanashimashouka is probably gonna not be implying inquire about something, right? At least I don't think implicitly. Smisu sensei. Oh wait, what did I do here? How did I screw this up? Smisu sensei no Jugyo wa omoshiroi desu. Omoshiroi desu ka? Wait, how did I mess this up? Oh, it's a question. That's what I messed up. It's a question. Wait, we didn't get very far today, did we? I guess we'll at least do the personalized practice. I'm slacking off so much today. You were thinking something like Oshie uru, which means teach or tell. I see. I can't remember how it was taught before it was. I see. Did you try to get me to swear again? I'm basically just gaslighting you from now on. Oshie? I see what you did there. Oshieru? I see how it is. Indeed, you're trying to get me to swear.
水曜日
Like, do you remember what the teacher said? I see. All right. Oh, hey, we got a water day.
水曜日
Suiyobi. Really? Suiyobi. Why does that sound so familiar? Sui. Why does sui sound like water in general? Sui? Right? Sui? Isn't that water? Is that why they kept suiyobi? Oh, okay. Sui. Okay. Sui. For water. Hello there. Konnichiwa. Genki desu. Ozenzai-san. Okay, that's cool. There's a Mandarin-ness into it. Suiyobi. So, fair enough. Suiyobi. Cute. This is why you gotta keep some Mandarin in your back pocket. You know? Or grow up Chinese, I suppose. At least partially Chinese. Nanyobi.
何曜日
Suiyobi.
水曜日
Kayobi. Yamada. Sakana. Partial? I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Because most people, when, like, if we're gonna go into, like, super minced words with things, Chinese people don't see me as Chinese. And Americans don't see me as American. So, that's kind of the whole, like, reflexive use of whatever it is. I'm multicultural. Yeah, ABC. Got it. Yeah, I'm in ABC. Yeah. It's tough world out there. ABC. I have no idea what that means. CBC? CBC, Chinese born Chinese. CBC, yes. Sorry, I'm not that advanced yet. Osenzai. Canadian born Chinese? Oh, clever. Cambodian born Chinese? I don't know if that exists. I could see that. Chinese born Cambodian? Chinese born Canadian? Croatian born Chinese? Come on, we can go on. I'm just kidding. No. You're delaying me from doing my lessons. I don't know what that means, but I feel Victor and Indy can help me with the kanji on that one. If it is kanji. I can't tell the difference between Mandarin sometimes in kanji. Because I'm illiterate in Mandarin. What do we have? Suiyobi.
水曜日
水曜日
Okay, that's Wednesday, water day.
韓国語のテストは水曜日です。
Okay.
韓国語
Ankokugo? No. Testo
テストは
wa
水曜日
suiyobi
です。
desu.
韓国語のテストは水曜日です。
Okay. It is actually Wednesday in Chinese. Suiyobi. Wait, is it how do you say it? Oh, that's Wednesday. How is that pronounced? Let's find out. Always like it. Wait,
周三
what's the front? Why does this look different? Wait. I'm not looking at this correctly. Maybe traditional?
周三
No. Oh, here it is.
星期三
Xingqi Sun. I haven't heard Xingqi Sun before. Joseon. Joseon I've heard of. Interesting.
周三
Yeah, I've heard of Joseon, but it's traditional. Yeah. Xingqi Sun. Yeah. They're both Chinese, so they're both Mandarin. Oh, it's prevalent in Cantonese. Xingqi Sun. Okay. Xingqi Sun. Okay. Yeah, Joseon is the one that I. Xingke. Xingke Sam. Yeah, Xingke Sam. Yeah, Xingke Sam is something far more. Yeah, so far more familiar to me. And I can't tell the difference between Cantonese and Mandarin. Don't even at me. Like, I'm a product of immersion. So, kid learning English formally and then getting swarmed by Cantonese and Mandarin media and parents speaking Fujianese. Sometimes I go back and forth and I have no idea if it's Cantonese or Mandarin. But Xingke Sam is pretty good. That's something that's really familiar. For Wednesday in Fujianese is Boisang. That's it. Boisang. It's day. It's the third day. Oh wait. No, wait. Yeah, it's Wednesday, day 3. Boisang. Because the days of the week starts on Monday. Boi 8. Boi nei. Boisang. Why say? Sunday is special though. Sunday is special. Ne why? I don't know why it's special. I don't actually even know if it means anything. I don't think I could tell if those syllables do not sound familiar to me. Standing still.
韓国語のテストは水曜日です。
面白いプロジェクト
Yeah, Sunday is special. Special Sunday. Special. What the heck is that katakana? Odoji. Projecto. Oh, project.
プロジェクト
Project. Oh my gosh, projecto.
プロジェクト
Project. No. Wait. Keto. Project. Oh. Projecto. Oh, I get it. Yeah, is you're dropping the key. Okay. The Q. Projecto. 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 Ah. Projecto. Projecto. Okay. Omoshiroi projecto. I got the Japanese. Dude, no. Don't even at me, dude. When you throw like Australia at me, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to pause, hold. Australia, or like, what's another one? Cupcake. They have so many. Cheesecake. Australia. Oh, Australia. That's right. Australia. Freaking Australia. I really dislike Australia. Not Australians, but another place called, yeah, I know there's another place called Austria, but I still don't think actually do they actually say us. I still have too many syllables. Even if I said Australia, that's not how they say Austria, is it? I'm pretty sure it's like Ostoria with one less syllable. So you would still not confuse them. Don't at me, Indy. I counted my number of syllables. Little heckin' butthead. Heckin' butthead. Do you want me to make a joke about Arnold Schwarzenegger? You know what I'm talking about. Telling me there's another place called Austria. Don't make me talk about Arnold Schwarzenegger again. I'm just kidding. I don't know if people know. I don't know if you know what I'm referring to. That might be too much of a millennial joke. Do you know the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing? No. Heckin' Indy just put me in the class of all the other American stereotypes just now. Heckin' Indy. How dare you? How dare you? An interesting project. I always thought it was weird though, the whole Arnold Schwarzenegger thing. Konshu no project. Projecto wa taihen desu. It's probably taihen desu, right? Where's my taihen? Oh no, it's fun?
楽しい.
Okay, 楽しいですね. Fine. I thought they were gonna go with taihen. I mean, they kind of look happy, I guess. I'm just so used to hearing kids talking about how terrible, how tough projects are. I guess this is very auspicious. Okay.
締め切りは今日です。
締め切り?
締め切り。
Deadline. 締め切り. 締め切りは今日です. Yikes. Okay. The deadline is today. Okay. 締め切り。
締め切り。
締め切りは何曜日ですか？
締め切りは何曜日ですか？水曜日です。
ダニエルさんに聞きましょ
う。Now, why is this new? ダニエルさんに聞きましょう。I guess now it's not a question? Or, oh, okay, I guess now it's we should ask Daniel. Oh, I get it. Okay, I understand. I guess should we ask Danielle, and we should ask Danielle. Daniel it's pretty important. It's pretty important. I get it. I get it. Thank you. Thank you, Duolingo. Thank you. Thank you. Isn't it crazy that let's think about this, guys. What do you think? What do you think? Do you like the idea? I personally, I can get behind this. The idea that when you use a particle, right, or not a particle, but a ka, right, ka for question marks, right? Oftentimes, if you think about how we think about that phrase, right, we should ask Daniel, right? And the question, to the difference between a statement and a question is flipping these two positions, right? Should we ask Daniel, or we should. However, we still have periods and question marks. If we placed a question mark here, it would still be we should ask Daniel, as in it can still qualify as a question. Like this punctuation overrides that, and you still have this question mark sort of built into ka, right? It's so interesting because if you can't, this thing isn't like this thing, right? I don't know, just a thought. We should ask Daniel with a question mark versus we should ask Daniel. Statement. Okay. Who are we asking? Who do we want to ask? Sensei? Sensei.
先生、
スミス先生に聞きましょ
スミス先生に聞きましょう。We should ask. We should ask Professor Smith. Gotta make sure.
う。来週テストが7つあります。
Nanatsu? Okay, I can get behind Nanatsu.
7つ。
Sorry, it sounds like nanuts. if you shorten Su, it sounds like it nuts. If you like take this off, right? Nuts. Sorry. I just thought of something really inappropriate. I'm not gonna reveal how my intrusive thoughts. Okay. 来週テストが7つ。7つ。
7つ。
7つ。7つあります。来週テストが7つあります。Okay. Yikes. I have 7 tests next week. I met someone who has a lot of tests, but I can't even imagine having 7 tests in a week. Shimekiri.
締め切り
Shimekiri. Going up. Shimekiri. I have a lot of vocabulary today. I wasn't really paying attention. Jukiro. Jukyo.
授業
Jugyo. Okay, Jugyo. And then we have Machimasu.
待ちます。
Getsuyobi.
月曜日。
And no, Takusan.
たくさん、
Takusan. Yes. Takusan. Sure. Yes. 金曜日。金曜日は金曜日は宗教が7つあります。Yeah.
金曜日、
金曜日は
授業
が7つ
7つあります。
金曜日 OK 金曜日は授業が7つあります。Let's try that again. 金曜日は授業が7つあります。プロジェクトが7つあります。
あります。
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Yep. Take my time to get hydrated. Yes, sir, Bob. Wait.
授業は何時に終わりますか？
授業は何時に終わりますか？ What time does class end? Okay. Let's try this again. 授業は何時に終わりますか？ Blank. I'm looking for a type. 英語の先生はスミス先生ですか？ Or the English teacher, Professor
宿
Smith.
題はいつもたくさんありますか？
宿題はいつもたくさんありますか？たくさん I have Do you have a lot of homework? 宿題 Wait.
宿題いつも
Do you always have a lot of homework? 宿題はいつもたくさんありますか？宿題 sorry. 宿題はいつもたくさんありますか？
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？学校は何時に
No, sorry.
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？
Okay.
毎日
What?
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？
Oh.
終わりますか？
I,
何時に
I keep forgetting that
何時に
I'm like looking for the knee and I couldn't find the knee, but
何時に
it's
何
grouped.
時に
It's grouped. So, 学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？終わります。
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？
Okay. Is Professor Yamada's class on, I heard, 火曜日。
面白いプロジェクト
Okay.
面白いプロジェクト
面白いプロジェクト。
田中先生の授業は楽しいですか？
Okay. Is Professor Tanaka's class. Wait, fun? Yeah, fun. Tanaka sensei. Oh, yeah. Tanaka sensei no Jugyo wa tanoshi desu ka? Tanoshi. I said tenoshi. Tanoshi desu ka?
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？スミス先生の授業
Wait.
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？は面白いですか？
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？授業スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？
スミス先生の授業はどうですか？
とても楽しいです。
面白い授業
面白い授業
エリカさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？
エリカさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？あ、とても優しいです。Oh no, there's the 優しい。
ダニエルさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？
We're gonna practice Jukio over and over again until we get it. They haven't used classroom too often, and classroom is the tricky one. It's gonna be a tricky one. What was it? 教室ダニエルさん、山田先生の授業はどうですか？本当に大変です。Oh. Okay. All right, kanji time. Let's go. Off to kanji world. Oh, we've unlocked everything. All right. 15 minutes of kanji. Let's go. Sakana.
魚
魚
Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at all these bottom strokes.
魚
Wait. 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 Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so weird looking. When shrunken like that.
Sakana.
Oh no. Oh no.
魚
It's fine.
魚魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
They're all sort of connected, so it's not too bad.
魚
I feel like I have less
Sakana.
trouble when things are oriented in a manner that is connected.
魚
Alright. Next one. Tamago.
卵
Oh, was that sakana? Oops.
卵
I didn't even look.
卵
I probably saw it.
Chichi.
Chichi.
私
Watashi.
卵
Tamago.
魚
4.
4卵卵卵
Yeah.
魚卵
え
卵
Sakana.
本
Hon.
ご
Go.
何
Nani.
卵
Tamago.
魚魚私
Watashi.
4
4. Sakana.
Chichi.
Chichi. Tamago.
Tamago.
Okay.
卵8魚卵6何魚
え
魚
Oh, I must have typoed there. Typing with my left hand only is kind of annoying.
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
Ooh.
魚
Oh, that's so
Sakana.
much more curved.
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
山田。
何曜日
何曜日？
山田
山田。
山田9
9
時
時。
山田何曜日金曜日6
6
時
時。
山田山田
何曜日？
何曜日山田山田何曜日月曜日8
8
時
時。
山田
田
1
1
時
時。
何曜日何曜日金曜日200
200。
山田何曜日
7時。
7時山田山田何時何曜日9000木曜何曜日何何曜日何曜何何曜何曜日何曜日何何日本金曜日何時何曜日何何何月曜日500 700何曜日何何曜日何曜日日
日曜日。何時？
何
何曜日？
金曜日何何何2時何曜日見ます4時
魚。
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
魚
Hmm.
魚、
魚、山、
Hmm.
山田、
Okay. Yama and Yamada.
Yamaguchi.
Yamaguchi.
山田、
Yamada.
山、
Yama.
本、
Hon. Nakayama. All the Yamas so far. Okay.
山、だ、
山、
Oh, that's a little turned.
山、
山田、
山田、
Yamada. 7分。
7分。中山、
Nakayama.
山、
Yama.
山口、
Yamaguchi. Okay. Tanaka.
田中、
Yamada. Yamada.
山田、田中、田中、山田、田中、田中、た、中、山田、山田、山田、
Yamada.
400、
400.
田中、
Tanaka.
山口、
Yamaguchi.
一時、
Ichiji.
山田、山田、山田、
Oops.
山田、田中、買います。来月、私、田中、た、中、山口、
Yamaguchi.
田中、
Tanaka.
700、
700.
山田、
Yamada.
8時、
8時.
山田、山田、私、3時、田中、山田、小さい、
え木曜
木曜
日。
何曜日、
何曜日。木曜日。え日
日
本
本、土
土
曜日、
曜日。
木
木
曜日、
曜日。金
金曜日、
曜日。
何曜日、
何曜日。
何曜日、
木曜日、
Oh, よ。
木曜日、
何曜日、
日曜日、
木曜日。金曜日。
何曜日、
何曜日。月
月曜
曜日。
魚、
Okay, last drill before we get to the last one. Whoops. I put Sanaka. Yeah, talking type still.
魚、
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 Okay. So now we have Suiyobi. Oh, not Suiyobi. This is Kayobi. Whoops. Kayobi. We don't get. I don't know if we get Suiyobi.
火曜日
Because oh no, there is one.
火曜日
It's on the bottom. Oh.
火曜日
Wait. Oh no, I didn't do Kai. Okay, so that's how Kai. Okay,
火曜日
hecking Kai.
火曜日
Ka. Oops. Oh no, stroke order.
火曜日
Stroke order.
火曜日
Okay,
火曜日
it's fine.
火曜日
火曜日
I can stroke order. Oh, we're out of time actually. 15. Wait, there's Suiyobi. It's down here. Okay. All right. Let's do our personalized practice before the day. Ooh. Where has the time gone? Where has the time gone? So personalized practice. Either I get all the hearts or I don't get them at all.
これは有名なデザートですか？
We're not going to use keyboard for now.
これは 有名な
I heard desato.
デザートですか？これは有名なデザートですか？
Okay.
弟さんもサッカーをしますか？
Does your younger brother also play soccer? Okay.
警察はもうすぐ来ますか？ 警察は
Keisatsu wa
もうすぐ
mosuku
来ますか？
kimasu ka? Are the police coming soon?
母と有名な寿司屋に行きます
Okay. I'm going to a famous sushi shop or restaurant with my mom. With my mom.
仕事の
後
あと
いつも
いつも
家事をします。
警察ですか？
Is it the police?
弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか？
Okay.
弟さんはカナダに住んでいますか？今弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか？
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
Does your younger brother also live in Tokyo? これは有名なデザートですか？
これは有名なデザートですか？金曜日に母と寿司屋に行きます。
I'm going to a sushi restaurant with my mom on 金曜日。買い物後、ダニエルとうちに帰ります。And now I need to find the stuff.
買い物の
No.
あとダニエルとうちに帰ります。
3
I've got Danielu-san. Oh, I missed the honorific. Kaimono no ato. Kaimono no ato. Kaimono no ato. Danielu-san to uchi ni kaerimasu.
すみません、これはどんなデザートですか？
Okay. Excuse me. What kind of dessert is this?
警察はもうすぐ来ます。
警察はもうすぐ来ます。Yeah. I started late today, Jamie. Oh, and we had too much fun discussing things. I kind of like spent half the time. If not, I think I was only learning for like 3 hours today. The police are coming soon.
買い物の後、エリカさんと家に帰ります。
Okay. Why would you not? Oh, no, never mind. After shopping, I return home with Erika.
母と高い寿司屋に行きます。
Okay. Going to an expensive sushi restaurant with my mother. All right. Oh, it's past midnight. Oh no. Okay. Hana-san, sono tatemono no tatemono wa dou desu? Or nani? No. Wa nan desu ka? Yeah. Hana-san. Hana-san. 建物は何ですか？
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。
Okay. Oh, Haidimas. That's the one that was specialized that I didn't recall on review day. Ni Haidimas, to enter. It's more like to enter or to get in the scope of this.
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。の後。
But in this case, it's to take a bath.
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。いつもお風呂に入ります。
に入ります。Kind of like showerを浴びます。In a way. So,お風呂に入ります。Kind of like the only instance in which so far for 入ります。
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。
春は兄と野球をします。
Okay. I'm so hard with these word banks. I will play baseball with my older brother in the spring. I guess you can put it in the front. Sure. Oh wait. I play, yeah. In the winter I take a bath every day. 冬はお風呂、冬はいつもお風呂に入ります。
冬は毎日。
毎日。Whoops, not いつも。冬は毎日お風呂
に入ります。
Yeah.
春はよく公園に行きます。
Okay. I go to the park. I often go to the park. I find in the spring. Sure. Put in the front. Oh no. This one's a little weird. So, 気温は暖かいですか？
京都は暖かいですか？
花さん、あの建物は何ですか？
Oh no. What's that building over there? Okay. Oh. Sure. The sliding. I have a cute younger sister. Okay. Okay. Kawaii. Okay. Kawaii 妹がいます。
今日京都は暖かいですか？
Will Kyoto be warm today? I have an annoying younger brother.
うるさい。
うるさい弟がいます。
弟がいます。
あの建物はデパートです。
あの建物はデパートです。Okay. That building over there is a department. Whoops. That building over there is a department store. 面白い妹がいます。
面白い妹がいます。
明日も暖かいですか？
明日も暖かいですか？Will tomorrow also be warm? サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。
サッカーの後、いつもお風呂に入ります。
春はよくどこ何 wait どこ wait a minute
春
はよくどこに行きますか？
行きますか。
Okay.
花さん、あの建物は何ですか？
建物 No, what did I do here? That's Anna. Oh, it slid in the wrong place. What is that building over there? Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo. Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
4.2 times the more likely. Yamada. Wait. Oh, this is personalized practice, right? Did I click on the right thing? Oh, no, I didn't. No. Wait. I didn't click on the right thing, did I? No, I didn't click on the right thing. What am I doing? Here we go. 建物は何ですか? Yeah, we're good.
コンビニで会いましょう。
Okay. 이에公園で会いましょう. Yeah, meet at the park instead. Let's meet at the park. 駅。ぐらい。暖かい。アレルギー。春。
あ、ここは私の席じゃないです。あ、ここは。
What?
あ、ここは私の席じゃないです。の。席。じゃないです。
あ、ここは私の席じゃないです。It's not. This is my seat.
明日の宿題も優しいです。
Okay. Tomorrow's homework is also easy. Alright.
何時に家に帰りますか? 何時に家に帰りますか? 何時に家に帰りますか?
Okay.
明日駅で父と会います。
Okay. I'm going to meet up with my dad at the train station tomorrow.
買い物の後、花さんと家に帰ります。買い物の後。うちに帰ります。買い物の後、花さんと家に帰ります。
花
さんじ
と
じ買い物の後、花さんと家に帰ります。
Okay.アンドリューさんは具合が悪いですか?
アンドリューは具合が悪いですか?
Oops.
さん
I've got the honorific. Wait. 少し a bit. アンドリューさんは少し具合が悪いですか?
ご両親と城に行きますか?
Oh. Are you going to the castle with your parents. Okay. 金曜日。金曜日。どこ？
金曜日。
金曜日。Do I need a particle here?
どこで
金曜日どこで
に
食べますか? Huh. We can get away with just 金曜日? I feel like this is sus. Oh, it was sus, and I didn't even see what it was because my pen double tapped. Never mind. Oh no, now I need to figure that out. Are the fireworks next week?
来週
Oh, this is weird too. 来週
花火
花火
花火は花火ですか?
This is sus too. Yep. I don't like that phrasing at all. Alright, do I wanna... Yeah, I guess I'll do practice and try to get that completed. Let's keep going. I don't like both of those phrasing, but it's fine. Final stop. That's... Shukon.
終点
Shuten, sorry. Shuten. Right, final stop. Shuten. Yeah.
終点は渋谷駅です
It's the final stop is Shibuya Station. Okay.
大丈夫。
いいえ、今3時です。
はい、3時です。
何時ですか? 何時ですか?
先生、今何時ですか?
1時ですか?
Oh, so hard to see, not the 漢字.
1時ですか? です。じ。か。
1時
1 1
1時ですか?
2時。2時。
1時です。
はい。
I don't want to do keyboard input right now.
1時
Should, but no.
です。
It alleviates the kanji thing.
1 1はい2時です
テスト。
Oh,
音
hey.
楽の先生はスミス先生ですか
We already hit the just most recent thing. Dang. Is the music teacher, Professor Smith. Konshu wa Jukyo ga 2つあります。
スミス先生に聞きましょうか。
Should we ask Professor Smith? 来週のテストは blank ですか？
スミス先生は優しい先生ですね。
Okay. Professor Smith is a nice teacher, isn't he? Interesting. Haven't done that yet. Kyo no Jukyo wa blank ni owarimasu. 4時に Yeah, fair enough. Or 4時。
今日学校は2時に終わります。
今日学校に2時に終わります。School ends at 2 o'clock today. 今日は授業が3つあります。
今週テストがたくさんあります。今週テストが5つ。今週テストがたくさんあります。たくさんあります。今週テストがたくさんあります。
今週テストがたくさんあります。今週テストがたくさんあります。
山口先生に聞きましょうか。
アンドリューさんに聞きましょうか。アンドリューに聞きましょうか。
アンドリューさんに聞きましょうか。This week's homework is tough, isn't it?
今週宿題は大変ですね。
今週の宿題は大変ですね。
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？学校は何時に終わりますか？学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？毎日
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？ I have 5 tests today. This week. Okay.
今週
今週 This week 今週テストが5つ
終わります。
Just kidding.
あります。
あります。 How is Professor Smith's class? Okay.
スミス
スミス
先
先
生
生スミス先生はどうですか？
どうですか？
あ、スミスの先生はどうですか？ Oh, I missed something. Wait. Oh, I missed wait. Oh, no, that's the other way. Whoops. I totally skipped class. Let's try that again. Sumisu 先生の
授業
はどうですか？
どうですか？
Okay. We'll get 3 hearts and then go for this. I made 2 errors there because of the phrasing. There's one trouble. That's one of the problematic phrasing that I have from last time.
じゃあね。
こんにちは。どうぞよろしく。
こんばんは、花です。花です。
ケンです。どうぞよろしく。
ナオミさん、どうぞよろしく。ナオミさん、どうぞよろしく。
ナオミさん、じゃあね。
ケンさん、また明日。ケンさん、また明日。
花です。どうぞよろしく。
また明日。また明日。
じゃあね。また明日。
ナオミさん、また明日。さん、また明日。
こんばんは。どうぞよろ。
花です。どうぞよろしく。
こんばんは。こんにちは。ケンです。
Oh, okay, you can't do it the other way? Okay, fair enough.
こんばんは。ケンです。
ケンさん、じゃあね。
Alright. Alright, let's try
Get more with Super
Yes. We've seen these ads a couple times already. Alright. I want to do my last set of kanji. So, alright. So, are the fireworks next week? So, that's so weird. So, hanabi wa laishu desu ka? And then where are you going to eat on Friday? What do we do here?
金曜日。どこで、
はい。
で、にで食べます。かで、に にでででで
What is... Yeah. I think this was wrong, right? 金曜日にどこで食べますか? Oh no, it wasn't. What did I do last time? Did I omit something? I'm so confused how I got it wrong last time.
上野公園。
仕事の後、家に帰りますか？
すみません。wait. What's that say? Oh. お手洗い。お手洗いは、あそこですか？いいえ、ケンさんと、走ります。running. Okay. 電車。ポストカード。Wait. Is that ポストカード？ Yes.
ポストカード？
病院。
時間。暖かい。日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。日曜日。に。日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。
Okay.
名古屋。
I could have sworn I heard a...
日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。で、城。
What?
日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。見ます。お。
Okay, I see it. Fine. Fair enough.
日曜日に名古屋で城を見ます。
Okay.
アンドリューさんは少し具合が悪いですか？
悪いですか？ Okay. Is Andrew feeling a bit sick? Okay. アンドリューさんは少し具合が悪いですか？
明日の宿題も優しいです。明日の宿題も優しいです。
What?
明日の宿題も優しいです。宿題も優しいです。明日の宿題も優しいです。明日の宿題も優しいです。の明日の宿題も優しいです。
That just not register with me today. 明日の宿題も優しいです。
金曜日にご両親とどこに行きますか？
Okay. ご両親どこ Okay, where going with your parents on Friday?
春はよく友達と公園に行きます。春はよく春はよく友達と公園に行きます。友達と公園に行きます。春はよく友達と公園に行きます。
明日駅で父と会います。
Okay.
Ah. ここは私の席じゃないです。
Okay. Alright, kanji again. Let's go. We're gonna try to get Okay. Okay. 火曜日。
火曜日。山田。山田。
来月。
来月。
木曜日。
火曜日。山田。2時。山田。山田。火曜日。山田。山田。山田。火曜日。9時。8時。何曜日。火曜日。火曜日。
新聞。2時。火曜日。日曜日。山田。
山田。金曜日。火曜日。400。新聞。山田。
火曜日。
何曜日。火曜日。月曜日。土曜日。金曜日。何曜日。火曜日。火日。曜。
何曜日。
何曜日。
火曜日。
金曜日。日曜日。火曜日。何曜日。日本。
火曜日。
火曜日。
Okay.
火曜日。
火曜日。火曜日。
火曜日。
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 火曜。
火 火曜日
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 火曜
火曜日
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 水曜日山田山田
日曜日8
8
時
時
水曜日山田9
9
時
時山田山田
水曜日
水曜山田山
水曜日2000山田来月日曜日
水曜日水曜日
山田
山田
2
2
時
時
500
火
火曜
曜
日
日
水曜日
山田火曜日山田700 9月水
Get more with Super Duolingo.
All right, I get it. Okay, 水
水
Hey, Blue. Hey, hello.
水曜
水
水
水
水水曜水水水水曜日水魚水
山水曜日日曜日
水曜日水曜日水古い8水曜日4水水水火曜日
水曜日火
卵水曜日水曜日水曜日分2時半見ます水日本
Okay.
水曜日
日本 I see why they did
日
that.
本
日本
水曜日金曜日日曜日月曜日水曜日
日本
日本
に本
水曜日
水曜日 which one of this character? Sure.
土曜日
水曜日
月曜日日本火曜日
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Dude, okay. We're fine. We're almost there. 火曜日。
火曜日。
Okay.
火曜日。
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 Alright. One last one. 水。
水。
水曜日。
水曜日。
水 again.
土曜日。
火。
水。
私。水曜日。
水曜日。
水。
Oops. That sucked so hard.
水。
I put my pen
水。
down already.
水曜日。
何曜日。
水曜日。
卵。水。
ふん。
糞。
One more? Okay.
火
火曜
曜日。
日。水曜日。
水曜。
火曜日 again. 水
水
曜日
曜日。
土
土曜
曜
日。
日。金曜日。火曜日。日曜日。
水曜日。
火曜日。
火曜日。
水曜日。
何曜日。火曜日。
水曜日。土曜日。木曜日。Still not complete.
土曜。
え
水
水曜日。月曜日。火曜日。何曜日。土曜日。
水曜日。
土曜日。
Oops. That was kind of crooked.
土曜日。
水曜日。
何曜日。
土曜日。水曜日。金曜日。月曜日。There we go! We did it! Hooray! 木曜日。
木曜。
木曜日。
木曜日。
And now we have to
木曜日。
wait till the 15 minutes
木曜日。
expire. And to wait till the...
木曜日。
木曜
It
日。
hasn't been 15 minutes.
木
Holy
曜
heck.
日。
木曜日。
It feels like it's been forever though.
木曜日。
What the heck? It's still going. What the heck?
魚。
Alright. Sure, I'll grind. I'll knock this out of the park. We get to do our writing pieces again.
魚。
Because we finished all the
魚。
overlapping
Sakana.
stuff. Overlapping lessons.
魚。
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 My hand kind of has a cramp from yesterday. Oh, I noticed that they changed something too.
火曜日
When you're practicing, when you're doing regular practicing, after you complete the sections, they're worth less XP. I see you. By 5 points.
火曜日
By 5 XP.
火
A
曜日
silent nerve.
火曜日
Although,
火曜日
I mean, this is great. Being able to
火曜日
practice the writing anyways.
火曜日
Whoops. What the heck?
火曜日
My pen didn't register there. That was
火
weird.
曜日
Okay. I guess I'll just keep going for now.
木曜日
It takes me about like
木曜日
I would say at least 15
木曜日
iterations for me to remember the
木曜日
kanji
木
the
曜
next
日
day.
木曜日
But I think I'm pretty
木
good.
曜日
I think I remember all the
木曜日
kanji from
木曜日
this unit.
木曜日
金曜木曜
And I think I've gotten all the days of the week without forgetting any now.
木曜日
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 Now I need to get
木
down
曜日
pronouncing
木曜日
class and
木曜
classroom.
日
I think that's the one that I
木曜日
stop on very often.
木曜日
Get more with Super Duo.
Stop it. Oh, I could even see the. Let's see. Okay.
卵
Tamago. Oh no. Do I have to write tamago?
木曜
No, this is the extra ones.
木曜
If you can get them mixed up kind of thing.
月曜日
Getsuyobi. 木曜日
母
Haha.
卵
金曜日
木曜日木じ日
Oops.
じ曜
Just kidding.
卵木曜日木土
土曜
曜日
日
卵
日曜日5木曜日
卵卵木曜日
木曜日
本
本卵日曜日
土曜日
Okay. I think I must have completed one of my quests. That's why the time seems like it's going on beyond 15 minutes.
木
木
曜日
日
卵金曜日
Oops.
金曜日日曜日母木火曜日
Wait, I didn't even check. I'm just on autopilot at the moment.
火曜日
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 I'm pretty sure I did this
火曜日
for oops. 30 minutes.
火曜日
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 It's so relaxing.
火曜日
I don't have to read and speak for too much. Okay, it's up. Okay. That's not bad. So these 4 characters, for sure. For sure. No problems. Wow. Holy. Yeah, I've met my match here. I definitely met my match here. Yeah, just I don't know if you were here for this, but this guy is learning Japanese. This guy's no, but check this out. This guy, I finally found like a cool rival to motivate me, because this guy is Chinese. Apparently, this person is Chinese and is learning Japanese exclusively. And guess what? This person started the day before me. Because technically today, when this guy starts, it will be their 56th day. I started the day before, and to be here at the same time, placing top 3 at the same. Yeah, he's basically identical. Like legitimately 1 day off every single day. The only difference between me and this guy is this guy was pragmatic and didn't like practice like a lot more than they need to. Like for me, I had double the XP because I enjoy kanji a lot. So I like doing kanji over and over again. Like the whole flashcard thing, when it keeps flashing in my face and then doing the thing, it feels really good after spending the whole like half the day thinking about the sentences and thinking about the grammar and stuff. Like doing this stuff is so different from staring at like this stuff all the time. So I love it when every time I get the 15 minutes, I get really zoned in for this stuff, because I really do believe in the long run you're gonna have to get used to this. Like this kanji stuff is far more, in my opinion, going to be something that you need to drill more than this stuff, in my opinion, if you wanted to like extract some extra stuff from it. So it's really fun. I can see why, like, if you go to Anki, create your own Anki flashcards, like spend all the time. So basically, if you create your Anki flashcards like from scratch and stuff, you're doing this part. Basically, you're manually doing all this part. So it becomes really important. It's very special. It becomes sentimental and whatnot. And then when you go to learn the stuff, it's kind of like this, where you're flashing really, really fast. It's like, this is this, this is this, this is this. And then you're saying it out loud rapidly as you're going. So if I were to do Anki, I would probably add even more to all the things. So all my flashcards would be flashing way more information. But meanwhile, Duo is keeping it pretty like straight-laced. The most complicated thing is 6 things or 5 things on the screen, right? 5 paired with 5. So you're only looking for 5 pairs. That's usually really quick. But instead, what I'm doing is I'm reading the kana, I'm saying it out loud in synchrony on the exact moment that I'm pushing it, and then all the pushing, all the selection is on the same pace. So I tap 1, if I can't get it, I just move on to the next one. So every single time it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's in the same cadence. So I'm trying to keep myself at the same speed to see if I'm slowing down or pausing on anything. It's pretty wild. It makes me very energetic when I'm doing this. It's like 15 minutes, go. 15 minutes, go. And it breaks the tedium of this one, of doing these. Although with all that said, I spent 9 hours today, and I think legitimately I spent like 4.5 hours just chatting away, and it was so much fun to chat, because I was supposed to complete 5 more lessons today, which is the repeat of the top of these, the repeat of discussing class. But we'll get it tomorrow. We'll do tomorrow, and tomorrow is gonna be repeat day. Focus, talk about jobs, and get around a theme park. It's so much. I can't even explain how fun it is to do something difficult inefficiently. Like, the question is, would I be as enthusiastic? I mean, I would probably be as enthusiastic if I didn't use Duolingo. Probably something that is more my speed. What would be more my speed? Anki is definitely more my speed. Basically give me a tool that's flexible enough that I place however much effort I want into it. Duolingo, in a way, is restricting how much effort I can place into it. The upside about using Duolingo, in my opinion, in the long run, is that it's forcing me to do something that I don't normally do, which is, honestly, I don't use flashcards. I know that sounds like, oh my gosh, that's blasphemous, but generally flashcards don't work anymore. Like, I flash the cards in my head. Like legitimately, the flashcards are in my head. So most of the time. And if I can't bring it up in my head, then a flashcard is subjectively a mild step up. My reminders tend to be contextualized. So it's not that it's my commentary on Anki. I think Anki works for a lot of people for sure. If not, it's the most consistent advice for everything. Maybe if I have some really troubled stuff in the future. I don't think I've encountered something really, really troubling yet that I need to drill that hard. That's pretty... It doesn't get old. It really just doesn't get old. Huh. You're also talking to a guy who played a live service game for more than 10 years and come in for like 10 or 30 minutes a day every single day for like 10 years. Also, another game I play, like I play 3 separate games over 10 years now. You pop in, spend 30 to 45 minutes, get that little nice feeling. I'll be watching and hearing Japanese about doing the routine in my live service games because that routine helps me like focus. So it's kind of like cooking while listening to music or something like that. It gets me down. So this stuff is like incredibly engaging. The lack of explainers, in my opinion, is challenging me to find the answer. So it really does feel like a game. The difference here, in my opinion, is I don't play video games within the system. I play video games outside of the system. And oftentimes when people talk about immersion, I can't resonate with this. There's no resonance usually with this. I get it to some extent that you want to be immersed in something, but my immersion isn't the game itself. Like, I'm not in the game. The immersion is everything outside the game, including the game. So much like learning Japanese, I spent more than half my time today talking about Japanese and English, like the relationship between Japanese and English. The game or the task is learning Japanese. I usually don't want to just learn the task. That makes you very efficient for sure. It's not as fun, in my opinion. You get burned out. You get burned out really, really fast if you don't enjoy the things that happen around it. Share your experience with other people. Get other people to join you. A cruise and a road trip is very, very long with friends. It is very lonely and miserable alone. So when you're alone, you want to make that road trip as fast as possible. It wouldn't be called a road trip, it'd be a commute, right? If you want to get to San Francisco if you want to get to the West Coast to the East Coast, it'll probably take you, I don't know how long. Say it takes you 50 hours. It's not 50 hours. Like really, really long, like 4 days or something. You can make that trip in the least amount of time you want because you're alone. So you make decisions for yourself. You calculate and maybe you'll get a lot of gratification for that. But for me, much like the anime I'm watching, Eden, right? I would ask around, if I have to make the road trip now, I'm going to find 2 or 3 other people and say, hey guys, you want to hit up a road trip? Let's make it the time of our lives. If we don't make it in 4 days, make it 5, make it 6. We'll make contingency plans and enjoy the process. And that's kind of how I feel right now. I'm not even tired. Like the thing about doing it this way is energy is just so palpable, at least in my opinion. This is my sentimentalism at overdrive. But anyways, I wasn't really expecting to be on this long. I'll probably be back to, I'll be back tomorrow. It'll be fun. Total eclipse happened today. It was pretty cool. Running out, pretty cool. And this guy, oh yeah, it's time. It's time. And the reason why this is low right here, right, is because this is the review day. But yeah, I think I average, in my opinion, I average, yeah, 8,000 to 9,000 K. And I'm not even doing that for score Y, right? Too. The last duel that I had was back in gold. It was back in gold. And the dude scored 6K and I scored 11K. I thought the dude was gonna race me. I was like, yeah, I have time to learn something, and let's do more kanji exercises. So that's how come my kanji, it was back in gold, was like when we got all this, like all of a sudden you get all of these kanji all at once, right? Like I wish, honestly, for me, I hope that the future units are like this, where you get like 12 kanji. They're kind of ramping up because there were 2 units. Look at this. These 2 units, 2 new kanji, but you know, a lot of reused ones to do it, and then they keep ramping up. And this unit was pretty good. I like 4. I think 4 is pretty good number. I want it to be like 7 at the upper limit. 7 and maybe 4 or 6 reused is what I hope the future of the units are. Look at all these units. Every single unit, they spaced it out so much, so every single unit has a kanji. Looking at your Duolingo, it gets pretty scary. Give me some teasers. What is 80 kanji in 1 unit? Oh, really? Oh, that's so awesome. Like, I can't wait. Like, like any one of these units down here, you get like 80 kanji in 1 unit, dude. That sounds amazing. I can't wait till things ramp up. It's slow going, but looking at section, oh, that's gonna be a while. I'm excited. I'm really excited. I actually think by the time I get to section 4, unit 27, I'm almost predicting that they're going to overhaul it some more. Like, what I mean is, in my less than 2 months, of using Duolingo, they have already changed this section like 2 or 3 times. So by the time I get there, I imagine there are 30 to 40 per unit in section 3. Okay, yeah, I think this section, they advertised this about 6 months ago when they overhauled the Mandarin, the Chinese section and the Japanese section, and I think this is going to be the darling. I think this will be the swan song for Duolingo. So many people have one criticism, like a huge criticism, right? And it's like bound by hearts and bound by things. So the only downside to this is it's locked. So you actually need the competence to unlock it. However, what you require is that you need the first 4 steps. But since this is still series, you still have to unlock them, right? So that can be something of a gripe for some people. But I honestly think this is a great step. Like, other languages don't necessarily sacrifice, don't have particularly this problem per se, outside of like the ones that are being introduced recently. But this is a one that I actually think it's incredible. It's incredible the way they implemented it. I don't necessarily, if I had to nitpick right now, something that's personal to me, I want them to separate the 2. So have the half of this side and half of this side. Half of this side is writing, as in they separate the writing ones from the reused in new words one. So all the new word exercise ones do not have the constant writing back to back. So all of the new stuff, when you land on one of them, it's a random pool, right? Within each unit. So sometimes you can end up, it's about 1-to-1. So every other time, roughly speaking, will be writing, and then the other one will be matching. Writing, matching. Matching is more speech, listening to kana, or kana to kanji, or kanji to English. Kanji / hiragana to English. So I get what they're trying to do here. And these ones, honestly, I don't know how fast I am in recognizing small differences, but I can definitely tell that these things can slow people down. So they do things that are like what you just saw recently, where all the days of the week are going to be there, or every possible kanji that you could possibly mistake for each other is how they're using these things. So they specifically make all the exercises on all the similar stuff. So like if you click on, if it lands on a nani here, on a nani kanji, it would be anything with nani and nan in it so far. And it's cumulative on how they're doing it. So all the used ones are trying to, some people would feel like it's a gimmick or it's trying to trick you, but I actually think it's essential. I like their approach. What they did was they make it so that it is easily foolable. So if you haven't been building your foundation up to this point, you're going to get Yamaguchi, Yama even, right? Yamada, and Nakayama mixed up. If you're not really careful, it's going to slow you down. But since I've spent a lot of time, because I really enjoy this section, it is very fast. It feels, it's the fastest thing that goes compared to this stuff. This stuff is really slow. I actually think most people are much faster than me going through the lessons. I actually much rather enjoy looking at really fast, and I think that's why I would have liked Anki a lot better, because I would customize the cards to my liking, and then it would be blitzed. Like I would blitz through it each day. I would microdose it. I get up 15 minutes after eating lunch, 15 minutes, and 15 minutes would accomplish like I'm not, this is kind of like bashing, indirectly saying what Duolingo doesn't do, more or less. Anki is really fast. It's super efficient. So once you invest, like say it took you 50 to 60 hours making the flashcards, right? And then you immediately after a month, if you made those flashcards, immediately you make up all that time. Because once you are able to use it, you rapidly, it caters to the way you're thinking, or the way you're thinking. Duo is doing a lot of things that I don't usually do, like how they're removing strokes, like how they're doing the pairing thing. I'm not the biggest fan, or what I mean is I don't use it very commonly. Word banks, pattern recognition, multiple choices, I don't usually learn by that anymore. And those are like old school, younger test taking methods, right? Like, so that's why older people are probably, the older you get, the more experienced you are, the more likely this will turn you off. However, through these 54 days, I've become more in touch with things I haven't done, and I'm getting better and faster at them, and it's pretty invigorating. Like there are test taking skills that I have not used in a very long time, because in universities and stuff you don't have multiple choice answers. You have blocks of empty space in which you have to construct a very advanced, personalized response. And most of them are theoretical, so as in they can be correct answers as long as you reason them well, not that if it's right or wrong, right? It's to the best of your ability, and it's timed. So this stuff feels like high school again. Like I earnestly, much like everyone's criticizing Duolingo, like it treats you like a kid. It teaches you all the time-tested archaic ways of learning. Is because it's for kids. Like what I mean is it's treating the senses of a kid, and it can be very, very difficult the older you get. I was so slow in the beginning. When I started doing these exercises and Duolingo, I was really afraid that by the time I got here, it was going to take 3 times as long or 4 times. It just kept gonna get much, much longer because it's draining and whatnot. What happened instead was I become more and more adapted to it. So now my speed is meeting up the volume. The volume has doubled in each unit. And based on what you said, Blue, the volume is going to continue to double, right? Section 3 is going to get much bigger than Section 2. Then I don't even want to know. You already mentioned Section 4, one of the units in Section 4. So I think they know what they're doing in the long run, in a very, very long run. Like, we're talking about, if I'm taking a perspective, right? A kid, say a kid that starts at the age of 13, they don't have a language class offered to them. By the time they get to 18 years old, they might progressively reach the end of a Duolingo, one of the more developed Duolingo courses. That is going from a kid to an adult. A lot of times when you're thinking about an adult, they want to learn in a space in which they are still an adult. They want to learn things in like a year, right? When you're learning things as a kid, you just take them as it's acquired. So you're focused on all the things. And a lot of times people get into this hyper-focused situation where when they're growing up, you only learn the things you want to learn. No, you learn a lot of things simultaneously. And now you don't need to learn them anymore. You don't need to learn. You can filter all that stuff out so you can become very efficient. And I totally get that. You don't want to relearn the way you used to learn, for sure. Like, it slows you down. Like, I haven't done this in a long time. I could probably get through, much like most people say, if I pick up a Genki textbook, like the Genki textbook, I would probably blitz through that far quicker than having to constantly get handicapped. It will feel like a handicap at first, but doing this just reminds me of what worked as a kid. It's automated now. Like, when I go to this section, it's so regular that every time I get a new kanji, I pick up the kanji right away. Like, tomorrow, hands down, I will have no problems having all the explaining all these kanji tabs. It's nuts, but it works. It still works. It's not for everyone. I don't think most people would want to work this hard. I'm having a blast. Anyways, just a little outro for how crazy it is. Hey, all right, that's a wrap for returning from our review. So that's the end of day 54. End of day 54. We're gonna see how many points we rack up this week. And as always, until next time, please enjoy. Enjoy whatever you have. Enjoy the process. Life is great. Life is great. If your life is not great, tell me about it. I will try my best to not gaslight you, but I will try my best to at least ask interesting questions. I think everyone has interesting lives. So go out there, make stories. I would love to hear them every once in a while. Maybe some oddities you discovered or noticed. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, both mentally and physically, right? And as always, mata ashita. Ja ne.